Good morning, friends. Welcome to MyFundedFutures and MyFundedTV. I am Terry Trades, and we have our amazing, energetic, powerful expert trader, Tom Sabo. Hi, Tom.
Hello, Terry. Good morning. It's so good to see you and so good to be back. Hello, everybody. Good morning, chat. Hello to Abhishek and Magnus and Trevor and Nate and Aaron and everyone at MyFundedTV crew. And everybody, you know what to do. Smash that W's in the chat for our best co-host ever in the whole galaxy and the universe. Terry here with us. Good morning, Terry, the best co-host ever. How's your morning so far?
Whoa! You not only said in the galaxy, you also said the universe.
The universe. In this dimension, the whole dimension, in every dimension.
Oh my gosh! Not only the universe, but multiple dimensions. I am
multiverse.
So flattered. Thank you, Tom. Yeah, the morning is going. We had CPI that came out this morning, so it will be very exciting to see what happens during New York. We also had some headlines that we will talk about. How's your morning going?
Morning was great. Bit of a scalping in London session. I hammered one of my evaluation accounts to a bit of a drawdown, but only one account earlier in the early New York session. I'm going to talk about it a little bit later, but otherwise all is good. I was also waiting for the numbers, but we had some headlines, of course. We were going to talk about that too, but yeah, all good. It's almost Friday.
Yes, it is Wednesday. I can share the schedule.
It's Wednesday, right? Let's see the schedule.
You are currently watching Terry and Tom on the morning push. At 10 o'clock, we have Pine Tree Trader. 10:30, Forrest Ike with his negative R&R. 11:30, we have the twins, Husk and Methodical Band. 12:30, we have Matt Coert. And 1:30, we have Ash Trades. And that is the schedule for today.
Thank you, Terry. Yeah, we're going to have some amazing time again today. And as I said, it's almost Friday, right?
Yes. What a week. I mean, with this volatility, it feels like it's 2 weeks in a half of a week. It's just yesterday really surprised me. Did it surprise you yesterday?
Oh, totally. I think we just dropped. Actually, I checked the exact number was from the top more than 1,600 points. That was like, wow.
Ooh,
yeah.
I was not expecting that.
That was a lot. And I was actually, after our stream, I was super busy. I couldn't really check the charts, but when I got back again, like, oh my gosh, what's happening here? But yeah, today I was expecting, at least I was thinking that maybe the Asia session is going to consolidate, and it partially did. But the London session was even more slower. So just a quick recap here on the 5-minute chart on NQ. The London session was definitely going sideways, ranging in about 60 points of range until like 4 a.m. Eastern Standard. But so, yeah, I was just scalping a little bit there, managed to get some nice trades down to a 5-minute fair value gap. That was the only level of liquidity I could go with. And then the market started to drop, I think, and we're going to check that in a minute. I think there was some negative news regarding Iran, maybe, I think there was it. And anyway, I was streaming earlier after 7 a.m. And so I was like totally sold on the idea that this should go down to 605 because I do have this gray area here. That's a 15-minute fair value gap. So I was like, we just need to go down there. There's no other way. And I'm just going to zoom in here on the 5 minutes showing you guys that I was really heavy on a sell position here. And look at that. It just missed my TP. Actually, my TP was... I think it was 606 or 7, and the low of this candle was 610. So it missed my TP just 3 points, and I was already I was already super heavy on that position. Anyway, that's what happened to me earlier, and of course then came CPI, and of course we did see what happened. We had a nice little push here, almost 300 points up there. But yeah, here we are. Back into the London consolidation range almost. We almost tagged New York midnight level. And, we have a new day opening gap higher, which has not been completely rebalanced. So if you look at the new day opening gap up above 29,102, then you will see that there is no overlapping bullish candles here. So I would love to see the market if this would be a day to rebalance that gap, I would like to see the market go up there to 140. It didn't go yet. Otherwise, yeah, let's go back to the 5 minute. Because NQ, at least the micro, did not tag that fair value gap on the 15-minute down there, I can also imagine that a bit of a sell-off could be happening down to 600. I know it's quite far away. If you look at the whole volatility and the distances here since even since last Friday, it would be not a huge distance for NQ to drop down to 600 again. So I will be looking at that. Also, just another interesting scenario, and I forgot to put that here on this chart. Let me just put it here in a second. Before the news, this just created a absolutely textbook perfect 5-minute demand zone down there. So I'm just going to put the line right here. That's at 697, and I would love to see the market drop down. So just below 700, I will follow that move, and if I can, I'm going to chase it down. So if you ask me what's my bias right now, I love to see that drop down to that 700-ish area. So on gold, I did have a long position on gold in London session. Where was it? Anyway, I think I was long. Yes. Anyway, I took a long position. It took me out. Yeah, it took my stop. Eventually dropped more. Looking for also supply and demand zones. I don't see anything here. Honestly, I think everybody, including myself, everybody's just focusing on NQ. Everybody's focusing on indices much more. Gold is a little bit tricky, and we're kind of back into this congestion area as well. So the congestion area is anywhere between somewhere around this previous daily low, which is around 41.95-ish. And we're just, I don't know, I just don't trust gold at all right now. I wish I could say otherwise, but if we can trade back to the midnight area, there's a really good 1-minute supply zone higher at 42.60-ish. So we'll see if we have an expansion. If not, I don't really care about gold. And of course, ES also kind of followed through what NQ just did, but ES nicely shifted the structure. There's a really good structure shift on the 5-minute here. I do like it. It feels like ES is ready to push it higher up to 73, 76 and more. Don't forget that we also have a congestion area up there somewhere around the 73, 75-ish area. But we have this swing high at 75, so 7,375-ish relative equal highs. Why not? So I can imagine that. But before that, I just want to see NQ to drop down into that demand zone. That would be really awesome. But we'll be reactive, again, scalping our way. I think that's going to be it. And we're going to be reactive. Yes, thank you. That's all I have.
Thank you, Tom.
Absolutely. You're welcome.
Your scalping was on fire yesterday.
Yesterday I was on fire. Oh, but I was bleeding today on one of my evaluation accounts. I was bleeding out, but it was okay, though. I stopped trading, but it's going to be really interesting right now. That's for sure, as always.
Were you scalping? Or
I was. It was actually a scalp trade though. So as the market was dropping, I was like, okay, let's jump in, because that was the only target at that point after 7 a.m. Like we need to pick up some liquidity from that fair value gap, and it was so tricky. Like NQ reversed just before tagging that level, and I was already keep adding to the position. I was like in with 15 micros or something. I was like, we have to drop, and of course it went against me, but it happens sometimes. Yeah,
it does. Exactly.
Yeah.
It's just part of trading.
Exactly. But yeah,
how are we doing on the likes?
Oh my gosh, yeah, we have to check the likes. How are we doing, everybody? You guys know it. This is the daily routine. We always come here. The first thing you do is smash the likes. We have 77 likes, which is a good start. Thank you so much. Thank you. That's really good. That's a good start. We like it. We're only 11 minutes into the show, so thank you so much. And of course, if you're watching us on X or TikTok, please hop over to YouTube. just a few clicks away. Let's get that 70K subs as well. And of course, feed the algorithm. We're already higher than 350 viewers. Thank you so much. We love this. So let's get a little bit more. And of course, the job is, let's go. Thank you, everybody.
Yeah, on X, there's consistently over 500 people listening.
Oh
and
my
watching.
gosh.
We love you on X. We can't see you, but we know you're there.
We know you're there. Absolutely. We know you're there. So please do us a favor, hop over to YouTube, feed that algorithm, because that's how it goes. So thank you so much. More giveaways at 70K, more dance and singing at 80K. But first, let's reach the 70K for the biggest giveaway ever so far. And yeah, that's what we love. And thank you again for the support.
Yes, thank you. Tom, what will you wear when we hit 70K?
Well, definitely not. I don't know. Not a penguin suit, but I will try to come up with something real good. I will promise. That's
maybe
gonna be
a duck
awesome.
suit.
A duck suit, maybe. Yeah, you know what? I'm gonna come up with something real good. I promise you that.
Okay, maybe we'll have to coordinate.
Okay. Okay. All right. Well,
Yeah,
I will have something good.
I do see that we're getting closer. We are slowly. Oh, not slowly, actually quickly getting to 66K. We're almost there.
Yeah, almost there. So let's get that 70. It's close now.
Let's go. Yeah. I can share our current promos.
Oh, yeah. Let's see the promos. There's always a sales going on somewhere. I mean, here.
We currently have 40% off the builder plan. This is the 1-day pass, and you can actually activate it immediately after you pass if you have Trade-Evate or TradingView. So you can also receive payouts every 48 hours, and it's starting as low as $75 using code YouTube, the best code. Every time you use this code, it does help to support the channel. Thank you so much. We also have 20% off the rapid plans, and the flex plans are 20% off the 25K, 20% off the 50K plan, and the pro plans. Bori, shout out to Bori, just asked about the pro plan sales. We have 30% off pro plans any size. And if you're a brand new trader with MyFundedFutures, you get to pick 50% off whatever size you would like on the pro plan. I would suggest the 150K because they rarely go on sale at 50% off. And those are our current promos.
Yeah, thank you so much, everybody. Never forget to use the code YouTube because it helps the budget of MyFundedTV. It helps us to get bigger, stronger, better. So thank you so much for the support. Exactly.
Let's go.
So
what do you think? I feel like with the CPI news that hopefully the market will give us a really good scalping opportunity, if not multiple ones.
Well, it can. And overall, the numbers are somewhat as expected. Definitely, I wouldn't say bad numbers. So if I would say so, I mean, it's better numbers than it may be a little bit mixed, but I would say it's overall good numbers. Definitely not bad. It could have been maybe better, but definitely not bad numbers. I wouldn't say it's kind of like as expected. I wouldn't think that, by the way, the CPI, I mean, the CPI has already been priced in on this move. I think that was it. And maybe I'm wrong, but I think the market is again, shifting the attention to not just AI, and of course we will talk about SpaceX too, but of course what's happening in Iran as well. There were some tension between US and Iran again, so it was literally like in the headlines, like Trump was saying something bad about Iran, and about 8 minutes later Iran confirmed that their military is doing just fine. So I don't really know, but Trump was saying that the Iran military is not good. 8 minutes later Iran said everything's fine. So it's really just kind of having these ups and downs, and it's hard to navigate between these headlines. I think the market is now paying more attention to those things, and of course to AI, and of course to SpaceX, which I still have to dive into a little bit more deeper. I don't know, Terry, if you have more information of what's happening with the SpaceX project, or how's it gonna come through, or where is it right now? What's happening there?
Yeah, so SpaceX will be IPOing on Friday for over $1.7 trillion is the IPO price. And that's what it's set at. So that doesn't mean that's the opening price. If I were to guess, the opening price will actually be even higher than that, just because the demand is so strong for it. So that is coming up on Friday. It'll be interesting to see what happens tomorrow with the market, if people will sell some things to have money to try and buy, like retail traders specifically. And from what I hear, it is a smaller float as far as the available shares that will be available to trade, which could make it trade super volatile, like a small cap stock as far as the movement. So it'll be interesting to see. So that's on Friday. Right now, though, what we really need to know and just be aware of, like Tom was saying, the headlines regarding the Middle East war. So about 2 hours ago, Donald Trump did tweet, or not tweet, he posted on Truth Social. He said, Iran's military is a complete and total mess. Much of it, like their Navy and Air Force, doesn't even exist anymore. They have been completely defeated. Iran is all talk and no action. The bully of the Middle East is dead. They've taken too long to negotiate a deal that would have been great for them. Now they will have to pay the price. President Donald J. Trump. So that was about 2 hours ago. So very bearish. And yesterday, what really sent the market down, I believe, was Trump posted that a U.S. helicopter was shot down, and it was very bearish headlines saying basically like they're going to have to pay for this, and the market just tanked a lot.
Oh yeah. I was actually a little bit worried because I was also reading that the helicopter was shut down, and I was like, is this going to mean that the war is back on again? But as far as I went into some details, it seems like everything is still on track. So they're not shooting at each other, at least. But this has definitely scared the market for sure. So I don't know how those negotiations are at right now. Hopefully it will be resolved. I really hope, but yeah, that's why we have to keep an eye.
Still.
Oh yeah, back and forth. It's a back and forth game. I feel like this. Because we're just heading into the summer right now, and I feel like this could go on all the way on throughout the summer. What if that's going to happen? I don't know. This is going to be an interesting market for sure.
Yeah. So we have those bearish headlines. However, as you're saying, Tom, at any moment, a bullish headline can come out like, oh, we're working real hard to come up with that.
Yes.
Still. And then the market can just shoot up 200 points. We do have CPI that we briefly discussed. I just want to share the actual numbers with everyone. The month over month, the core CPI month over month did come in a little bit lower than expected, which I believe is why we got that big pump on the minute chart. If you take a look at that, it came in at 0.2%. The forecast was 0.3%. CPI year over year came in as expected at 2.9. Month over month, 0.5, and then year over year came in as expected at 4.2%. Oof, inflation.
Yeah. It seems like inflation is again something that moves the market. But I just wanted to say, like, these were CPI numbers, and I'm just kind of measuring these candles. Like, we had those comments about the Middle East, and we were having like 100-point and 50-point 1 minute candles here. And the CPI actually, the CPI was like, if I just measure the close of the candles, it was about the same. Like, we were seeing 100 points of 1 minute candles. So it's just interesting to see that one single tweet can just as much move the market as an economic data. And this is why we got to keep an eye open for this. And but for now, by the way, just an interesting thing that there was a 1 minute supply zone earlier here, just before the CPI. It kind of turns into a support area. I wonder if we can go higher. I feel like it is going to be something like we have to come up with some sort of a level to trade this. So the level I will be looking to go short is going to be below 820 to look for shorts, and I will be targeting that 700-ish area. And if this one might go higher and tag the VWAP, which is at 913-ish right now, or 14, I feel like I'm not even going to take a trade for the longs, but I don't know. It's
interesting.
It is like almost unreadable. And NQ is unplugged right now, so we gotta wait for the first initial move.
Ooh, in about 9 minutes. I think it'll be volatile. Hopefully, at least the open, because look at this big candle. It's just been consolidating within the 5 minutes from CPI.
Yeah.
And I think I might take a scalp trade, either the break above it or below it, if we don't get that 5-minute orb scalp trade first. So I'm kind of looking at those levels too. I also see that level that you're looking at, Tom, to go short at about 820. The midnight opening price is at about 989, which is interesting because it's kind of that's the top of the data candle wick at the very top.
Exactly. On the micro, it's 993, but it doesn't really matter. NQ, if you're watching the mini, that is just as good or even better. So that, just as you said, it's interesting that the market only managed to push exactly to the midnight level, and now we're seeing a I'm not saying it could be a pullback, but I would say it's more of a rejection for now. And this is why, just like you mentioned, I will be watching closely below 820. And if we start to trade with down close candles below that 820, then I will be jumping in to go for that demand zone down below 700. We'll see what happens. Yeah.
Okay. And we're also opening up, assuming nothing wild happens in the next 7 minutes, we will be opening up within yesterday's range of the entire day's range. So it is a high probability that we'll either take out yesterday's high or low. So just a heads up, some levels to look at.
Oh yeah, definitely. But we're here to have fun, of course. So, and trading should not be boring, of course. That doesn't mean you should be full porting. Always proper risk management, right? We might even gonna have some time, depending on how the market is gonna, go. But we might even have some time for a bit of a debate. We'll see. If you guys have some debate ideas, we're open for suggestions. We also have some of our own, but let us know if you would like to get some cool topics in the debate. Let us know.
Yes. Like, let's debate what dance Tom will be doing at 70K.
Oh, there's a question if I could analyze crude oil. Well, I'm not really trading crude, but yeah, we can look quickly into it. So, so crude oil, we closed higher than the swing high here. Let me just take, okay. So on the hourly, we managed to push it higher. I think it was probably mostly because of the comments earlier from Trump and Iran. So that was definitely hitting the market negatively. If I zoom out on the 1 hour, actually, I need to check something on the 4 hour. Okay, so the 4 hour actually swept previous liquidity yesterday from a previous May 29. Yeah, that was the date. Yeah, 29th of May. So we swept that, and now we're kind of pushing back into the range. We also swept another 4 hour fair value gap here on crude. The candle from yesterday on the 4 hour chart from yesterday is kind of like an indecision candle. I feel like now that we swept liquidity on the 4 hour chart, we might as well just, continue to go lower, especially if there's some positive news would hit the market again. Hopefully something good about peace deal or something regarding the Middle East there. But the thing is, I'd like to see it go lower. There are some really strong bullish candles. I would say, I don't see an order block or demand zone down there, but otherwise it would be just great to see crude going back. Actually, there was some levels here even earlier. Yes, there's a level at 84. There's still a gap down there at 81. And by the way, looking at the 4 hour chart, it's definitely bearish still. So the 4 hour trend is still bearish. So why not continue to take out that 84.47? But if I go down to the 5 minute, I know it's definitely hard to read. We are in the middle of this consolidation. We swept some highs at 90. Now we're going back slowly down there. And we have a 7 a.m. low at 87.76. So you know what? If this would invert, there's a, let me put a gap here, a fair value gap. So here's a fair value gap on the 5 minute. Let me give it some color here. So there's a fair value gap. If we would trade with down close candles, I would say definitely down below 89 and lower. Maybe it would be not the worst idea to try to take out the 7 a.m. low. So that's at 87.75. If you're day trading crude, I'm not trading this, but I would do the same thing if I would see this on NQ. That's what I would be looking for. So going for 87.76, we'll see. But, you know, crude is dangerous, of course. It's heavily related to headline news, so be careful with that. Yeah. Let's see. What do we have? Oh, you're muted, Terry. I'm not sure.
I was getting so excited when I saw the prices coming down, and then today it looks like it's going back up a little bit. I was like, oh, finally, we'll get cheaper gas prices.
There you go. Well,
not yet.
Yeah, not yet. But yeah, we're getting ready. A little bit more than 2 minutes to go until the open. So you're welcome, Saeed. You're welcome. Absolutely. So yeah, I'm gonna be focusing on NQ again. I'm trying to scalp it. It's really looking good to go down to that 700 level. It's interesting what you just said earlier, Terry. Like, we got rejected from the midnight area. As long as we're staying like this, and if you look at the 1 hour chart, I would say we're definitely still bearish. So we'll see how it continues. But yeah.
Okay. Am I reading this correctly on my chart? The data candle, the low is 738 and the high is 992. Is that correct?
Data candle 7, yes, and the high is 991.50 on the micro. So yes, that's true.
That
correct.
is a huge 5-minute candle.
Oh,
like,
yeah,
no wonder we're just consolidating within it.
Yeah, that's 250 points on that 5-minute candle. So
wow.
That's a lot. That is a lot.
That is a lot. Okay, maybe I'll take a quick scalp trade if we break that pivot, the 820, 821. If we break it, just a quick scalp.
Yeah, by the way, totally forgot to mention the news candle 830, the low of that level, what you just said, Terry, that's at 738. So I would like to take a scalp maybe down to that level, to 738. If this would trade below 820, you know, the earliest point to get out would be somewhere around 740-ish. It would be great to catch some extra 20 or 30 points at least, or maybe 50, who knows.
All right, good luck, everyone. Market is going to open in about 30 seconds.
Oh yeah, this is gonna be wild, everybody. So please be careful, all right?
Yes.
Yes, and don't forget, even 1 micro can do some serious damage if you're not, you know, paying attention closely. So just be careful, all right? A few more seconds. Buckle in, and good luck, everybody.
Good luck.
Good luck. Here we go. Oh my gosh.
Okay, it is pushing.
We have a push here.
We have a push.
All right. I was not expecting this. I mean, I'm not saying it's something we didn't see before, but it could be a liquidity sweep. Let's see if there's going to be a rejection. We might going to sweep the midnight level then. Let's see if we can get back to 29K. Or is it rejecting right now? I'm not in a trade. I'll let you guys know if I jump in. I will put it on the screen. Actually, I can put out the small screen. But I'm not in a trade yet. So
yet. Okay. I'm not either. I'm going to put, I have that sell stop below that pivot that we talked about, that 820 pivot. So it's just sitting there. I'm going to put a buy stop above that data candle just for a quick scalp. And it hopefully, hopefully one of them, they should get triggered eventually.
Yeah, I mean, there's a very good chance for it, but yeah, so far it's just wicked higher. So here comes the rejection. Let's see, opening low is, where is it? That's at 29. Oh my God. Do I want to
look at that
this?
Rejection.
All right, I'm scalping it. 3 micros.
Short?
I'm already short. Target is 832. 832. And I need to set a stop loss before this is going to get wild. 832. Wow. Come on.
That was
All
so
right.
good, Tom.
Let's see. Okay, so it reversed. I was actually following on the 15-second and the 5-minute chart. Not 5-second chart. You might say, "Oh my gosh, 5-second." Not because my setup is on the 5-second or the 15-second. It's on my left screen here, but the way it actually reversed, I was like, okay. Okay, now it's going back up again. So we swept the opening range low immediately. And now
That was so good. That was so good.
That was a good one. I'm just going to wait now to get below 820. That's what I'm going to wait. Yeah. If we trade below 820 and I need down close candles on the 1-minute chart, then maybe I will do as I planned, go down for the news candle low at the 740s. I need down close candle on the 1-minute chart. So I need it. I need it. Come on, down close candle on the 1 minute.
What a sweep. Like it went and just took out the low of the 1-minute candle, and then it bounced right back up. Now we're heading back down towards the lows.
Oh, yeah.
I do still have my sell stop there. I feel so scared.
Don't be scared, Terry. Don't be scared.
Okay.
The market doesn't bite. Only if you let it to.
You're right.
But no, it won't. It won't. And we're just back into the middle of this. It's actually good news for the bears. Bulls are unable to push it higher, and we have somewhat relative equal lows at 822, so that's good for that 820 level. Everything looks good for a continuation to go short, but this is not the entry for me right now. This was okay. Let's see it. Okay, here it goes. Maybe let's see it. All right.
Okay, I got it.
You got in. All right.
In and out.
All right. Okay, I'm waiting for this 1-minute candle, and I'm gonna. Oh, it's closing. Come on. I need this candle to close below. Come on.
But Tom.
Yep.
You didn't say W's for Terry.
W's for Terry. Oh my gosh.
Yeah!
Oh my gosh. I totally forgot that. W's for Terry.
Thank you. Okay, now I feel like I can scalp again. Now
I jumped into.
Now you're motivating me. Now I can do it again.
There you go. I jumped into a trade as well. Only with 1 micro at this point. My target is going to be 741. 1 micro only, so I'm perfectly comfortable with this trade. I'm going to put a stop up there nearly to the 900s. If this one's going to get closer, like down to the 50 something level, I'm going to go a little bit heavier. I might going to add 2 or 3 more micros, because then it should be taking out the news candle low. So I'm aiming for 740 right now. 741.25 is my TP. With 1 micro, it's still making $80 right now, $50. So that's good. Maybe I'm just going to add 1 more micro to it. Actually, you know what? I'm going to add 1 more micro here. So I'm in with 2 micros, and that's it. I'm okay to take some heat on this. And let's see what's going to happen. Come on, NQ. You need
Come on, NQ.
You need to sweep that news candle low. This is not what we talked about, NQ. Come on. Oh my gosh, this is terrible. I'm just giving back the profits from earlier, and I'm out. Okay, I'm out from this one. That's fine. That's fine. That's okay. That's all right. Okay, I might gonna jump back in. I just have to wait. If okay, it's pushing back up there. News candle low. It was looking really good, by the way, as it was water falling down. No problemo. It's fine. It is fine. Can we just get below the 820? I'd love to see that.
So volatility is definitely here. That first 5-minute candle was 567. Oh no, a lot. Wow. The low was 778. The high was 953.
All right.
We're setting up for a really big range day, it feels like.
It could be. And now we could be just sweeping that 955 up there. quite possible. 955.
Okay, I think if we break that first 5-minute candle on the high side, we should be able to get a quick scalp in because a bunch of people are wrong. So maybe a buy stop at 9.5. Let's go 9.54.
I jumped into a long there just to sweep that previous push. It's a little bit heavier than I was thinking. 5 micros right now, and I'm ready to close it. I just want to see it push through that 51.
It's going.
I'm gonna put a sell stop just in case, and
Okay.
I need
have
to push
a buy
yes.
stop. I have a buy stop.
You have a buy stop. All right. All right. Go. Just go. I need to get back that loss from earlier. Come on. Let's go. All right.
Go. Hey!
Okay. Yeah, 2 win, 1 loss. In the green again, slightly, but in the green. Okay. Okay, now I'm just gonna wait. How's your trade?
Good. We won.
Good. All right. Let's go.
Let's go.
Terry
Tom,
is in the house. Yes.
I think this is going to become the Tom and Terry scalping show.
I think so too. We're just gonna sweep the next level there at 90. Are you ready?
Okay. I'm ready. Wait, not yet. Okay, are you thinking the data candle?
I'm already in, guys. Okay. I'm already in. Let's go for 90. Let's go. TP hit again. All right. I'm already in. Oh, we took out that previous push. That was a data push there. And it seems like the market is just making the decision here, trading above. This was a London high at 2:40 a.m. Eastern Standard. It seems like I was completely offside earlier with the data candle low, which is quite interesting. I'm going to wait for this 5-minute and 1-minute candles to see if it's closing above 14. Well, yeah. So London high was 14.75-ish. We swept that. So again, it's not over until it's not over. What if we're going to create some structure here on this level, go sideways, and then once again, it might try to go for the data candle low down at 738. Or we need to wait for more up-close candles on the 1 minute and see if we can rebalance that new day opening gap and Asia high at 169. One thing's for sure, I'm going to wait for now. What's your plan, Terry?
Yes, I am all done. I got 2 scalps in. They both won. I'm feeling good. No more.
No more.
Okay. No more. But I am ready to debate you, Tom.
You're ready to debate? Okay, all right. We also have our own list of we have some really good debate topics. But if you guys have some ideas, throw it in the chat and we will consider it. But if you have some good idea, Terry, let me know.
Oh yes, you brought up a really good topic before.
I had a really good one. I had a really good one earlier. It's a fun topic, but it's a good one. You guys will like it. So the topic is like, once you get the funded account, you should quit your job. Yes or no? That's it. It's a really good debate. You get the fund, you got funded. Should you quit? Yes or no? Right? We love that.
Yes. I'm laughing a little bit because I did kind of do that.
You did. Actually, you see, Terry did that.
Yeah. Anything you guys have ever done, I've done too.
imagine guys, just, we're having fun. You got the funded account. You walk into your boss's office like, hey man, I just want to tell you I'm not coming in tomorrow. And he would ask you, oh, why? Well, it doesn't concern you. I'm just not coming in anymore. Bye. And that's it. I don't know.
Exactly. You get your first funded account or your first payout and you're like this. You take out the calculator and you're like, okay, this is how much I'm going to make per week, per month, per year. And then I'm going to scale it.
Oh my gosh. Yeah.
And then I'm going to make $1 million in my first year.
By the way, that's a really good goal. And by the way, if you imagine that this is happening, that's actually going to happen maybe not tomorrow and maybe not on your first funded account, but it's a really good thing, even though it's a little bit fun, I know. But who knows? Maybe there's some of you guys in the chat who are really serious about that. So, but I can't give you advice on this. So I'm not saying, but I mean, Terry, what do you think? What should be the debate topic?
Yes, I like this debate topic. I think it'll be a fun one. Yes.
Okay, well, we can use this one. Choose a side. It's up to you.
Oh. What will win, you guys? Okay, I have to pick the side that will win. Oh, the debate topic is after you're funded, your very first time. Tom's laughing so hard.
This is gonna be
after the very first time you're funded. Do you quit your job? Yes or no? So Tom and I will be debating each side, yes or no. What side should I pick? Should you quit your job? No. Okay, I'm gonna pick the no side.
Oh my God, I'm gonna get so much heat. Okay, I'm gonna say yes. Okay, okay. Would you like to start, or should I start? Who should start?
Okay, I will start because
Terry's going to start. Okay, Terry's going to start. All right, everybody, let's get bamboozled. Let's hear it, Terry. It's up to you.
Okay. I am arguing the side that once you're funded for the very first time, you should not quit your job. And the reason is because likely you will have many other funded accounts. Likely that won't be your only one, because I don't know a single trader that is a prop trader that has not lost at least one funded account. And so you don't want to put that pressure on yourself. If you quit your day job, the second that you become funded, now all of a sudden you have all of that pressure on your shoulders. Like, every trade has to work. I have to get a payout within 2 weeks. Otherwise, my bills aren't going to get paid. The electricity won't get paid, and I won't be able to buy food. Like, you don't want that kind of pressure, because do you know what that pressure does to you? Let me tell you. It makes you make terrible decisions. It makes you, when you take a loss, it makes you want to double down. It makes you want to triple down. It makes you want to martingale. It makes you want to just start throwing all different accounts at the market in hopes that you're going to end the day green, because that pressure is so enormous. And why trade that way, right? Like, we don't have to. It's a choice. We can have our other jobs as you're developing your trading skills. And not only that, but like traders, you guys have seen it. You've probably experienced it, where you go on a massive win streak. So who's to say that what you're currently experiencing isn't just a statistical anomaly where you are just winning nonstop, and for all you know, the next 2 months might be losing months, and you don't want to have to go to, the soup kitchen to go get your food because you can't afford food. Like, oh, that would just suck, right? So don't do that to yourself. It is a choice that we all can make, and don't put that pressure on yourself, because you will hate yourself, you'll hate life, you'll hate the market, and you'll be full of hate, and no one will want to be around you, and you'll be so lonely, you'll be so desperate, and then you'll probably never take a shower because you'll be so depressed. So you don't want to do that to yourself. So those are the reasons why you do not want to quit your day job the very first second that you get funded. And with that, I will pass to Tom. Thank you so much, you guys. Please vote for Terry.
Okay, that was really good. Okay, some valid points there. Okay, it was really good. I have to admit it. Thank you so much, Terry. This was good. That was okay. Okay, guys, let's check the other side. All right, so let me just talk to you about why you should be quitting your job after getting your very first funded account. Oh my gosh. So the thing is, guys, this is really important. Let's just start with a question. Do you want to challenge yourself in life? Because life is a challenge itself, and I would say the whole life is about multiple challenges, make you and break you points all around the place. And we just had, oh, there's a sound, everybody. So just a second here. You guys did hear it. So there's going to be a form. That's going to be the giveaway form. Fill it out real quick. Stay locked into the chart. Fill it out because the winners are going to be announced real soon. If you're not here, you're going to miss your prize if you win. That's it.
Yes. You do have to tag MyFundedFutures if your name is called in chat. Good luck, everyone. Good
luck, everybody. So as I was saying, why should you quit your job on your first ever funded account? Well, okay, so oh my gosh, I just walked into this. So the thing is, you need to hate your job, first of all, right? So in order to do that, but otherwise, really, the make you and break you point, the challenge in life, do you have the guts to do this? You get your first funded account. Imagine at least you're going to be one of the very few in the world who can actually do that. You can just walk in there and say it out like, hey, this is what's going to happen. I'm not coming in tomorrow. Thank you so much. And you're just walking away in the sunset like Clint Eastwood, and you're going to be the hero of the day, right? That's it. Everybody wants to be a hero. The good thing about that, you're going to be your hero. On that day, you're definitely going to be. Now, the rest of the days, you might find it a little bit challenging. But the real thing about this is the challenge itself. So are you up for this? Are you up to not taking a shower for a couple of days? Are you up to not paying your bills if it has to happen? Are you up to taking some debates, arguments with your friends and family by quitting your job? Do you have that mental capability, that strength that you can prove to the world, to yourself, that even with just funded account, you have the guts, you have the energy, the mind, the vision, the dream, that you don't care. It's gonna be an amazing journey, that you just turn around, you burn all the bridges behind you, and you just walk into that funded account and do what's necessary. And of course, let's just talk about reality. You might gonna lose that funded account, but you know what? You're already challenging yourself in every way of life as possible. And it's gonna be the hardest thing, maybe one of the hardest things that you ever going to do in your life once you do that. But let me tell you something. If you can manage to get those profits from that point, well, you achieve something that maybe less than 1% of people in trading ever achieved if you can quit your job at your first funded account. I'm going to be really honest with you guys. If you do that, that's like a bold decision. It's a really bold decision. It is about strength. It is about vision. It is about commitment. It is about something beyond just day trading. It's about, looking at life in a totally different perspective. Honestly, I don't know if I could do that, by the way. But I think if you do it, you're gonna come out at the end like the best ever trader, and not just trader. You're gonna have the best life story of all of us, right? And this is one reason, at least, to quit your job once you get your funded account. Thank you so much.
Disclaimer, this is not financial advice.
This is not financial advice, obviously. This is not... Okay, now this was my part of the argument, but let me tell you guys something. This is going to be a really... I do need to correct myself something. Please do not do it. All right. I do need to take Terry's side on this one. Obviously so you can be the star, you can be your own hero. I do say that, but this is going to be a unique debate. Overall, I have to stand on Terry's side on this one. But if you still do it, You're going to be the hero. You're going to be the hero.
Let's get a poll up. Who won the debate? Cast your vote, Terry or
yeah.
Tom.
Oh my gosh, this is a unique one.
This was a fun one.
This was a fun one.
I think we both did great.
Yeah, this was a great one. So yeah, and by the way, we were so close to Asia high at 169 as I was watching. We are having this push here, and I think the market just wants to come back. We just created a zone here. I think we're gonna drop another 10-15 points here. I'm just actually thinking to maybe jump into a trade. I'm already too late. Okay, I'm too late on this one.
Wow, look at these moves. I did see out of the corner of my eye while you were saying your debate, Tom. It looked like we filled the gap from yesterday's New York close. Like we went all the way back to unchanged price, and now NASDAQ is down by about 80-90 points in the red so quickly. Yeah,
it was super quick, and I'm just kind of watching this 03.25. I just took a sell trade here. I jumped into with 2 micros only, and I'm just kind of hoping that it will going to go back into the zone. 2 micros from 28 down to 03.25. Let's see if I can. Let's go.
Oh my gosh.
TP hit. Let's go. TP hit already. So the idea. Thank you. Let's go. So the idea behind this trade is that these bearish candles, by the way, and if you guys would love to know more about these supply and demand zones, these bearish candles on the 1-minute chart, these were all part of a demand zone. Okay, and the zone starts at the opening of the candle, which is, by the way, at 01.25. So this previous candle actually just tagged it. And this is why I was just watching closely on my other screen. I said I do have the 15-second and the 5-second chart. I did see a nice little sell-off there happening. Really, it's looking good on the lower time frame. And I was like, okay, it should be ending the sell somewhere around the zone. So it tagged it. It was a good little scalp. That was the idea. Thank you.
It was such a good scalp. Tom, you're such a good scalper. I know it's not your favorite, but you are very good, especially with the open trading together. Your scalps are just on fire.
I wish this would be the case all the time, but the ones if you guys were on my stream earlier, I actually totally oversized my position. So one of my evaluation accounts is down like $1,200 or something. Anyway, the thing is, I'm down a little bit on one of those. Lucky for me, I did not copy trade, but yeah, I wish every trade would be like this. Yes, but scalping can actually, mess up your mind, but it's always about risk management. So if you know what level are you looking for. So in this case, I was looking for the demand zone. That's one thing, but otherwise, getting into the trade and managing the trade, the risk management part is the hard part, because you guys in the chat, you're also seeing many levels. You might be looking for a moving average or a pivot point or whatever, but the risk management part is that's the hardest part. And that is why we always say there's like billions of different strategies that you can go with. And that's why it's hard. Scalping is always about something. You're seeing these things happen all the time, like even every session, like certain levels getting hit, certain levels getting tagged on the lower time frames, and obviously after some time your brain starts to recognize it, and then it should be like a reflex or something, like, okay, I'm getting in with 2 micros or 3 micros. I know how to manage this, yada yada. But the thing is, if you oversize everything, that's when you can really mess this up. And scalping can turn your account upside down in just a matter of seconds.
Yes, I think with scalping, what helps me when I do it is to have a set bracket, and that way it's like you put the trade on. Your entry, and then your exit is already predetermined, so you don't have to think about it. At least that's what helps me with the quick scalps, like super quick scalps. I think too, limiting the number that you take, because it can get out of hand. I've
Oh yeah,
experienced it.
absolutely.
So like 2 or 3 max, and then be done in the first 30 minutes of market open. Like I love that. Just
Yeah.
yeah, get in, get out, get your money, go do fun things.
Exactly. Get out, go do. I love that actually. I should make a t-shirt about it. Get out, go do fun things. I like it.
I like it too. Tom, you're winning the debate poll.
Oh my gosh, I am? Okay. I thank you so much, everybody, for voting for me. I do need to add, though, like Terry had the valid points. We need to stay real, guys. And of course, we're having fun. And please, please do not think that with one single funded account, technically, mathematically speaking, yes, it's possible, but please, please never do that, okay? That is not something that should be done, especially if you're new in trading. Even if you're experienced and you have a job, oh my gosh, okay? So I really need to say that this was a really fun debate, but as I said, I need to stay on Terry's side as well.
Yes, it was a very fun debate. I agree, Tom. Some people even say have like 2 years worth of your salary saved up before you go full time.
Exactly. So by the way, just a quick story. I also went full time. Like of course I do my YouTube channel. I do community things, and of course I do manage my socials, and I shifted to be here full time in social media, and that switch happened in 24, early 24. I think it was January or February. And I also had to make sure, because I was a contractor for an insurance company, and it was a really good salary, by the way, and I made my own time, but I had to make sure that I have at least, worst case scenario, at least 6 to 8 months of money saved up for utility bills, food, payments, everything. So, and I had that saved up. So I gave myself a shot, like, okay, can I do everything? Of course, it's a little bit more complicated than this, but this was the idea. So just like Terry said, you need to have some sort of a reserve money or saving, for the next 6 to 8 months. Better for at least 12 to 24 months, by the way, to saved up.
Yes,
yeah.
Because trading with that pressure is just so intense, and it's not necessary. Yeah.
But so maybe if you quit your job on your first funded account, who knows? Maybe you have saved up money for 5 years.
That's true.
So who knows?
That's a good point.
Yeah, I need to add that though. So if you saved up money for the next 5 years and you got your first funded account, you know what? Sit back, relax, and go for it. Slow baby steps and go for it. That's it.
That's true. Like someone could quit their job on their very first funded account if they, let's say someone has like $5 million in the bank.
Oh, wow. Yeah, definitely. Definitely. I quit my job. Yeah.
That is true. But I would say most people trading prop firms, it's the advantage of trading prop firms is you can get into the market with a small amount of capital compared to how much we would have to risk in a live personal account. So, and I've heard this debate. We'll have to talk more about it on a different show. Just as far as like the $2,000 drawdown in a 50K account, for example, if you deposited $2,000, like how many minis can you even trade with that? A lot of brokerages won't even let you trade one at all.
Oh yeah.
So yeah, we are running out of time here, Tom. This was a really fun segment.
It was. Thank you so much, everybody. I really enjoyed it. This was a great session. Bit of a scalping here and there, overall in the green. So thank you, everybody. Thank you for the votes. But Terry had the point this time. It's yours, Terry.
Thank you, Tom. I see Pine Tree Trader is on deck. He says he can talk about how he went full time and he can share his story.
Yeah, I'd love to hear that.
That'll be a great story. Thank you, everyone, for joining Tom and me today. We will be back on tomorrow morning. Have a great one. Please welcome Pine Tree Trader. Bye, guys.
Bye, everyone.
Good morning. What's up, everyone? What's up? Thank you, Tom and Terry. Another great segment. My two favorite morning hosts, chopping it up, slinging some contracts, too. I mean, come on. Master scalpers over there, the old TNT there. What's up, Matt Evans, Adrian Chong in the house, Peter Green? What is going on? There's W's in the chat for Tom and Terry. We love that. I love seeing these pine trees as well. Thank you for the pine trees. Good morning, Ann. Let's say what's up, Rod. Pine payouts. Let's go. I'm working on a pine payout right here with the pro account. It's the only account I got left. I did destroy the builder account yesterday, but it's the only account I got left. Moto Timo in the house. What's up? Abhishek. What's up? Who else we got in the chat here? Bulls and Bears. Let's go. Let's go, Tree. Like that. Moto Timo, how was the concert? So concert was great. Yeah, Moose Race tomorrow, guys. Guys, stay tuned. Make sure you guys join me tomorrow. We'll do the Moose Race. I'll see if I can promo it tonight. The concert was great. Yeah, thank you for asking. It was a great time last night. Had a really good time. Got to hang out with my brother, which was fun. We haven't had a chance to do that much lately, so nice fun time at a concert. I mean, what was the concert? It was Primus, the band Primus. So first outdoor concert of the summer. So I love that. That's one of my favorite things to do in life, period, is go to outdoor type events in the summertime, whether it's a concert or a festival, or whether it could be a food truck festival. I'm all about that too. What's up, Hello Teacher in the house? Daryl. What's up, 21? So I'm up really big on this account. I've been trading it pretty aggressively. 1, 2 minis sometimes in this market, just going on volatility, using the volatility to my advantage. Now, the trick is to be able to keep this account and get to a payout. That is the thing. I'm up $4,848, up $12,211 total on this pro account. So the trick is, though, is going to be whether or not I can keep it to a payout in less than 14 days now. So anything above, let's see, 2,100, I can take a payout. So essentially right around a $10,000 payout locked in right now, even if I only just trade small for the next few days, I would say, I think 12 days, 10 days, something like that. And then to be able to get the payout. So, but I will sling around some contracts today. If I see something, I will take it. I had to reset my whole Trade-Avate this morning. So if it looks a little different, I don't think I have the VWAP on there. It was kind of a last minute deal where I had to reset everything. I for some reason, Trade-Avate completely reset on me. And then I had to redo my whole interface, the whole platform. So guys, Tom and Terry, we're talking about, I'm going to look for an inside or outside bar here. We do have an outside bar here on the 5-minute. This is interesting. Do we get to get that continuation to the upside? We get a little trend day going on. Is that what we got happening? Maybe push up. I don't know. We'll see. We do have an outside bar in a 5-minute. I will take it. Probably, and I'll be fully honest, the volatility is wild. Very easy to, if you're trading a mini in this, just one mini, you think like, well, if I can scalp, that's fine. You know, when you're kind of going on momentum and going from there, and try to get you a little 10, 15 points. But if you're trying a little break, like this 5-minute outside bar, and you place a stop below, you're looking at, I bet you my hotkeys don't work. Nope. I gotta reset my hotkeys. Anyways, it's about I don't know, math ain't mathing. I need Magnus for the math. But yeah, very wide stop on these. So you gotta calculate for that. So what I'll do is what I like to do is when I take a break of this candle and I add, if I go in with 1 micro and it really looks like it's starting to push up through that high, then I can always add into the winning trade, and the P&L will just start skyrocketing up so fast. Many people ask me how do I get through the intraday trailing drawdown, and it's simply doing stuff like that, adding to that winning trade on the push, on the momentum, and you get a good sense of feel for it. And the next thing you know, you're over that intraday trailing drawdown, especially with the MyFundedFutures rapid accounts, and you're at daily payout in a hurry. So especially when you're adding to the winning trade. For me, every time I blow an account, usually it's from DCAing or doing mean reversion because I oversize. I'm not very good at it. A lot of people are very good at it, where they'll start with one micro, kind of DCA into different levels. But for me, it's difficult to do. So but I hope you guys are doing well this morning. I'm going to talk a little bit about what Tom and Terry was talking about. I'm going to place an order at 120. I don't like it. 120 is up at that high, but it could break. One micro, though. I do. This is one of my favorite patterns, so I think I will take it. I've been enjoying the bearish moves, the big push downs, but most of my trades today were all. You can see, I'll even show, I mean, you can see I was trading on a lot of momentum, right? Just using the momentum as the candles, as it's pushing up. Took a nice little short there to get started. And then, yeah, just did a lot of scaling in and out on those single candles. So it kind of reminds me about a few months ago, maybe a year ago, I don't know, I think it was like a year and a few months. We had a lot of volatility. We started having like 300-point 5-minute candles. And when the market starts dumping off like it has been in the last few days, you start getting more and more volatility. And I remember making a lot of money during that time. And I mean a lot of money. I'm talking 50, 60, 70, $80,000 on a personal account in like less than a month. But when the market started to slow down a bit after the big volatility, I proceeded to give it back. You know what I'm saying? So it's one of those deals where when you have a lot of volatility, it's tough to go back and adjust to a little bit of a slower market. So we always have to constantly adjust. And the only way to do that is sizing. So if you're used to trading bigger size, you know, all we can do is try to size down to try to hold on to our money, because it's not about like what you make in one day. It's about what you make in the long term and be more consistent into doing that. I guess I'm going to take the break here. Let's see if we can take that break. I am long, and I already took profit. That was a quick one. So just a little scalp off that outside bar with one micro. Currently up $4,871. Building upon this lead. Hopefully trying to get on the MyFundedFutures leaderboard. But I think we could take out that high. If you don't put it in that double top. But nice little break of the 5-minute. I might try to get back in on a pullback. So 1 W right there. A little scalp for about 50 ticks. And let's see if we can get a little... Guys, keep in mind that these grids are in 50s. See, my chart is, I want this. Whoops, I already stopped out on that, sorry. See, the grids are in 50s. So I'm trying to get back in on a little pullback here. 1 micro. Stop's going to go down below that 60. And I'm going to look for that continuation on a little bit longer. So I just made 50 ticks, and I just lost 50 ticks almost instantly. That's how wide the... I'm going to look for that high. 2 micros here. I have room to risk, right? So I'm up so big on the account. I have room to risk and I have room to push the account. So one of the things that Terry Trades taught me once was, like, shout out Terry. There's 20 points right there, like instantly, guys. Instant 20 points. All right, I'm taking off one there. It just shows you the volatility of this market right now. I'm gonna place a stop, I think just below this candle, 69, and see if we can push up through that high. So just trying to trail in my stop there. There's 40 points, 50 points. Unbelievable. One micro up $80 right now. Yeah, but one of the things that Terry Trades taught me was how to push my winning days. And yeah, sometimes it can be boom or bust, but you know, when you start working with a drawdown, now I have $12,000 in drawdown to work with, right? Look at that. All right, I think I can move the stop to break even at this point, right? Let's go for 100 points. Let's go for the 100. No, we'll see. We'll trail the stop here. So this is what I do. If I have intraday trailing drawdown, this is what I do. I like to trail that stop. This is how I do it. Trailing the stop. You don't want to let it come back too much against you. But a little inside-outside bar break, even though it was scary, right? The inside-outside, one of my favorite patterns. That's why I have the 5-minute chart even pulled up. You know, I guess it's going to pull back here. That's all right. We get a nice little trade there. Currently at 4,912. And this is a funded account, by the way, guys. This is a pro account. This is one of the best accounts on the prop firm circuit, guys. One of the best prop firm accounts, period. I'm telling you right now. With a pro account, you can pass it in one day. You have that option if you choose the pass it in one day. And you can also activate it instantly, and then you can make up to $100,000 on that account if you choose, you know, if you're depending on where you are with your payouts. But yeah, absolutely wild. So nice little plays off this inside outside bar. Just locked in a bunch of points there. And another tip here that I like to do is, like, if you size down, try not to look at the P&L so much. I mean, we just made $100-something with one micro, which is insane. But try not to look at the P&L so much. Get in the habit of, this is just a little tip, not financial advice, but get in the habit of counting your points, especially if you're sized down. So if you just say, well, today I got 50 points. I was talking to my brother a lot at the concert about it, and he's getting back into trading, which excites me a little bit, because him and I started trading futures in 2021, and then he took a big break. One of the most consistent traders that I've ever seen. He was definitely one of those people that was way more disciplined than I am, and is still way more disciplined. But all he does is count his points. He counts his points. He never looks at his P&L. So that didn't end, like, so I said, well, how'd you do today? He goes, I got 27 points on NQ, you know, or whatever. He goes, yesterday I got another 27 points. That's what he does. So he constantly does that. What's my best strategy? That one right there. That's my favorite one. If I see that type of pattern where I have an inside and outside bar, because what it means is we swept the low of the inside bar on a 5-minute chart on NQ, and then it immediately reversed it and then came back and took out the opposite side. And what I like to do is take the break on that opposite side, and then the stop would go below that outside bar. Sometimes it's a negative R&R. I usually try to get whatever I need to get for the day. So whether I'm at consistency or, you know, locking in a daily payout for a couple $100, because to me, a daily payout I can get a daily payout for a couple $100, that makes me happy. I'm perfectly content with that. But yeah, that's probably one of my favorite setups is finding that pattern. What's up, Trade with Lobo in the house? What's going on? Is a pattern that comes regularly? No, it doesn't come all the time. Let me see if we go back. Boy, I'm having so many issues with Tradeovate. Just laggy, like the charts and stuff. I don't know. I don't know what it is lately. But you don't see it all the time, but when you do find it, like this morning, you see right here, here's another pattern. Inside, outside bar, look at the break. Boom, big flush. If you miss that one, you got another one. Inside, outside, boom, big flush off it. You know, it's not, obviously not 100%, but the reason why I have the 5-minute chart up and the 2-minute is because I scalp off outside bars with a 2-minute, but I will look for this particular pattern. And as long as 960s hold, then I'm bullish, because I'm basing it off this particular pattern, if that makes sense. So, but it's just a really good, nice little pattern. It's like a little 3-candle pattern. But so yeah, give it a shot. Like, you know, go and back test it yourself, check it out, throw it on a demo chart, maybe throw it on a cheaper eval, throw a micro on it, and just see if you like it. I know it's like strategies are only just a small portion of the game. For me, this pattern, if I see it, I'm taking it just about every single time, because unless the only time I usually don't take it is if it's, say, just before a news release or something like that. That's when I don't take it. But if I see that pattern, I have the confidence that I'm going to pull the trigger on it every single time. And so any strategy that you find that fits your personality, that you like, whether it's ICT, if you're learning ICT, if you're learning order blocks or inside bars, it's just about finding that strategy that you have the confidence to pull the trigger on, and to be able to accept your loss when you lose, and to also hopefully have a high enough win rate. For me, I like to have a high enough win rate where I don't feel like I'm gonna overtrade, because I feel pretty confident in that type of setup where I could take some heat on it. So you got to size correctly, because you might take some heat, but overall I usually feel really good about taking that break, especially that first little initial break. And you can see, I mean, in this market volatility, quite wild. And the nice thing is, when I started out very small, I was able to add into it as we pulled back in, and then be able to take profit, you know, good 40, 50, 60 points, which generally I'm not looking for that many points, but in this market, why not? You know, why not? It seems like 50 ticks where my normal stop out is, or take profit, is so quick. It's insane. Guys, very excited. We're going to have Forex Ike on after this segment. Very, very excited. Oh, yeah. So I was going to talk a little bit about full-time trading and how I went full-time twice. I told the story before, so if you already heard it, then sorry. But Tom and Terry are talking about full-time trading, and I thought it would be an interesting story for me to discuss. So I've been full-time trader twice. And the first time I had zero debt. So I worked for the Postal Service for 15 years. Prior to that, you know, I've done carpentry, I've done mechanic work, I worked for a drilling and blasting company doing roadside type construction. It's just a lot of blue collar type work. That's all I've ever done. Got into trading in 2021 after I got done in the Postal Service. I had zero debt. I decided that I could not work at the post office anymore. I didn't want to do it. I I had enough. It just wasn't for me. 15 years in, I was done. And then I ended up building my own house while I was working at the post office. I started building my house at the age of 20, and I built the house that you see right here. This is the house I built. I did it myself with help of my brother and my father, and, you know, family and stuff like that. Occasionally some friends if I needed a hand or something, but I built the house myself. I built it out of pocket. I bought the land cash. I ended up I cleared the land myself. I put the driveway in myself. I did the septic, everything myself, except the well. I didn't drill the well myself, but I did it all out of pocket. And that was the key. So every dime that I made at the post office, I would put into the house, and I would build it. And so I had zero debt. And I bought a truck. You know, I bought a nice truck back, you know, a while ago. I think 2010. I needed a truck, but I always bought a used truck. I never really got into buying things, getting into debt as far as like new car payments. I've never had a new car payment in my life. I did have I did buy a Harley once. That was kind of a mistake, but I was young, and you know, I bought a few Harleys and, you know, paid $20,000 for a motorcycle that just sat in the basement because he's only could ride for 2 months out of the year in the state of Maine, which is ridiculous. So it's like, why do you own a boat in a Harley? Because in the state of Maine, because you only have 2 months to run the thing. So it just sat in the basement collecting dust. Ended up selling that. But anyways, the point is that I've always lived well below my means. I don't really care about flashy things. I don't buy fancy clothes. Look, guys, look. This wardrobe is from Old Navy and Temu. I mean, this is the Old Navy and Temu. Like, I don't know if you guys can even see, but anyways, point is that I try to live well below my means. And so when I got into full-time trading the first time, I had a pretty nice savings account built up. And when I say a savings account, I had no debt. I owned my house, and I had about $100,000 in the bank that I literally saved. Look at this rip here. And so I started to day trade. Well, I thought I knew it all. I started trading a personal account. I would throw in $15,000, $10,000 into a personal Trade-Evade account, and you would go well for, you know, a week or two, and I would make $1,000, $2,000. And I thought I was like, oh man, this is great. I'm full-time trading. I wasn't really trading with any prop firms back then. There wasn't as many to choose from. We are ripping through the highs, guys. This inside outside bar still holding. Beautiful trade, beautiful setup. This is one of my favorites. Anyways, I'm not trying not to have FOMO. Anyways, I didn't really have the prop firms that I like we do today, especially the, you know, MyFundedFutures. You have options. It's a beautiful thing. And so I would trade the personal account, and I would lose the 10,000. So I would go up by like say $1,000 for a few weeks, $2,000, and then I would just one day of tilt would come back and wipe out the accounts, and so I'd be down like $10,000 on the Trade-Evade. I'd lose 10,000. So what I would do is I'd throw more money into it. I'm going to do it this time. I threw $10,000 in another Trade-Evade account, and I would wipe that out over time. And so I did that a few times. And then I says, you know what? I had this like E-Trade account. I said, I'm going to get into trading options. So now I'm going to trade some options. I threw the rest of my money in there. I had about, I don't even know, 80,000, 70,000 bucks or something like that in the E-Trade investment account. And I started trading options on margin. Well, guess what? I lost $30,000 in one day trading options. And then a few weeks later, I loved doing it so much, I lost another $30,000 trading options. Sweet, right? So what happened then? Well, I lost $60,000 out of my, or over 60,000, probably about 80,000 total out of my total portfolio, my total savings. And I had, I don't know, 10, 15,000 maybe left, 20,000 left to my name. So I lost my whole life savings, basically went broke. And now I have no job, but I'm fully capable of going out and getting work. The fortunate thing is I invested in another property while I was working at the post office. I invested in a bunch of foreclosed properties that needed full rehabilitation, full rehabs. And I ended up taking a house that I owned and stopped trading for a little while and went and rehabbed it. I took every single credit card I had, every Home Depot card, any Lowe's credit card I could find, and I started buying materials to fix up this house that I had owned. And it was an investment property. So thankfully I still had that property. And I worked 7 days a week for, I don't even know, I think 6 or 7 months, fixed up the house myself, did everything. I went right from the ground up. I did everything from refinishing the basement up through fixing all the plumbing, bringing in new everything, flooring, paint, you name it, new kitchen, new countertops, new everything. I took every bit of all the money I had, and I ended up fixing up that house. And then at night and early mornings, I would run DoorDash just to make a few dollars to pay for my cell phone, pay for my food, whatever, but thankfully I didn't have any big bills. First of all, I don't have any kids, thankful. And I didn't have any mortgage payment. I didn't have any car payments. I didn't have any of that stuff, but just the basic necessities, I would do DoorDash to pay for that while I was working on the house. So yeah, it probably took 10 years off my life, but anyways, I ended up finishing that house finally, and then selling it, put a nice chunk of change in my pocket, went full-time again, and really haven't looked back. And I was full-time probably about 6-7 months before I started streaming again. And then now with the streaming and the trading and MyFundedFutures TV giving me a job here as a host, I have multiple sources of income, and that's really been the key to the success of being a full-time trader for me personally. And by the way, none of that is financial advice, disclaimer. This is like just my journey. And so now I really don't think I'm ever going to do anything else again. I really don't want to do anything else again. I think this is a dream job, a dream gig, but really having multiple sources of income. So whether you're trading and working your job that you're 9 to 5, and then trading on as a supplemental income, like our next guest, Forex Ike, who's coming on, who also has a job but also trades on the side and has multiple sources of income, it can really, really, really change your life. And I feel very fortunate, and like my dream of like trading full time, I don't see ever stopping. Like I feel like I'm going to be right here with you, probably not right here and with you guys on MyFundedFutures TV. I hope so, but like in the next 20 years, I'm going to be trading, and that feels pretty awesome. So anyways, guys, I'm sorry I really didn't read much of the chat. That was kind of a long story because we have Forex Ike on next. But thank you so much for being here, and I will see you guys tomorrow. Guys, I hope you enjoyed that story. I'll see you later. Peace.
Let's go, let's go, let's go. Thank you, Pine. Bro, I mean, the dude built his house. He cleared the land, laid the drive. What? Pine tree, that's grind tree. Wow. I couldn't believe that. But yeah, there's a lot to that story about becoming full-time trader, or do you trade? Let me get a little more centered there. So we'll talk about that. We only got an hour together right now. So what I want to do first, as usual, thank you, chat. Thank you, chat. What I want to do, as usual, guys, is first jump into the chart, break it down, mark it up, get ready, and then let's chat. Let's talk a bit. Let's see what's going on. Let's see how things are going. Let's see how the week's been. Now, if you guys remember, the last time we were together, last Friday, last Monday, Wednesday, that's right. Let me share this tab here. So this is the account I was trading then, right? Funded account. I've only traded this really on stream, right? So we got this account funded almost a month ago now. Wow. So maybe I do got to trade. Maybe I do have to trade this a little off stream, because my whole idea or point was I wanted to do the payoff with you guys, the payout. So, and you remember, if you remember last stream, I took that big L, right? I'm negative RR, right? Bigger losses than wins. Took that big L to start the day last week. This was a week ago. And came back, right? How? Just sticking with what works. Negative RR. I know. It feels weird. It's like driving a Tesla, right? It feels weird. People look at you funny for it, but I like it. Like, I like it. It feels good. You know what I mean? So let's get into it, right? The market's just been crazy. I mean, these candles, bro, like these candles, like, wow, you know, but let's now look for those of you who don't know me, don't know my trading style. I keep it very simple. I believe I am stupid. I believe most people are stupid, but most people think they're smart, right? So what do? I'm not trying to like pick the top, pick the bottom, find out where the 50% mark of Asian low is doing the unicorn while it's got a bullet kill zone happening. I don't look for any of that, right? I just go to the 30-minute, right? 30-minute. That's where I go. And I look where candles closed or a lot of wicks touched each other, right? Hey, pause. So that's all I'm looking for, because really, what do I believe in? I do price action, which really means the past action of price is what I'm anticipating again, right? Price will keep doing the same thing till it doesn't, right? Like, and that's what I'm here for. I'm here to say, I don't know what it's going to do, but it's doing this. So I'll just keep doing that with it. You know what I'm saying? Like, we're keeping it so simple. Like, my strategy, which is profitable, by the way, for people who don't follow me, you can see me on Twitter, Forex Ike, on Twitter for the last 3-4 years, trading the same way, posting payouts. So it is a profitable strategy. I'm not just playing around over here, but it is just as simple as can be. We go off, then after we mark up the 30, we go to the 5-minute. And really right now, what I'm waiting for is closures above or below the range. So what do I mean by that, right? Like, what are we going on here? What am I looking for right now? It's 10:33, right? I always check the time. We want to see what's going on. I would like this candle in a minute and a half, ideally to close up here in this range, right? Above this floor, above this support, like it's doing, right? If it does, I would like the next candle to come down, test this support, and I put a buy stop right above it to ride it all the way back up to 62. Okay, that's pretty much my whole thoughts. Is if we close above, we should go fill the range. If we close below, we should fill the range down, right? Like, that's really the thought behind this whole strategy. So let's wait on this close in another 45 seconds. We also have the Ike CT scalping strategy, which we'll get into too. We're going to be doing both, right? We're going to be doing some support. Let me put another level up here. We'll be doing some support and resistance. Right around here is another one. We'll be doing some support and resistance trading and some Ike CT scalping. Okay, let's see. Oil is making me sad. Shahid said, well, you know, yeah, oil prices make me sad too. You know, I moved into this old house, bought an old house last year. Dude, winter, it runs on oil. See, look here, look what happened here. We don't get a chance. We didn't get a chance for an entry over here. Right? Price came down, closed above, came down. When it was coming back up, I would have loved to get in if price closed around here and ride that next candle. But now what do we got to do, right? Now I need to wait for another candle closure. Now, that's also why I don't get FOMO, right? Every candle that I'm looking for is 5 minutes away, right? I trade off the 5. So I'm looking for 5-minute closures. So what am I looking for at this point, right? Either I want price to close above here, making us look like we're going to go further up, or maybe close down here, but respecting the support. And then I would get into a buy to go back up here, right? Right now, although everything I'm talking about is buys, it's only until I get a closure below a range, right? So if you look what's going on here, we just keep closing above the range, right? Look at this, right? Closed above the range, tested, filled the range up. Closed above the range, tested, filled the range up. So right now, the only way I'm getting into a sell, which I'll be happy to in another candle closure, is if we could close below. We close below here, I'd wait on that next candle to kind of retest and drive back down, right? Same as before, right? It's a very simple strategy. I'm just looking at chat, seeing if anything. ICT is I create trauma, true, but ICT, Ike's candlestick theory, that creates payouts. Okay, we'll get into that. That goes off the 5 and the 15-minute as a scalping strategy for just 4 points. Okay, I know. I've heard it all before, guys. I've heard it before. 4 points on NQ is crazy. I know. But guess what? If you can get 4 points 3 or 4 times in 15 minutes, you're not just looking at 4 points anymore. Now all of a sudden you're at 16 or 20 points, right? So let's not take numbers or standards that random people may have made up and say this is what I have to do, or this isn't considered good, this is considered good. Work on what is considered good for you. So if making 4 points, which is $80 in a minute, and maybe doing that 2 or 3 times in a 10-minute period and making $250 in about 15 minutes, if that's good for you, then that's all that matters, right? You don't need to do what you're hearing people online do, right? You need to find a way for you to make money. That's what I'm saying. All right, so let's see here. Let's see what this candle is going to close, right? If we can close respecting this support, I would look for a buy to keep going up here. If we close below here, like I said, I'd wait for another candle to come up, give a test, and push back down, right? This is that funded account that I got with MyFundedFutures. I need 3, by the way, great specials at MyFundedFutures right now. 30% off the builder plan. I think 25K plans are 20% off. Code YouTube for all of that will get you the best price right now. So definitely, if you're looking to pick up some, there's great 25K plans for a great price at MyFundedFutures. Hit them. So let's see what happens here. Somebody's saying, I think all sellers enter at around the 250 mark. Oh, you mean that they entered right around there? Okay, right at this pretty much support, right? Or resistance. Possible. Right now, what I'm looking for is a closure, right? We need a closure. It's 10:38. If by like, let's say 10:50 or so, another 15, 20 minutes, if we're not finding our setups that we're looking for right here in the support and resistance, we'll go more to the ICT scalping, right? We'll be playing both right now. But 100 points in 1 minute, exactly. Those are crazy, man. Like, listen, I'll tell you right now, you will never see amazing, crazy days from me on one account. You know, I copy trade a bunch, so you'll see, you know, higher payout days, but I don't catch 100 points, man. I don't even catch 25 points unless it happens really quick. I am in and out. I want the money and I want to go. I don't want to be the best trader, right? I'm not looking to be the #1 predictor with the best chart executions. I don't care about my executions. What I'm looking for is payouts. I want more payouts. My executions, let's see if I can go back enough on this thing to see some of the executions, right? It was a week ago that I traded on this account. Just so you could see, oh, well, this account we actually traded on stream, so you might know. Anyway, I don't want to go all the way back there. But my executions are never beautiful. But like, who cares? You know, almost every week they make me call JP Morgan to call them up and say, hey, will you take a payout if I got it by scalping a bunch of 4-point trades, or is the only way to get a payout if I have a great 10 RR, amazing 150-point win? They said, bro, they said, you get a payout, that's all that matters. We don't care if you were taking 1 point at a time or 100 points at a time. 1 micro, 1 mini, they don't care. They want the money. Same with your bank, same with Amex, same with your mortgage company. Every company just wants the money. So what I want to get your guys' heads involved in is thinking like, I don't need to hold it until TP, even though it's only $10 difference or something. I don't need to practice being the best candlestick trader. I want to practice consistently getting payouts, right? That's what we're here for, guys. Same sheet every week. Same shit every week. Yes. Listen, Rio, I am here to help. I'm waiting for the setup. You know, like, you let me know what, you know, I would love to discuss other strategies. You tell me what we can do here. But I'm showing what helps me, what works for me, and what worked for friends of mine, in real life friends, people who don't know how to trade. You know, this is a simple strategy. And, you know, I'm not selling, I can't even sell a course on it because it's so simple. I'm just waiting on closures, bro. I can't even, you know what I'm saying? Like, this is just a simple strategy, but it's proven. Support and resistance, it's as old as the market. So that's what we're doing here. Now, I want this candle to close above. right? Which is still a 4-minute, you know, my target right now is still filling this range up, the 2962 or so, 262 right here. That's still my target, but I don't market buy and I gotta wait for the confirmations, right? I cannot do a, I can't just do a market buy because I think price is going up, especially when you have negative RR, and especially if you're trading with a mini, right? Price could very well go up, but maybe it will fill this wick down first, right? Maybe it'll go from 51 down to 90, 60-point move before going up, right? So I'm not getting in the buy yet till I get my confirmation, right? I need a closure above, and then I can get in the trade, right? Which is still 3 minutes away, you know? So yeah, right now we're waiting. I mean, while we wait, I guess, for this candle close, you know, I'm going to Florida today, and I bought this with my last payout money. Some payout money. Let me share this tab right here. Check this out. This little, I'm going to be scooting through the airport today. Don't worry, I'm going to put it online. I'm going to put some content online of me trading while scooting. You know what I mean? So I'll be posting that. So if you follow me on Twitter, you will definitely be seeing me flying through the airport today. Making trades. So make sure to catch that. I'm sure it's going to be great. New ride, exactly. So let's see if we can get a closure over here. But listen, that's also what payout money is for, right? Like after this candle close, maybe we could talk about a little bit more about like what Terry and Tom and Pine were talking about like you know, making trading your full-time job, you know, which, as you know, I have a full-time job, right? Trading is a great additional source of income for me. Let's see what we got going on over here. You know, so you don't need to make it all or nothing. You know, you definitely do not want to need to make it all or nothing. Yeah, man, you guys will see me. I've got that you know, that phone that opens a fold. So I'm gonna pull up a chart on this while on that scooter, while on that thing going through the airport. It's gonna be lovely. I don't know if I'll win that trade or not, but you know I gotta take it. Okay, at this point, I'm kind of like looking for price to come down here. I think I'm gonna get into a sell stop. Again, I don't do market orders, right? So I'm gonna look for price to come down and take me with it. Let's see if we can get in this here. I'm gonna because of the stops on this one, I'm gonna switch to micros here, just because of how big that stop was. Because I kind of need to be above that wick, and then I'll mark this up real quick. Oh no! Don't tell me I'm gonna miss it now. Don't tell me I'm gonna miss it now. Hold on. Let me get into this real quick. Sorry guys. I don't usually switch to micros, but I can't have like a $1,400 stop loss there, right? Okay. Okay, so look, this is what we got going on right now. We got a sell stop. We're in it. All right, let's see what we can do here. Now, again, guys, you know, I do not hold trades long, right? If I even get to, right? Because you can always get stopped out here. I would like to mark up my support and resistance. It looks weird looking at a chart like this without seeing my support and resistance. Okay, 175, 218, 246, 310, 276, 276 bucks real quick. That's 28 points. Support and resistance right there. Okay, that's kind of what, oh, look what it looked like on this chart, right? Right through, okay? That wasn't bad, right? That was good. You guys understood why I took that trade, everyone? You guys understood that trade, right? I think we've even got more room to go, to be honest. But I gotta wait for a little bouncy boo. Yeah, hopefully you guys understood why we took that trade, right? You saw what happened, right? We had the closure below the range, price came up, and then started coming back down. So to me, we're filling this range down, and that's what we did. So that's support and resistance. How much did we make on that one real quick? Let me just look at that. Okay, 218 after everything. 20. It was a little over 20 points over there. You know, we could just stay on micros if we want to with this volatility. Let me mark up everything real quick. I still got to do the markup. 30-minute. Again, You see me just mark up how quick it takes to mark up here. We're going to keep going on this account, right? This is that funded account that I want to bring to payout with you guys, showing you, because I understand how everyone feels about support and resistance. I understand how everyone feels about negative RR. I understand because I too was once like that, until I said, dude, I just want to get paid. I just want to get paid, okay? And that's when I said, forget it. Forget what they tell me is right and wrong. I just want to get paid, my guys. All right, let's see what else we can catch here, right? I'm still liking down, right? I'm still liking, you like how technical that is? I'm still liking down. I still like down. I'm still liking down over here. I do think these wicks are coming for them. And if we could test this support resistance, I like price coming back down after retesting. So that's not a bad other little small sell we could maybe get into here. On the flip, right? I don't do the limit order. I don't do market orders, right? I don't look for sniper entries. I come in second place, third place, fourth place. You know, like, let me just join the fun. Let me just come for the ride. What just happened? Did I do a market order as I'm talking about how I don't do my? Okay, I got to get right out of this trade. Really. This was a total accident. There we go. Okay, that was lucky. I got 8 points on that out of luck. I wanted to do a limit or a stop order here, and I think I typed in limit, so it automatically just filled. Okay, listen, some mistakes happen for the best, some for the worst. So okay, here we are. But let's keep it moving, guys. I still like that sell, right? I just kind of need a little mental reset after that, right? I would have been in a sell from about here, right? From 29.080. Let's wait. Let's see what this candle does. We got 2 more minutes. There's no reason to FOMO. There's no reason to rush, right? Sell is looking nice, but let's see where I had the stop loss at. I mean, so this would have been the trade, right? That would have been it. Woulda, coulda, shoulda. Yeah, that was user error. And believe me, I get user error plenty, okay? There's plenty of times where I have user errors. So that was just some user error. We're going to wait for the next candle. But look, this is what I'm really looking at or anticipating. Look, what I anticipate, that could change with the next candle closure. That's another thing, okay? So it's like, just because I have a bias or an idea now, one more candle closes in a different range or out of the range, my idea changes, right? I'm not married to any of this, right? What I'm looking at now and kind of like sussing out, as the kids say, is kind of I think these are both like rejection areas over here, okay? This yellow and this yellow. And I'm looking for price to kind of come down here and bounce back up to here. So right now, we're waiting on candle closures, of course, but I want price to kind of move through this yellow, and then I'd put a buy stop on the anticipation of it turning around, right? I'm not going to just get into a buy down here. I'm not going to get into a, I'm not going to set a limit buy here. So when price comes, I'm picking the bottom where it should bounce from. I'm going to put a buy stop after price goes down there, where it's almost like a confirmation that price is turning around. It's taking you with it then. Okay. So like, I know I never get the beautiful entries that way, but I stay out of, a bigger thing than how you trade, than what trades you take are the trades you don't take, right? And that helps me stay out of a bunch of trades, right? If I put in a buy stop instead of just a limit buy or a market buy, it keeps me out of a lot of trades that could have gone the wrong way for me. And like I said, when you trade negative RR, you need to eliminate all of those possible negative ideas, okay? So is everyone else still trading? Are people still, are you guys just watching because you want something in the background? Like where's the chat at? Press 1 if you're still trading. Press 2 if you're done for the day. Press 3 if you don't even want to answer my question. Let's see. Week 1 made 900. Week 2 down 232. Week 3 down 300. Okay, it still sounds like a profitable month. Feed MFTV. Still sounds like profitable. 1. Okay, pretty done. Tough day. Yup. Okay, 420. I feel you. There we go. 2, 3. I like it. 3. Thank you, Keith. Like it. Okay. Well, listen, guys. We're not done yet, right? I'm gonna be still trying to do some scalping with you for another 40 minutes. I'm going to try getting some more support and resistance with you, because look, the scalping is great. I love scalping, you know, my ICT scalping, but my real bread and butter, you could say, the consistent payouts and the real money makers is my support and resistance. It's this. I mean, you know, we're up like close to 300 right now. Really, this trade should never happen the way it did, but it should have happened even better, right? I should have gotten in at 82 and maybe gotten out by 60 or 63. But either way, we're still cooking. We are still cooking right now. Okay. Another thing I usually stay away from is the hourly candle, right? That hourly candle, just because it could whipsaw and fluctuate so much. You know, like, I don't want to be in it for a 20-point push the wrong way, and then it reverses to my favor. You know what I mean? So for me, if I'm not in a trade when there's about 3 minutes left to the hour, let's say, so, you know, another 5-6 minutes or so, I'm not going to get into a trade. I'm going to wait for the hour to close and go from there. You know, and that would be a good time also to maybe talk about like trading as a full-time deal or as a part-time deal. You know, I guess we could talk about that now, as this candle is kind of trying to figure out what to do. And again, look, this is what I'm looking for here, right, guys? Normally, I would just look for, if I was looking for a closure below, I would anticipate price to keep coming down, probably fill this wick down here at 2851, right? That's kind of like my target. If price closes below here, the one thing holding me back is I'm anticipating this is kind of a rejection area, right? Price came in, it popped out. Price came in, it popped out. Price came in, popped out. Like, so the one thing holding me back from like a closure here and then getting into a sell to fill the range down to 890 or even 850, which is 100 points, believe it or not. Wow. The one thing stopping me from that is this wick rejection zone. So we're just going to monitor, see where we close. You know, if we close above here, I'm not against price coming back up here, right? We touched this yellow. Why not come back to this yellow, right? It's kind of how we've been starting to go, right? And like I said, that's why I do my buy stops and sell stops, right? Because you're eventually, of course, it's going to keep moving, right? It's not going to bounce for the rest of time, right? So if you have a buy stop over here, when price does come down here and just keeps moving down, you're safe. You got to buy stop. You're not activated unless it pulled back up, right? So price will do what it do until it don't. But by using a stop order, you're avoiding that possibility of it keep going without you, right? So instead of you just having a sell here, you wait for price to come through, then you put your sell stop. And if price keeps moving up, okay, you cancel your order. If price turns back down, it activates your order. And then hopefully you were right about your idea, right? Okay, so let's see. We got about 8 minutes left in the hourly. So we'll keep looking at price here. Again, I'm looking for closures above and below support, and staying away from the hourly. But, you know, for me with trading, right? Trading, I have a full-time job, right? But I have a full-time job because I have a full-time job I really like and a full-time job that pays really well, right? But the reason I have this full-time job is because of trading. Because when I first started trading, I was doing some real estate, like broker, like being a broker, you know, a salesman, real estate broker salesman, right? That was taking up a bunch of my time. I didn't like it, right? It was working on the weekends, working on nights, didn't like it. Had to get out of it, but how can I get out of it? It's where I'm making my money, right? I don't have a great story like I built my house and cleared my land. But when I started making money from trading consistently, it gave me the opportunity to leave that job for a job paying less, but with more potential, you know, where I could get better override, better bonuses, things like that, but a much smaller salary, right? Which I never would have been able to accept if I didn't have the extra money from trading, right? So like the flex to me is not have a $100,000 job that you quit because you're making $150 a year from trading, right? The flex is you have a $100,000 job and you make $150 from trading, right? It totally puts you in a whole different category, right? First of all, you know your main bills are all secured, and then you're trading for like life, for life, for comfort, for security. And to me, that's the best way to trade. You know, it gives me opportunities. You get this money, you can invest it other ways. Like for me, trading is a great way to make additional money so I can do something with that, right? Like that's why trading is so amazing for me, you know? And look what's happening here. We're in the yellow. Now, I'm not against a buy stop here, except that we're about 5 minutes from the hourly close. Okay. So because of that, and because of how this candle is just pushing like crazy, we're probably going to have to wait for the hourly, unfortunately. Now, again, look, we're only here for an hour, but this strategy works all day long, right? So as long as you get the whole idea of waiting for closures, waiting for confirmation, things like that, you know, you could do this at 7 a.m. You could do this even an Asian session. It works pretty nicely. You know what I mean? Like, I like trading really, you know, throughout the day. Like I'll really open up my charts maybe at 8, trade from 8 to about 9:15, stop trading from 9:15 to about 9:40, just because like I don't like the craziness. And then I'll have the chart open and just, you know, random scalps throughout the day. And by like, normally if I'm up on the day by like 12:30, I'm done. If I'm just like kind of break even or chilling, I might go trade a little bit more until about 2:33-ish. But after 3, I also don't really trade, just because like I don't want to be in these big candles. I don't want to be in this mix. Okay, I want to be in the mix like this, where I can get 8 to 10 points, and call it a day. You know, I'm looking for. I want calmness when I trade. You know, I like the calmness, right? What's this? This is, well, that's CPI candle, of course, but so that's when I trade. So yeah, you know, when we're together for an hour, it's no guarantee how many trades we may or may not get, because I got to wait for these closures, right? If we don't get the 5-minute closure, I don't really have my confirmation. I don't want to go take that trade now, you know? But look what's going on, right? We are pushing right through. We're pushing, filling this wick over here we spoke about earlier over there, filling that wick down. But I had no entry, so I have no FOMO, right? We had no entry, we had no FOMO. Like what should I have done? Just sell randomly over here? I wouldn't sell here. Like I said, I like a sell, except this wick rejection area kind of scared me out, which is fine, because when you're negative RR, it's better to get scared out of a few trades and take one that's going to end up being an L, right? So that is fine. But obviously this rejection zone is not worth anything, right? So we deleted it, you know? That's it. It was an idea. If it played out, awesome. But if this candle would have closed around here, great. I would have probably put a buy stop here, anticipating price to come up. But I mean, there was no, you know, there was no chance. We had no chance. We had no chance. Gold is falling. Let's check gold too. Could maybe get on a little gold trade too. Let's see. Let's mark up some gold. You know, gold is, I trade it the same way, and I actually learned on gold this strategy, and totally profitable and great on gold. When I was doing Forex, right? Then once we moved to kind of Forex kind of blew up in the US, like in a bad way, like MT5 got banned, and you know, that's why my name is still Forex Ike. So I was trading gold then, but then once I came to futures, you know, I went to NQ, and I was just doing green on NQ, where I just didn't even miss or have time to look back at gold. But that being said, while we're waiting and while we're hanging out, wow, gold, wow, damn. Someone said gold has fallen. I didn't know they were, whew, didn't know they mean like all the way down here to like November time. Wow, we are at November prices for gold. That is insane. That is insane. All right, well, let's mark it up. We're marking them all up. I'm going to look both at both. Yeah, look, missing trades, guys, it's not bad. Look, if you can only catch maybe one, or your setup only presents itself, let's say once or twice in a day, and you miss that, okay, yeah, that kind of sucks, right? Because now what are you going to do, right? I'm going to go back and forth between gold and NQ. So yeah, in that case, if your setup only shows up at once or twice and you miss it for whatever reason, yeah, that sucks. But if you have a strategy where every 5 minutes you have kind of a new presentation or a new opportunity for a trade, it's not so bad, you know? So like, that's also another thing, is like, I don't want to feel like I got to look at the charts nonstop throughout the day in order to be a trader, right? Like I want trading for freedom, right? I'm going to add some extra support over here. You know, I want to trade for the freedom, right? Which means I'm not glued to my chart. It means I can hit my chart when I want to. I can mark it up very quickly. You know, you guys see what I do, right? We could mark it up super quick. We can catch trades super quick. If we don't see our opportunity, we know in 5 minutes we might be able to. So that's why I like trading off the 5 minute with a simple support and resistance strategy, because it just works for my lifestyle better, you know? Let us see here. So look, let's see if we can catch anything else right now. So right now, look, I'm still obviously expecting price to keep coming down, right? Why? Because what price has been doing is what I expect price to keep doing. So, but in order for me to get into a sell here, I need a closure below. Even this candle, if this candle can close below here, I would get into a sell to come further down, right? You know, I love seeing wicks get filled, right? You know that, right? Anyone who's watched any of my streams knows we love seeing wicks get filled. Kim Capital, what's up? Let's go. Some more to the TP. Yeah, so let's see if we can catch something here, because right, a closure. Now look, a closure above here. I'll be open. Look at this. I mean, this is why you have to be patient and calm here while trading in this market, because dude, these 5-minute candles are 60, 70 points for a 5-minute candle. It's you know, that's why I'm on MNQ. Like that is crazy to me, you know, like. So we got to wait on closures here. We got to wait on closures. We can't get tricked, right? We got to make sure we're not getting fooled out by like, oh, it's running, oh, let's buy or something, and then it's turning around here. I need a closure above here. Now look, if we close pretty much respecting this resistance, if we can touch this resistance, I am open for a sell back down here to fill this range back down. But I do want price to come all the way up and touch it, you know? I don't want it to just be hanging around here. Then maybe the next candle comes touching it. But I'll tell you what, that next candle, if it pushes up, I'd put a sell stop under it to come back down. Like I'm looking at buys and looking at sells, but I'm not guessing or getting my bias. I'm waiting on closures, right? We wait for a candle closure, we try to catch it. That's it. If there's no candle, if you have an idea, but the candles are starting to close in a different way, forget that idea, right? Before I had what? I had my, you know, this was a rejection zone I had over here before, right? Right over there, those wicks. I'm like, oh, look, it looks like price keeps rejecting over here, right? As soon as this candle happened, I'm like, we'll get rid of that, right? But it didn't cost us anything, because if I would have just said, oh yeah, this is a rejection zone and put a buy right here, buy limit, price would have came down, got me in the trade, stopped me right out in one candle, right? So it's safety first, guys. Do no self-harm. Smash the likes, share. Let's do it. Share, subscribe, and like the chat, please. Like it. So let's see over here. I would like price to keep coming up here. Okay, so look, here's our two scenarios. This is what we're looking at right now. I know we didn't get too much ICT out. Maybe the last 20 minutes of the stream we'll focus a little bit more on ICT. Which I also think I should be doing in like micros instead of minis here, but we'll see. So look, I'll tell you exactly what I'm looking for here, okay? Right now, we closed in this range. We respected support. This next candle came, looked like we were going to keep pushing. No, push back. It's respecting support right now, right? But this was never retested yet, the resistance. Like, are we respecting support and going to chill in this range, or are we respecting support and driving right up, right? So I need another closure or a test. Like, if you close below here, I'm down for a sell. I told you guys, I am switching. I'll switch up on them. You know, like, remember, guys, the first thing you do when you make some money, you have to switch up on your day ones, right? We know that. Everyone knows that. Same thing with my bias here. I'll switch up on my bias. Like, as soon as the candle starts doing something silly, starts changing it up, I'll switch up my bias. I'm looking for buys. Okay. Oh, the candle's not doing what I'm expecting in my head for it to turn into a buy. I'm looking at sells now, right? I'm looking for any opportunity. That's what I'm looking for. Okay, right here, you get a doji, which really means you can't do anything. Plus, I got wicks on both sides. Now, oftentimes when I see one of these double-sided wick boys, they both get filled, these wicks, you know, usually one first and the other. So that being said, if we can get price to come down here, fill this wick and respect this this support, I would totally get into a buy to fill this wick back up. And the other way around, we fill this wick up and then start coming back down, I would get into a sell to fill this wick down, right? Look at these wicks. These wicks love to get filled. Show me a wick not filled. Which wick is not filled, right? Okay, this guy up here, maybe. But you know what I'm saying? Like, wicks get filled. Wicks get filled. Every wick gets filled, okay? So this wick and this wick I believe are getting filled. Will they get filled on the same one candle? That I'm not sure. But I see a wick and I'm like, that's a target, right? That's how we picked this target when we said price should come down to around here. I saw this big wick over here and I said if price comes down here to fill this wick, I think it's going to fill this wick too, right? So we wait. I know, guys, listen, again, I want to take trades here for you guys and I want to show you guys like what I'm thinking and all that, but I don't want to force a trade, of course, right? To make you think like, oh, this is the right way to trade or something. So it's like, we have to wait on the closures, guys, you know? Over trading done. Okay, good. Good Shahid trades live. All right, so let's see. We want some closures, and I'm also looking for Ike CTs, okay? Let's look at a little bit of an Ike CTs at the same time, okay? For those who don't know, Ike CT, it's either 5. Oh, look at that. So we're filling this range down. Let's see what happens here. Let's see what happens here. My Ike CT scalps are based off the 5-minute. I'm also looking at 15-minute now, so we'll check it out. But 5-minute candles, pretty much. I wait till they're about half formed, which is 2.5 minutes in, and then as long as the body is over, about 20 points, I'll put a sell limit at the top of the candle, a buy limit at the bottom, for 4 points, just for 4, risking 20 for 4 points. Just hoping that price is kind of breathing. The candle's kind of breathing. It's halfway done, breaks its high again, pulls back, breaks its low, pulls back, you know, kind of is in that little range. So that's my Ike CT scalping strategy, which we're going to keep an eye on here and see if something works for that, you know. And I use that strategy with my support and resistance, meaning if something looks like it should be a sell on a support and resistance and Ike CT is saying, hey, do a buy here, normally I will just pass on that trade, right? Because my support and resistance is definitely the main sustainable long-term money-making strategy. Ike CT is a great scalping strategy, great for evals to try to make, but because of that high RR, if you do get some bad luck or a couple of these big candles trading, you know, during heavy volatility, it's very easy to get popped with it, right? So, okay, so look, this is what I'm going to do over here now. Price came all the way down here. I am liking, if price can come, now remember I'm talking about wicks getting filled, right? If price can start coming back up here, I'm going to put a buy stop probably on the break of this candle. It's almost 100. This is a 100.5-minute candle, guys. Like it's crazy. All right, so now I got to wait for a closure here. I like how we're respecting. Let's see. Let us see, guys. Iran strike Israel. Wait, did any news happen? Or, I mean, gold is the crazy part, man. I cannot believe, we are at a low from November. That is crazy. November lows. So shouldn't, you know, normally when gold is falling, the market is climbing, right? Look at that, still pushing. All right, let's close below here so I can get into a sell, right? Close below, I can get into a sell. Right now, I'm kind of liking the buy to fill this wick up. Do that with a couple micros. It's just pushing down so hard, getting into a buy stop here. It just doesn't make sense, guys. Like I totally believe price will come back up here. And there's like that voice of me saying you just put like a buy stop here at like 860, and when price comes up to just ride it up, and, you know. But I'm not going to do that. You know, that's one of those trades where you have the intuition and then you have like an intuition not to, and it's always best to not to in those cases, right? I'll wait for another candle closure. Okay, look, we're respecting over here. We are respecting, but this wick is calling, right? It's calling them. I'll tell you what the problem with that respecting is I was talking about sells if we can get a closure below here, right? But we didn't close below. Still kind of like sells though, right? Let's see. We got to give it a couple minutes. Let's give it a couple minutes. Okay. Do you prefer 25, 50, or 150 accounts with this strategy? I prefer 50K accounts almost always, just because I'd rather scale down to start the strategy and build the buffer that way, because with the 150s where you have to make, 9K or whatever the number is, I'd rather do that in a 50K where I'll be able to take out part of that money, right? So if I have to, if the drawdown's the issue for me and I need better drawdown or more drawdown, I would do the 50K and maybe start with half the size to build a buffer up and then go to my regular size and do it. Because the fact that you're making 9K just to get to the funded level instead of 3K, I'd rather make 3K and then build a buffer after I'm funded with the 3K, build a buffer for another 3K, and then go up that way. Just to me, I like the 150Ks, don't get me wrong, but for me, 50Ks accounts are the best. 25Ks are great for practicing a strategy, because back testing and all that, and when you're running it through a simulation, it's just not the same. It's just not. So when I want to test a strategy out, like ICT, when I was working it, when I want to test a strategy out, I'll buy a 25K account and I'll test it with micros, Man, it's like there was just no entries here for me, man. It's like we kind of knew what was going to happen and we spoke about it, but we couldn't get in. So again, we're filling the ranges on one candle, bro. One candle's almost filling the range, right? So it's kind of tough. It's kind of hard to trade when you need a closure within the range, and every candle is the range. Like every candle is its own range right now. So yeah, I need a closure. Guys. I know. I want more trades, guys. I want to take this payout on stream, which also means I should probably trade this a couple times before next week, because so today we made close to 300 on this account, which is day 3 of making over the 150. So that means if tomorrow and Friday, I could build it a little bit more and then build it next week, then hopefully next Wednesday, the way Pine always does. I'm always jealous of how Pine starts a stream taking a big payout. The way Pine does it, maybe next week, Wednesday, we can do that here too, where you see from starting with MFF about a month ago or so, 5 weeks, to buying evals, to getting funded, to getting payout, right? That's what I'm trying to show. So yeah, like right now, guys, it's crazy candles. Like I want closures inside so I have a range to come down. Here I get a closure filling the whole range. Like it's like bruh, you know what I'm saying? So I got in with one micro and just kept adding as dropping. Wow, Sinister. Where'd you get in, Sinister Scalper? What was did you get in all the way, like up here? That's crazy, man. One micro and keep adding. I love that. I love it. Like, look, I know I have ugly executions, but I love looking at pretty executions. Like, don't get me wrong. Like when someone catches a whole trade and at 50 points, that's amazing. Or 100 points, it blows my mind. I love seeing it. But for me, I know what I can do, right? What can I do? I can catch 5 points, copy trade it to 10 accounts or something. And that's how I get my 50 points, right? The money's the same. The payout's the same. All that's the same. I just can't, I don't have that skill. But just because I don't have that skill to hold a trade that long, or to whatever the skill is, just because I don't have that does not mean you can't be consistently profitable while trading, right? You can still be consistently profitable by trading. There's a million ways. Almost every trader on this channel trades differently. Almost every trader trades differently. And I'm pretty sure every trader on this channel is getting consistent payouts too, right? So that just goes to show you, like, there is no one right way, right? The right way is to get payouts. That's how you know you're trading right. If you're getting payouts all the time, every week you're getting a payout, you're building accounts, you're not blowing accounts every week, you're not buying a bunch of evals, you're more like building and growing. If that's what you're doing, you're trading right. It doesn't make a difference if you're going for 1,000 points or 5 points, right? So that's that. So I love seeing when someone says that they took a micro and added to it all the way down and ended up catching a huge trade. It's amazing. Like, love it. But I know I can't do it, right? So it's more like the way I love watching athletes. Like, wow, incredible, like amazing stuff. But I'm not even gonna try to. Then I'm gonna go try to dunk a basketball because I saw LeBron do it. Like, I know I can't do it. Like, I'm not gonna try to do it. I'm not gonna waste a bunch of times practicing to do that. I might try to figure out how I can get the best bank shot in. So it's still 2 points, right? The dunk is worth 2. the bank shot from right under the basket sort too. Like that's all I'm that's all I'm doing. Look at this. It's just bleeding, bro. How about gold? Is gold still going? Wow. Crazy. Yeah. So it's look, so when I'm in, this would have been great support and resistance trading if these candles weren't the size they were. I mean, look at that. Like there is literally no entry. Like it fills the entire range that we drew this range up before these candles, right? We drew it up over here, 1030. We drew it up right here, this range, right? All these range down. And look, the candles just closed right on the ranges. No entry. Like I need a closure below, closure above. And oftentimes when I see when we're just trending super hard this way, oftentimes I'll just wait, right? I'm just going to say, all right, listen, this is crazy what's going on here. This is not when my strategy is at its best, right? You got to trade when your strategy is at its best. Some people trade just 9:30. 9:30 is their time. 10 o'clock, whatever, kill zone, Judas swing, power of 3, whatever weird names to make it sound cool are. Some people only trade those times. So, because at other times their strategy is just not as effective, and that's kind of the way it is with me. Like when we're just pushing like this with 100.5 minute candles, it's like, what can I do, right? Like you gotta wait, like because even if you're right, I'm basing everything off price action, which means kind of like the other candles are like my stop losses and stuff. Like how am I going to go to stop loss? Like look at that. Right. So this is just price action. We got to wait through and wait for a little bit of it to catch itself up. I posted on Twitter yesterday because it was a big trend day, actually, Friday too. But when you miss a trending day at the end of the day, let's say you didn't trade and you look and you see it just trending down or trending up, you're like, oh my God, I cannot believe I missed today's trading. Like I would have caught 300 points over here. Look at this, look, right? And then when it's a trending day and you trade, what happens? It never reversed. You blew your account, right? Like it's like, it always makes sense after, which is why the FOMO and looking back, that doesn't help you, because after the market plays out and makes its move, it always makes sense. If the price would have gone up, you're like, yeah, of course it went up. It had to take down the data high from, last PPI. And if it goes down first, you're like, yeah, of course it went down first. It had to sweep Asian low in order to give the London high liquidity of the IB25, right? Like it always makes sense after. So like looking back after to kind of like give yourself like an idea, you're often just playing yourself, right? You're often just telling yourself something which looks obvious now because it's over. So, like that's the thing with trend days too, right? On days you don't trade, you're like, oh, I could have caught all these trades. Then on the day you do trade with similar conditions, you blow your account, right? So we don't FOMO here. Every day is different, even when it looks the same. Every day is different. Especially with the news going on. You heard that noise. That means there's a contest going on right now. Click the link. Code YouTube. Remember, guys, if you're buying any accounts, code YouTube. Great deals. Click that form. Boop, boop, boop. Click that form. Contest. Good luck to everyone. Good luck. And we're not done here yet either, guys, right? Like this is a wick now forming, right? And what did we talk about? Wicks love getting filled. We got a wick right here, okay? So I still got my eye on the prize, right? We're not done for the day yet. We got another 10 minutes. Look, we made $300 today on the funded. That's not bad, right? Especially when you're copy trading, doing more, like but $300 in this hour that we've been together on a closure below, right? That was really we wanted to get into two trades, 2 closures below, right? This one over here, and then we wanted to get into this one down here, right? So there were 2 closures below we kind of were able to get with. If only I would have made my lines like this, right? Then it would have really been perfect, but that's not how we made them, right? Okay, look, here I like this wick fill, but I want price to come up a bit first. I would like a little push up first to just test this, right? So if we can kind of push up here, I would put a sell stop. And we'll see if we get a chance to. If we don't get a chance to, we don't get a chance to. But I need this. I want this candle to come at least to like 753-ish. Like push up and then reject. And then I would get into a sell stop at the flip of the candle. See if maybe, okay, it's pushing a bit. Maybe we'll get into a small position here. Okay, so we took that 753. I was just went even further, which is nice. Create limit order, stop. Okay. I got a sell stop over here. Negative RR, and we'll see if we could get entered here. Now look, if this candle closes above, we're going to cancel this order, right? But this is also, again, guys, why we don't do the market order, right? Because I did like this sell as a wick fill, right? So I could have just sold right here, right? What if I would have sold right here? Except I'd be 50 points in drawdown, 60 points in drawdown, right? If I would have sold right over there. So we put the sell stop. Let's see what happens. If I'm wrong, price should just keep moving up, and I'll cancel this order in probably another minute and a half. If price is still above here in another like minute and a half, we're going to cancel the order too. So right now we've got the order chilling. 2 micros, bro. I feel weird doing that. Like I've never, but like, look at this, bro. But this is, again, the trades you don't take are the trades where you are really what separates you, right? At this point, of course, I'm closing this trade or canceling it, canceling the order. But let's leave this up just to see what's happening. But that's what I'm saying, especially when you're dealing negative RR, it's missing those trades that are more important than those trades that you're taking, right? Because like one missed trade could wipe out 3-4 of your wins, like you saw last week, right? Last week I started with the loss and then had to fight my way back up to being green on the day. But doing the same thing, I wasn't over risking. I didn't change what I was. Congrats, winners. Congrats, winners. Hope you get funded with that account. Post the payout. We would love it. We would love it. So yeah, so now let's see what happens, right? Are we coming for this wick up here? Are we coming for that wick? We might be. Another thing, guys, is I share my chart, my trading view chart, this NQ trading view chart on for free. There's a link in my Twitter. So just go to my Twitter, go to my bio. I have a link that just goes right to this trading view chart. So you can just see how I mark it up. So anytime you just want to be like, oh, I wonder where Ike's got his levels or what's he up to, just go there and it will be my live chart. So if it's not marked up, I didn't get to the charts yet that day, or I'm done for the day. But normally, like if you go to that link right now, this is what you'll see. So obviously I'm going to remark this up in a bit. But this is always being shared at any time. So if you guys ever want to look at it or have questions about it, you can always check it out. All free. All free. Man, I'm still not over the fact that Pine is such a man, right? Like clearing his land. Wow. All right, right. We canceled this trade, right? And for good reason. So, but you know, you guys, I'm showing you everything, right? I'm showing you I'm showing you my terrible executions and what I'm waiting for and what like that's the main thing, because really you never learn someone's strategy, but you find something in there sometimes that makes sense to you and you kind of make it your own strategy, right? Like maybe there's something I'm showing you about these levels and closures. You're like, oh, I do see that, but it works really well with my ICT, SMT, CCSID strategy. So, the main thing is almost all strategies are profitable if you use them the right way. It's the operator, right? Like today you saw me make an operator error on this trade, right? So if there's anything that you can learn from it that can help your strategy, that's really all I want to put across, because I want you to know trading does not need to be complicated, right? I've been trading simply and profitably for years, right? 4 years now, maybe more now. But trading does not need to be complicated. It does not need to be crazy. You don't need to have a million notebooks to trade. If you're looking at price and just following what price is doing, and not trying to be a genius and not trying to predict it and not trying to crack the code, but instead just kind of follow the market, you'll find profitability. It might not be sexy. It might not be these $10,000 days, but it could be a $10,000 day because you can have $1,000 on 10 accounts, right? Or 5 accounts or whatever you're doing. So just because the dollar amount you're looking for here is not maybe what you're looking for, remember you're playing the prop firm game. With MyFundedFutures, you can have 5 of these accounts, right? You can make $2,000 and then take a $10,000 payout if you got 5 accounts going, right? So like, keep your mind not on just your sim P&L, but keep your mind on your bank account P&L. How much money are you actually spending to how much can you actually bring back in? And then you'll be like, you know, if I blow $300 on evals, but then get one $2,000 payout, I'm almost 10x my money, right? So it's like, think about this more than just from a trading perspective, but trading with trading prop firms perspective. You know what I'm saying? Again, Kill, YouTube will get you the best codes and discounts going on right now. That rapid plan, you get paid, I think, no, builder plan, you get paid in like 48 hours from when you get it. Some great plans, so definitely check it out. Our time here is coming to an end, but listen, trading maybe not. We might be able to get into a buy over here. If this candle can pull back, I would put a buy stop here. See if we can catch a little something here, because I'm still looking at this wiki guy, right? We're looking at him a little bit, but we're not going to get crazy here. Let me do one. I'm going to just... Okay, we're in a quick little trade here. Let's see if we can just make this happen here. Okay, if we take a stop, it's about half of our profits for the day. If we get stopped out here. So if that happens, that happens. Still up over 150 on the day, even with this loss, and that's kind of like the goal right now with these rapid accounts, right? Flex accounts, I mean. So let us see if we can catch one trade before we end our session here. I mean, these candles are just so big. It's like, it's just really, it's really interesting trading, right? Like these candles are just insane. Right, what's this? This 5-minute candle here, 8:33 to 7:20. It's 110 point candles, bro. You know, it's like this is crazy. Okay, we got another 3 minutes, guys. Again, I'm always on Twitter. You can hit me up. You see what I'm posting. I'm sharing everything. I'm not selling a course or a Discord, so I share it all. Right, I got nothing to hide or nothing to look good for. I'm cooked already, bro. I'm in my 40s. I don't care. Right. I'm cooked age. I don't worry anymore. Life is good, right? So I don't mind showing you how I'm scalping 4 points at a time or trying to make $300 but then copy trading. I don't mind showing you that, man. It's real life. It's real life, but it's consistent payouts, man. So that's what I'm bringing for you guys, okay? I want you guys to know the money is out there, especially with this volatility, and anyone can do it if you keep it simple, okay? Let's see if we can end this stream catching us. You know, like I said, I like this wick getting filled, right? That's what we were talking about before. So let's see how we can go. We got Husk and Myth coming on really soon. Love watching those two guys, man. I mean, they're just good at cutting it up, you know, getting into trades, getting out of trades, scaling in, scaling out, you know. So definitely a big fan of those two. So stay tuned. You know, I mean, look, MyFundedFutures got a great lineup, bro. I mean, the morning's so much fun with Tom and Terry, right? Then we got Pine, who just keeps crushing it. I come on here and there. We always have guests on different days of the week, which are always just offering some type of value, whether you want to trade that way or not. It's just like another idea. It's another something to look at, right? It's just a great channel, man. It's great to just have on during the day while we're trading, right? So anyways, guys, we'll see. I'm going to keep this trade going. I'll post something on Twitter, I guess, after and see how we go, because it looks like this trade will probably still be in the next. Well, we'll see. I might be able to get a stop out right before the segment ends, you know, so you guys could all be like, I'd see. We might do that. Okay, because we got another 20 seconds or so for Husk. Again, guys, hit me up anytime. Anything you guys need, you can always hit me up on Twitter, YouTube, follow me, all that fun stuff, like and subscribe. And I mean, those are the buzzwords, right? Those are the YouTube buzzwords here. Let's see if we can get this fill here. Okay, this is going to stop us out to end the day. But again, we're up over 150 on the funded. You guys saw how we did it. And Husk, Myth, take it away, boys.
Good morning. What up, Husk? Good morning.
What's up, guys? How's everyone doing? Hopefully everybody survived the crazy price action today. 20 points seems like a drop in the bucket today, guys. I'm talking about instant death on the stop loss. It's like you enter, you're all happy, then boom.
I wanted to enter the short here. I did enter, and I moved my stop right before the 11:30, and it stopped me out break even.
Yeah, we're about to give up a lot of profit, guys. We were actually short up here from 85. We were like 200 points in the profit. This thing just scaled back like within minutes. So we may end up getting stopped out here. Luckily, this is an end of the day account. So we were trying to ride it to this low down here. But I think if you pull the whole move, I think this is just kind of like your golden pocket pullback here, if you like to pull fib.
I may enter the short here since the risk is much lower here. Now it's only about $100. Let's see here. I should have entered there on that pushback up. I'm going to enter it, but it's just trying to keep the risk as low as I can. Let's see here. I'm going to go ahead and take it here. Stop's going to be above that swing there. So let me go ahead and put the stop in because that's the most important thing here.
We're doing pretty good. Myth, he's over there been busy. He's trying to scrounge some stuff together because he's leaving the country tomorrow, guys. So he's finding out things as he goes along that he wasn't sure about. So the rest of the day is gonna be very busy for Myth.
Yeah, I gotta go do a few things.
So
we break of 90 here would really be nice. I want to drop the stop now, but I want to break 90. Break 90, I can actually lock in, say, 10 points.
Well, I was trying to push this account a little hard yesterday. This was that account that I was 700 points in profit yesterday, but then I went and looked and realized I had a 50% consistency rule.
There we go, guys.
I quadrupled the consistency rule. So I was up 150% past the consistency rule. So now, instead of making, the $1,500 or whatever I need to pass, I'm gonna have to make $3,400. So
we are up. We're up 178 on this funded account here. I have been slinging the funded around today, guys. I'm not gonna lie. We've been up. We've been up. This is our high water mark on the green, 178. But we've been up 105. We've been down 350. 400's kind of been my stop line in the sand there. I wasn't going to go further than that, but I don't know how many more trades I'll take on it. But this 21 EMA setup's probably going to pay. If you guys are unfamiliar with the 21 EMA, on the 2-minute, we need to make a new low, right? So we swept the low here. We pull back up into the 21 EMA, wick into it. Once you get back below the previous candle that wicked into it, that would be your short. Stop goes at the high, take profit at the low. In this scenario, you'd have about it's a 68-point stop, and your target would be 147, which is a really good R. I just don't have the nerve to hold it. And you can see it starting to play out here.
Oh, internet's not supporting you?
Shahid, just get new internet. I don't know.
Yeah. There's nothing worse being limited by your internet if you live somewhere where they don't offer like super fast internet. So that can be kind of tough.
We did have kind of a data low at 740 or 738.75 on the NQ. That's what I was targeting earlier on the short. I didn't do a great job of holding my trades today, really. You can see this one's an example here where you should just trust it, go for the low, leave the stop at the swing high. Whatever happens, happens. But I see 30, 40 points, and it just makes me want to move my stop. So, I don't think there's anything wrong with locking in profit. Is anything wrong with that? No. What I would watch for here is watch for the ES to get down to 73.08. That is a potential trap area there at 73.08. We'll see what it does there.
I'm not going to be consoled completely on the short unless we break this wick down here. This could just be like a 60% pullback of this leg because you're kind of in the golden pocket now if you pull fib on this. So this could be the move back up, but no idea, kind of way to tell yet.
Look at oil. Oil's selling off. It pushed down to 85. It did run liquidity already down there though. So I don't know. If you're in shorts here, a little scary. Depends on where your average is. A little scary, just a little bit.
Yeah, you like to see the bottom of this 1 hour candle hold between your 1 hour and 15 minutes.
So Husk,
I didn't go ahead.
well, go ahead and continue what you're saying. I'll ask you in a minute.
Oh, I didn't really pull fib on the whole 4 hour candle that we're currently trading to the bottom of. I was thinking that this would be our sweet spot down at 610. That would be your previous 4 hour low from the previous candle. But we didn't quite get down there. That's kind of where we were targeting at first, was the 4 hour low. If you see where we pull back, we pretty much pulled back in the 50% mark of that 8 o'clock 15-minute candle.
But yeah, I was going to ask you about the pre-orb this morning because I had kind of a weird action.
Yeah.
Mine
Yep,
paid, and I was in 20 micros and 10 micros respectively, and I took 10 points on both, but it only gave me 108 in profit and 125. I'm not sure why.
So this what he's talking about, the same thing happened to me. I went in with 4 micros looking for $80, and it only gave me $34, and I hit the 10 points.
Yeah,
So
I don't know what happened there.
Same thing happened to me this morning on the opening range play. So unfortunately, I'm not really sure what happened with there. And I was very skeptical about even taking that this morning, just because how large the 15 minutes was. So,
Well, I don't mind it like 70, 60 points. I say, you know, like it's in the 60s. So it's 67 points today, 67. And so I was okay with it. I didn't love the top side just because the VWAP was sitting right there and the whole number. I actually preferred the bottom side. They both ended up paying, but yeah, it was top side was nice. Top side actually gave you the full 2R on that pop out. So, well, right at it, 66 points. I think it's 66.75 it went on the first push out. So I don't know. Little weirdness was going on.
So I am still not sold on the short all the way, guys. We would need to break this swing here. Like I said, if you pull fib on this, we're kind of back into the golden pocket. Unless we break out of this, I'm still not sold on us continuing down quite yet.
Guys, Bill NQ and Backstore, congratulations. You are the YouTube short winners.
What?
Congratulations. I don't know if you're in the
Nice.
chat. Let us know if you're in the chat, but if not, we're going to give you guys a nice little shout out there anyway. It's so funny to me to hear Huss say he's not sold on the shorts when he's in a short.
No, I'm talking about a continuous short.
Well, that's
Like-
not what he said. He's not sold on the shorts. You guys heard him. You guys heard him.
Now I'm in a short, but I need to decide if we're not going to continue down. I need to start looking to take profit so this doesn't come back and erase a 100-point trade.
Yeah, no, I don't blame
That's
you there.
the
Well,
only downfall.
I'll
But
be
with
honest. I like where
these-
your stop is.
the moves are so big. Yeah, because this is a swing. That's the only thing I like about this stop. But, you know, I thought I was about to get stopped out a while ago because I got short on this candle here. So, you know, we did this, huge old little doji candle here, even though it was 120 points, but we got short right below 900. And so we were up, almost 200 points, 230 points. And basically it came back to almost break even.
Well, you're going to see some acceleration here if we get below this low. I think we're going to move quickly into that 610 below this low here. Really above 690, you should see that acceleration right into the 610.
Also, guys, if you're just joining us, if you guys wouldn't mind helping us get to 300 likes, we are about 50 points away.
50
Or
likes
50
away.
likes away.
Yeah, guys, let's pump that up to 350 likes. Let's not even mess around.
We're breaking off we're breaking off the point like system over here.
That's right. Guys, remember you get 20% off the rapid plan using code YouTube. Let's go. Any of the plans that you're looking to buy, 20% off Flex, 20% off the rapid. Always use code YouTube. It's going to give you the very best discount available. Down goes Rocky. My connection just went down on my chart.
What?
Good thing we're watching Huss chart. I will not be able to trade until it comes back up.
I gotta say, where I live, I hardly ever have internet issues. So
Well, I don't think it's not an internet issue. It's just
okay.
It's just a chart.
I'm blessed not to have internet issues.
NQ Traders calling out the Congo. I still don't even know if Husk knows about the Congo. I probably should tell him. I'll tell him after the stream.
Is that something that just goes over my head that's inappropriate?
It might be. It could be.
I try to keep life PG, man. If it's R-rated.
It's only inappropriate if you're I don't know.
See, I don't know what this is going to be the next swing here.
Listen, if it gets below the low, you're golden, and this thing's going to rip. I think if it gets below the 90 level here, of course, we are 100 points off that level almost, huh? That's the thing. You're looking at the chart, and it's like it doesn't seem like it's that many points, but it is. ATR is still 70 on the 2 minute, and it's still huge range.
Yeah, see, I don't want to see it break this previous candle here. You want to keep the either lower highs going and see if we can make another low. It's whenever it breaks this candle, it's where I get a little bit worried if it could come back down, come back up.
I'll be honest with you here. If ES closes back above 31, that will be a little scary. I think that run back into 45 on the ES could happen pretty quickly here. I still was looking for the ES to move a little bit lower down to that 08 area, 20 more points.
All right, so we just broke this previous low candle, man. This is looking, ugh.
You might see some acceleration here.
Yeah. We'll close it above 50, guys. I'll at least lock in 35 points. I cannot take 0 out of this to just come stop me out for break even.
This is where you want to see it reject if it's going to 830s.
Right.
Retest of the 21 EMA again. So Shahid has funny comments on every short video. I have to check those out.
So that's him posting a short, and he gets a free account for his short getting picked.
No, he just made a comment on a short, right?
Oh, okay.
I think. Like and comment every short. Yeah, that's it.
Oh, nice.
So if you see a short video, hit the like, comment. Man, you know what? I could participate in the short here with a very, very short stop. It would be 30 points. But do I want to?
Oh, I'm pretty sure the drawdown had to be insane today if you're trading on a mini. You would almost need 150 to a 250 K prop firm account to trade this today with like some kind of comfort. There's just no way to jump into this with 25Ks and 50Ks with minis today.
Do I risk $100 on a short here? I don't know. It's a tough call.
You're in short, David? Nice. Where are you in short from?
Yes, is still holding the 31 here.
How can we participate in the MyFundedFutures longs? I don't know.
Like and comment.
Yep.
Yeah, I'm considering entering the short here, but I'm going to wait. It's a pretty bullish reaction there off that 800 level. You really want to see it hold here, but ES pushing up here 38s off the retest of 31, bounced, and it's just trying to go.
Slow it down. I'd be very careful chasing some of these 5-minute candles. I trade off the 5 minutes. So today, every trade I had to like my entries have always come on a brand new 5-minute candle. And I'm looking for wicks back in support and resistance. So like this candle printed right at the whole number. And like I said, we're probably going to close this here above 50, 60.
Yes, approaching 45 there. It's at the 43. I can take this now with a 25-point stop. I'm going to probably try it here. We'll see.
We're closing.
Yes, back above 45 there. Let's see.
All right. Good luck on your long there, Methodical.
No. I'm taking a short.
Oh, you're short. You're short. Okay. Methodical is short. Sorry about that, guys.
I just took a short. I'm in late. I should have got in earlier, but it's okay. I'm just going to go for 10 points. 10 points. Got in way late on it. There we go. Out of 1. Come on. All right. Got out of 1 there. I just took the stop to break even on the other. I was looking for ES to just reject that 45 there for just a moment. That's what it did.
Oh, is that going to do me dirty?
Yeah, now it would have hit my target. That gives me $195 on the day, though. Just a little
That
scalp.
makes us all sad. It's so true.
It depends. It giveth and it taketh away. So, what up, ET1 Invest? You learn quickly that liquidity zones hold the most stops, and the larger the liquidity zone, the more the stops.
So that 88 range, that's pretty much back to our opening breakout that we took this morning.
Yeah, pre-orb.
Yeah, the pre-orb bounce is at 88.
I like that test of the 27, the recovery of the 31 on the ES there. It was an interesting setup. It's played out quite a few times already today, so I don't like taking it the third or fourth time. That's why I was looking for a lower sweep into like the 7308 area, but we just did not get it. So we do have the 21 EMA on the 5 at 893 up into that area.
Let's check her out. Yep. 897 on the 5 minutes.
We're bouncing off a 1 hour bullish candle, maybe so. If ES breaks the 45 here, I don't see anything holding it down until the 55 here. You get a candle closure above here, we might blast off. It's so crazy how it just, I mean, this could also be the early makings of kind of an idiot box too, right? A little bit of an idiot box here if we kind of start doing that potentially. It is the time of day where we do start chopping. I mean, we did just have big expansion lower, right? So that's a 600 point move almost. So more than likely we kind of hold this range here, right? Which is a very big range. So we'll see if we break out the top of it, but I'm thinking we might pop out, grab some liquidity, move back into the inside of it, and just kind of, do our thing there.
Man, it came right back into my entries just to see. That's the kind of stuff right here that you just cannot withstand. I mean, that thing popped up, hit what, 75, then shot back 100 points. I mean, that's a 100 5 minute candle.
Yeah, right here we're in the Ricky Bobby box.
The Ricky Bobby box.
I love that name, Ricky Bobby. Ricky Bobby said, "What'd you call me?"
It's like, what do I do with my hands?
You don't trade the Ricky Bobby box. You stay away. You stay far away.
Oh, come on. I can't believe I got scared out of this trade for only to dump back down over 150 points, man. Come on. 200 points.
That's that range play, man.
That's so dirty.
That is a huge that is a huge move. All right. Let's watch here, guys. I'm not into knife catching, but ES is down to 73.11. Again, we're watching for 73.08. We're watching for 73.08. Trump said we'll be attacking Iran hard. Well, I'd hate it if we attacked them soft, I guess. I'm not sure. Don't know how that works.
I don't know if this is a news candle or what. I mean,
no, somebody said Trump just made either.
Oh, okay. So 200 point dump after I get stopped out of my trade, man. Come on.
The funny thing is, if you had left your stop where you had it at 881, you wouldn't have been stopped out either.
Oh, my goodness.
Shoulda, coulda, woulda. Just didn't. It's okay. It's all right. Happens to all of us. It is crazy how that's 200 points, though, because like on the chart, that does not look like 200 points.
No.
So, yeah, this thing, the ATR is still sitting at 74 on the 2 minute, guys. Man, how would not?
I was telling everybody today, we need some nano contracts for this price action, guys.
Need something.
We need like them 25-cent contracts.
Pro accounts, guys, the promo is new users 50% off, existing users 30% off, unlimited uses, rebuilds at the discounted price. Use code YouTube. Let's go.
Code YouTube, guys. Code YouTube.
Hit that like button.
Likes.
Subscribe. 350 likes are needed to do the giveaway. We're at 264. We are struggling on the likes, guys. What's going on, guys? Let's hit the likes. We want to do the giveaways, but we need the likes. Man, ES just hit 73.11 and bounced. It just could not get to 08. Like, I'm literally waiting on 08 to get tagged here so I can look for a long. So, what up, Just Ain't Right?
Even trying to jump into this short, it's scary.
Dude, I don't think we short the bottom of the range here. It could dump out of there, but
Yeah.
it's too difficult to do. Too difficult to do. Thank you, AB the Dawn Beats.
Whenever you feel depressed, you play the Husk laugh. Oh, how sweet.
Let's hear the Husk laugh. Go ahead. Can you do it on cue?
Maybe trying to start making me laugh.
Yeah, do it on cue. This is the Husk laugh, guys. This is my impression. Are you ready? Giggity, giggity.
You got to go, all right.
All right. Giggity, giggity. There's the Husk laugh.
Some good old Quagmire.
Do the best we can.
Huskmeyer.
Yeah,
Oh, that's pretty good, Ricky Bobby. I like that one. That makes me kind of want to laugh. Giggity, giggity.
You have to tickle Husk. Yeah.
Oh goodness. I know I'm losing my cuddly bear look. You know, been losing some weight, so I think we're down to like 215.
All right, here we go, guys. ES is approaching the 08 area. I'm going to be looking for longs now. I know that sounds, it might sound a little crazy here, but I am going to be looking for a couple of longs. I'm going to go for 25 points if we can get it. So I'm looking for ES to kind of recover 11 here. Let's see. Let me see where ES, where's ES low a day? 73.05 and a quarter. All right.
Maybe Bush a few months back when I was hitting them 250s.
All right, let's see here, guys.
Dude, we've had so many Trumps on Iran deals that it's been insane the last 3 months.
I'm waiting to see if we can sweep this 610. And then ES, I mean, we don't even have to sweep 610. If ES closes back above 11, I'm going to take it.
What's wild, guys, this was my original target on this original short. When we entered up there at 900, I wanted to target the 600s. And unfortunately, we got scared out of our trade and we closed it. So now we're just kind of back to sitting on our hands.
All right, I'm in long on the ES here, guys. I'll pull this over for you. And I'm going to look for 25. Quick 10 points. Locking in 5 here.
So do you think we go all the way back up to the top of the box here if we stay in the range?
Could be.
What you're looking at?
Squeeze it. Squeeze that thing.
And see, if you ever watch my trade,
Dang, let's go.
I can never jump in when we're 4 minutes into a 5-minute candle.
Guys, I called that out just as I was waiting for it. We swept 73.08, recovered 11, squeezed to 25. Let's go. Look at that nice play right there. 10 points on the ES. Bringing us up to $245 in profit on our funded account on the day. Sometimes you just go ahead and you call out a plan and you wait for it and it just does it. Let's go. You got a sniper entry at 73.06. Nice. Yeah, you still could be holding there. There's no reason you couldn't be. I'm scalping, guys. Look at this thing rip right back up to the top of the range off that 625. Again, we got the 610. We got the 610 down there, but like, do we need to run it? We don't have to run that.
That was a 200-point candle.
Yeah, rippage. That's picking the bottom. Picking the bottom. Picking something. So left a little bit on the table, but 31 I know is kind of like, it's a tough area. We get back above 45 here, we could get the squeeze going more on the ES, but I'm just liking a little scalp. So, and I think it'll be tough for me to take any more trades on that account up 245, really up $400 in 2 days of trading on it. So thank you, Sharka. Appreciate you. Yeah, this has been it's been a tricky day for sure. It's one of those days where, kind of like what Husk was talking about, if you get caught on the wrong side, you can really get hammered.
If it says best thing, just close your trade, walk away from it.
Well, that's why you see me right there. I just took 1 micro. So not trying to oversize. I mean, it only had an 8-point stop. So 1 micro, not a big deal. So only risking $40. So let's go. Listen, we got the top points leaders right there from Streamlabs. Check it out. Gamer Z, Eric, Feed MFTV, MMNQES, Vidar, ES Futures. Let's go. Appreciate you guys being active in the chat. So, Husk, what are you thinking about here as far as like maybe another trade?
I'm almost scared to touch it, man. I mean,
Scared to touch it.
I mean, you're looking at this candle, man, it's almost 50 points.
That's what Husk used to tell women back in the day when he was dating. He says, I'm almost scared to touch it.
Scary. I mean, I still like, you know, maybe we can run this range. I thought we were going to get the range pull on this one where we push back up to the 900s, but didn't quite get there. And you almost have to enter perfect.
Did I tell Husky's the man yet? No, he's got to do something to become the man first. He just doesn't get, you just don't get those accolades. Can't do that.
Push.
So
Maybe back above 800 here. Maybe we can push this top of this range.
possible inside bar on the 5-minute. Now, Husk, did you see that 93-point inside bar earlier? It did.
Yeah, I didn't
think
touch
it-
that, man.
Yeah, I think it failed. It did pay some points, but it did fail. What did it pay? It paid like 30 points, but it was a 90-point stop. I did scalp it. I'll be honest. I took it for like 10 points to the short side. So, Shahid, you just got to be more active in the chat. That's all. Good afternoon, NSAUHU12. Look at ES here, reclaiming that 31, guys. If it gets above 45, we're going to be off to the races here. Relative equal highs up here at the 880s on the NQ. They're not exact 878, but they are relative equal.
Man, I wanted to grab that long above 800, and I just could not pull the trigger on that, man. It was just so hard.
We are approaching a rejection zone here. The last 4 or 5 5-minute candles that have gotten to this level have rejected. So we also have the 21 EMA sitting there at the 870 area. So does the 845 reject? I'm sorry, 73.45 on the ES reject and the 870 area once more. Do we stay inside this Sabo box here?
The Ricky Bobby.
The Ricky Bobby box.
Are we going to change it to the Ricky Bobby? Move on from the Sabo?
No, we got to keep it at Sabo.
Aw, I like the Ricky Bobby.
I mean, I know you like the Ricky Bobby, but Sabo he's a part of the team. We got to keep him over here.
He says I hate it.
We got to keep his name right here.
Oh, that's pretty good.
Well, Shahid's talking about the oil took a stop loss and it's probably going to come down.
Oh, okay.
So,
Ricky Bobby says he'll allow it.
Harry Beck Tom. Yeah, I'm going to check him out. Listen, guys, when I'm over there at his streaming area in the next couple of days, we'll make him show us back, you know. Probably not on my funded stream, but on, you know, something, maybe on his. Man, I am tempted to take this little stab short here.
Yeah, this is like, do we pretty much come back down to this range here?
I'm not going to take it. I'm not going to take it on this funded account, but I might take it on another. I mean, I've already missed it. Let's be honest.
Collects bathwater to give away. That's pretty good.
Keegan, I have to charge for those. I can't give that stuff away.
Guys, we're also about 25 likes away from 300. If you guys wouldn't mind smashing the like buttons if you're just joining us.
Top of the hour here.
Uh-oh, top of the hour. Maybe this is the blast off or down.
It's probably going to spike right through 78 here, and then we'll see what happens at that point. So if it doesn't, though, that could get interesting. If this thing gets back inside the range here, you could take a cheap trade. By cheap trade, it still's got a 30-point stop. Man, I need to stop myself from trying to press the button here. I'm up $108 on this other funded account, and I am wanting to find another spot, but I should just accept the $108. There's the blast through.
Just broke the range.
Yeah, but it's probably. I mean, it could just be a little quick grab outside the range. If it closes back inside 70, then we'll know. If it turns this 5-minute candle back red, turn it red here. There we go. Man, I shouldn't have taken that trade, but I did it anyway.
I'm gonna try a quick short here with you.
Oh, wait a second. I'm up 264 on that account. I must have taken another trade and not even knew it.
May get stopped out here.
I think your stop's got to be above 890. Where you get stop at?
Yeah, it's at 73, right above all the wicks.
Yeah, it's got to be at like 900, top of the range. I'd probably be trailing hard here. You already got your 10?
Oh yeah, it was instant 10. We're going to break even.
Yeah, I'd probably trail it down hard here. Because like if it does what it did before, you're going to get fast movement, especially below 790. We break 790 here with some speed. You can see ES just held below 845 there. Nice rip though. Recovery of 73.11, 35-point rip up to 73.45 there on the ES. Right back inside the Sabo box here. Let's see if we get the acceleration below 790. Can we get it below there?
Yeah, I don't know if my stop loss is going to be able to handle this.
Pull back to 760 is likely. I think it's okay if you get stopped out here. I mean, heck, you've taken your first, I mean, if you really trust the trade, leave it at 900. But
oh no,
I think
we don't trust anything with war news going on.
Yeah, you're not wrong there.
All right, runner got stopped out on that one. What's crazy? I mean, it was like a 40-point move instantly.
Well, again, right back inside of the range here. And we talk about this every single day. Look at the wick outside the range at the bottom, at the extremity, right, of the low. We ran the low, wicked outside, grabbed some stops, ripped right back up to the top, ran the stops at the highs, and now back inside the range. Like this is what it does every day. Most days, I'd say 8 out of 10 days, this is the type of action we get. Now, the range is not always 240 points. Usually it's like 50 or 60, but it's a range is still a range, right? No matter how big it is, it's the same concept. Stay away from the middle. Don't diddle in the middle, right? As they say, trade the extremities. Runs the highs, look for a short. Runs the lows, look for a long. Pretty simple. Keep it simple. So, guys, we got a new flex promo going on. Get the 25 and 50K flex accounts with a 20% off coupon using code YouTube. Unlimited uses. Use it at will. Let's go.
Let's see, what do we got going on here?
Yeah, it looks like Trump. Looks like we will be continuing with the war. I mean, that's the thing. It's like you don't know what to believe when you get these headlines. Like, oh, the war's over, peace, this, that, and the other. We go up to all-time highs, and all of a sudden, no, we're right back in the grind. So who knows? What up, ET1 Invest? Guys, we still need 24 likes to get to 300. It's going to be pretty sad if we can't reach 300. So I might crawl into the corner and cry. So if you guys could, please hit the like button for me.
You're going to have to log into all them alt accounts over there, man.
Yeah, I got to log into the alt accounts to help you guys out.
Yeah. Oh, goodness.
Husk, you see, I do a good job at my alt accounts keeping the names kind of obscure so you don't know it's me. But Husk is literally, he's got Husk 1, Husk 2, Husk 3. So like it's Husk.
Oh, goodness. We're not trying to hide, man. We're not trying to hide.
Oh, Miss K said my wife said that she can't hit the like button anymore. No way, Miss K.
Oh, Miss K.
Husk cubed. Husk 4.0. I like it.
Okay.
I like it. But yeah, my alt account name, if you guys didn't know, is John Carter. So if you ever see if you ever see John Carter in a chat trolling somebody, it's me. I used it a couple of times to troll Jay, give him a hard time in his chat. Husk and I were doing it too. We were doing it together. We were clowning him, just having a good time. We like Jay, but it's just fun. So what's the square root of Husk? I'm not sure. I'm not sure. We could ask his wife.
3.14.
3.14.
Yeah, I think that's the cube number, right? The square number.
That's pi.
Oh, that's pi. Okay, I know it's one of them. It's been a long time since I've done some algebra, man.
I don't know. Is that algebra? I'm not sure.
I don't know. I'm pretty sure it's used in algebra.
I only graduated the 4th grade, guys, so I can't help you guys with that math stuff.
We did take some college. We did take college algebra. I think we got a B.
Guys, something's going on here. I just got some data latency, and this thing got real twitchy real fast. There could be another headline just coming out or something here. Let's see. Oh, there we go. Feed just said it. Trump, we took out 22 Iranian ships. I knew something must have happened there because, you could just see the twitchiness in price. It really didn't go anywhere.
Aren't those like speedboats?
I have no idea.
I don't either.
I have no clue.
Yeah, we're pretty much inside of our 200-point range, guys. So there's not really a lot to do. Sounds like was that the little form drop or no?
No form.
I must have heard something.
Oh, I don't know what I did have a Discord notification.
Playing with the rubber ships in the bathtub. Oh, goodness. Oh, yeah, I think that's yours.
There's still been no candle close above the 21 EMA on the 5-minute 864. I mean, that range right there has been rejected over and over and over.
So that last trade was on my funded account with MyFundedFutures, and we only made $40, guys. Unfortunately, I left $80 on the table because I didn't take my 40 points on that last trade because I was expecting more. I was hoping we would push farther back down into the range. And so we missed out on about $80 on that last trade.
ET1 says he was homeschooled. He only went to public school for recess. He went there just to play with the other kids. That's great. I love it.
Hey, man, everybody's got to get the social skills in there.
Got to play some sports, get something going. So we'll see. What up, Gabriel? We're doing good. We're just chilling. We've taken, I don't know. Did we take a loss today? I think we've taken 3 or 4 winners. No losses.
No loss. I was in a winning trade before the stream started. I did leave quite a bit on the table. We took another short when this candle turned back red. We were up 40 points, but like I said, we just pretty much got stopped out. We're inside still of the range, but our range is 200 points.
Yeah.
So it's very easy to be on the wrong side of this range.
For sure. And I took a 10-point trade on ES and a couple of trades there on the NQ. I am trading a 25K funded flex account, trying to get that thing to pay out. Unfortunately, last week, I don't even know if I mentioned it to you guys on my stream. I did blow my 50K flex account that was already at payout. Sadly, I could have taken like a $400 payout, and I chose not to. And
Gabriel,
we tilted and blew it. So
Gabriel said the range looks like a puffy fish.
What's this Mickey Mouse chart, Husk? They're asking.
What Mickey Mouse chart?
The Rinko chart.
I use those candles for range, guys. That's, I like to use Rico candles to kind of give me an idea of range. This way it kind of does away with all the messiness on the 5 minutes. So it kind of gives you an idea of range. And
I used to use the Rinko candles too, but
I don't really trade off them a lot. It's just more or less I just use them for range purposes.
It is kind of funny when you look at the Rinko charts. It makes it seem easier,
yeah,
right?
Yeah, it just cleans up the price action where, right now, if you're looking at my 5 minute charts, it just looks like we're just, basically, as you see, it's chopping sideways. But, you know, if I'm looking at Rico candles, a lot of times I'll take these pullbacks. I don't really trade this a lot on funded accounts, but I will take trades on these like 9 EMA and 50 EMA pullbacks on Rico candles.
Yeah, for like a good trend day.
Yeah.
Kind of giving you the trend.
Just straight trend.
ICT would call it a Mickey Mouse rainbow chart. Yeah, probably.
I figured you just do what you got to do to help with trend. Sometimes you just don't get that picture of trend whenever we're just kind of chopping sideways.
Yeah, ICT still tweets every now and then. I see him on social media. I don't think he's in the he's no longer in the arena kind of fighting with other influencers as far as I know. I haven't seen that any back and forths recently, but you know. So now we're kind of approaching the bottom of the range again, guys. A bottom of the range here. You could potentially start looking for a rejection back up into the range, even at the 700 level here, 710 potentially. I will say, I think if we break 680, we probably see 610.
So this is where Methodical said, and my stop loss needed to be at 900. So if you put your stop loss in the right place, you still could have been in this trade. But like I said, it's very tough to do that today, because I would be looking at a freaking 60-point stop loss because I was short in the 40s. So I would have had a 60-point stop loss.
Is ICT the one that has all the ICT concepts? Nick's. Yeah. Oh. Ike CT. That's right, Koa. Ike CT.
Renaming.
Well, that's what a lot of stuff is. It's just like a rebranding, you know, repackaged.
Rebranding.
But that's everything, though. Listen, very smart man. Great marketing. Great at marketing. I mean, like, there's nothing wrong with it. You can't, you know. What's the old saying? Hate the player, hate the game, not the player, or something like that. Don't hate the player, hate the game. There we go. I got it. So.
Sweet, guys. Thank you guys for helping us closing in on that 300 likes. We're only 11 away. Heck yeah.
11 away. That's it. That's terrible.
10. Look at there. Someone jumped in there, smashed it down again. Nice if you were fortunate enough and good enough to play this range, guys. You got to have the boys to be playing this. And I did not have the boys on this.
Listen, at this point, you kind of feel like we probably sweep 610. I mean, if we don't hold 680 here, I think 610 comes in pretty quickly. I am a little surprised on that last shove down that we didn't grab 610 down there. Felt like we might. You got relative equal lows on the 5-minute at 610 as well. They are like right next to each other, so not that strong of an idea, but we'll see here.
I know it also has that bull flag fill for the 5-minute charts that I like to trade off of. If you look at the last, three bull flag there, we had another breakout on it. So don't know if this is going to be another flag breakout or not, though. Unfortunately, even if
I'm not sure ES is going to swipe the low here. It looks like we're just popping right back up into the range, right off 718, 715 right there. Looks like we're just trying to squeeze back into the range. Scary to buy it here, though. Very scary to buy it.
Oh, yeah. And there's also no wick on top of that previous 5-minute candle at 84 either. So, but unfortunately, your entry would be up there around 800 and stop loss would be at 716. So that's still 60, 70 point stop loss. So that's the only downside to this.
See, that might be why you sometimes have a wick and I don't. Wow. Or whatever, or vice, because I'm on the NQ and you're on the MNQ. That's probably why we're like, because my 5-minute chart's always on NQ.
Oh, okay.
So I think sometimes you're like, oh, there's no wick. And I'm like, what? There is a wick. I think that must be why. So that must be why.
For sure.
Ryan never knew ICT was a person. He just knew his concepts. Yeah. Listen, there's nothing wrong with ICT concepts. At the end of the day, you trade what you trade. And as long as it works for you, I don't care if it's volume profile, EMA, support and resistance, whatever, ICT, Ike CT, whatever it is. As long as it works for you, that's all that matters. The strategy, and I know several people have said this several times, their strategy means very little. So.
Yep, it's usually the emotions that'll get you guys.
Guys, I heard some beeping. Get ready for the forms to be dropped in the chat. Get ready to fill the forms out. And don't go to the bathroom after you fill the forms out. Stick around. The winners will be announced pretty quickly. So if you were looking for this to move back into the range here, what I would say is if ES gets back above 31, then you could maybe take a stab long with your stop at the most recent low, your kind of local low there.
70. Oh, goodness.
What happened?
Oh, nothing. Just how big my stop loss would have to be on this 5-minute breakout if we broke out to the upside. That's just insane.
Yeah, it would be. I mean, like, that's the thing. If you took it on the ES, even on the ES, you're looking at 12 points. So with one micro, that's still risking like $60. You can maybe go for like a 1-for-1 or something like that. It really is just chopping now. I mean, we're in the depths of the lunch hour here. You know, we had expansion. We're probably not going to have it again. We're probably just going to stay in this range.
Let's see if we're going to break it or not here.
I think we do. ES is back to 31. You get a close above here. You could take this. Stop is still going to be about 60 points if you wanted to long it. A little scary, to be honest. I'm not going to take it. ES did reject off 31 there. So no close above.
Let's go.
You going to take it there, Husk? What are you thinking?
I'd really have to see what price action. I don't really want to take that. You know me, I don't like to take that first push into, whole numbers. I mean,
you can see how the ES is rejecting there off the 31. The 5 minutes really rejecting too. It's not closing full, right?
I mean, this is basically a 50-point pullback.
Man, I kind of like a little 7-12 buy here for like 5 points. Look at that. Bam. Instant winner. All right. That was so fast. I mean, just a little, kind of holding this area earlier that we bounced out of. Little 5-point winner there for $100. Let's go. I just took it on an eval. So it's very fast. You guys you couldn't even see it. Sometimes I'll buy like those little bounces if I see them, but I'm not going to ever play that on like a funded account. ATR is finally dropping a little bit, guys. It's at 60 points. Guys, we'll go over the morning trade right here right quick since price is just kind of dead. You see the two purple lines on my chart here. This is the pre-orb. So this is your high and low between 9 and 9:15 a.m. Eastern. The idea for this play is you're going to have a 20-point stop with a 10-point take profit, or you could have a half gap stop and your take profit would be 2R. So the gap today was 67 points. So your stop would have been 33.5 and your take profit would have been 67. If price opens up inside the range at 9:30, which it did today, you just have a long here, a short here. We can see the wick here triggered the long and it went 66 points. It went almost the full 2R and then pulled back. I play it a little differently. I just take it for 10 points with a bigger size. So I take 10 micros, 10 points with a 20-point stop. Typically works about 8 out of 10, 8.5 out of 10, almost 9 out of 10, really. So you're going to get 1 to 2 losses every 2 weeks on it, but it's an easy mechanical play that you can kind of put into your bag. And if you work a full-time job, this could be a play where it happens every day, almost, and you could take one trade a day and be done in a minute or two, right? So that's kind of what I do. I have 2 different accounts that I trade this pre-orb on. And I do have a video on my channel that kind of explains it as well. Now, let's say that let's say price opened up down here. Well, then you're waiting for price to move back into the range, and then you place your order to take the break back out to the downside. That's a little more tricky. If it opens up to the downside, you can already have your long order on. But it's a little bit of a play that I have there. It's a mechanical play, has a really good win rate. You could either use it with a 2R play. 2R is about a 60% win rate, 58, I think, in the back and the forward test combined. 58% with 2R is really good. Or you could go with the negative R play where you're going to have more winners, but your losers are going to be a little larger. So it's up to you how you want to do it. I like to see more winners. That's just my personality. But yeah.
We all won. I don't know if they released the winners yet. I haven't seen them drop. Unless we missed them. I don't think so.
They just dropped the numbers right now. I don't see the other ones yet. The numbers are just people who won. Here's the Google form winners. Listen for your name. Ace Trades, JNB017, Trader 007NQ, Vex Trades, Rocky Mountain Traders. Let's go. Congratulations.
Congrats, guys. Congrats.
See a couple of familiar names in there. I like it. Let's go. Rocky Mountain Trader NQ007. Been around for quite a while. I don't remember who the other ones were, but congratulations. Ace Trades, JNB017, Vex Trades. Let's go. We also just hit 300 likes. Let's go. Appreciate you guys getting us there.
Yeah, thanks, guys. That was a lot. That was 50 likes we had to get smashed during the session there.
We've been just inside, guys. We're chopping right here at initial balance low. Like we might get that next leg lower in the afternoon here. We'll see. Really is going to be 73.08 is going to be the key level in the ES there. If it can lose that level, just start knifing through there, then we might get that next leg kind of lower. We're hanging out the bottom. We just wicked out the top earlier from initial balance. 15-minute opening range today. How did it do? If you're an open range trader, 318 points. Does not look like you would have gotten stopped out, but it only paid 160. That would have been a close one. Depends on where you move your stop, because that didn't even quite give a half R there, or 1 R if you're using a half stop. If you're using the half the gap stop, pretty close. 160 points. I probably would have moved my stop.
Oh yeah,
for sure.
Today, I'm pretty sure the size of this price action, it definitely took a lot of people out of their strategy today. So.
Listen, the thing is like, you know, with the war news, with the volatility that we've had in the last few days, it's just like sometimes just sitting on your hands, not even taking a trade is the best thing to do, right? If you don't have the discipline to be able to take a loss, leave your stop loss where it needs to be, and just kind of walk away, it's okay for just not to it's okay not to take a trade, right? Nothing wrong with that. So ES looks a little bit stronger here, not much, a little bit stronger.
I haven't really been watching the ES today. The volatility has just been so high on the NQ that I ain't even had time to check out the ES.
So ES popping back up here. Let's see if it clears the 31. You probably get that run back to the 45 again, which would be the top of the range there on the ES. You can see we bounced back right back down to where we talked about. We talked about 710 being the buy area. The low on this candle, 702. 710 bottom of the range, bounced right out of there again, right back up another 40 points to 751, 755. This thing's just squeezing. Again, it's just about playing the range sometimes, guys. Draw yourself a box, especially this time of day. It's probably going to stay inside this box or pretty close to it.
Inside the Ricky Bobby.
And look, we drew this box out here, right? We drew this out here, right at the start of the stream there. And we were like, this could be the form, starting of an idiot box. That's exactly kind of what we got. Buy the extremes of the box. Sell the highs, buy the lows. Seems easy. It's not. And it works until it doesn't work, right? Works until it burns you.
Yep. And see, that's me. I haven't really got that whole range down yet. Call it the Ricky box. Oh,
no
goodness.
way. That is the Tom Sabo box. If Ricky Bobby wants the box, he's got to pay for it. So
gonna have to get an invoice on that one.
What's up, Tris? I don't see any new good setups right now. Not anything to do right now. It's just, you could be playing this range, but like I said, we've already bounced back and forth, once, twice, three. It's like we're on the 5th or 6th time through this area. it's going to break at some point here and just continue. My lean kind of is, if ES can get above 45, then I'd say the lean is back up. But overall, it feels heavy. Feels like it may want to take out these overnight lows at 610 and make a next leg down potentially. I don't know. Where do we got the previous day low? I mean, we got a previous day close that was never taken down here at the 200 level. Is that the previous day close down there with it, or the previous day low? Yeah.
Previous day low is all the way down at 28,227.
Yeah, 200s.
Yeah,
But
so
I mean,
you're
seems
down
like it's a
there.
long ways away, but like for the next leg down, it's not really that far. Probably put us down 800 or 900 points on the day, which is kind of par for the course over the last few days, right? So we'll see. We are coming into the end of the stream here, guys. We've got about 4 minutes. If you guys haven't already, hit that like button for us. Subscribe if you're not yet subscribed. Also, guys, if you have not yet followed Husk and I on YouTube or Twitter, please give us a follow. The link is somewhere in the chat. We both have YouTube channels. Husk is Husk Williams. Mine is Methodical Man, with just spelled out like it sounds. So give us a follow if you're not yet following us. We do also trade and stream live every day at different times for MyFundedFutures. So check us out.
We're always usually streaming up to the stream.
And here we go. ES making another run back up to 31, creating another little idiot box here inside of an idiot box, right? I mean, if we kind of look right here, this is another smaller little range. You could play this range a little bit easier, right? This range is smaller, tighter stops. This is only 54 points. So obviously we have a bigger range out here, but this is more along the lines of what we're normally dealing with. This little box here.
Yeah, it's definitely an inside day where we're trading inside that huge leg from yesterday.
Always enjoy the stream. Thank you, Izzy Lizzy.
Thank
We
you.
appreciate you. Thank you, Tom. Yeah, we're gonna I'll be traveling tomorrow, but I'm still gonna be on the stream. The magic of internet, you can make it happen. That's how it works. So we'll be here. We won't miss a day, probably. We'll miss next Friday at least, and we'll try to be here every other day. But you can see, look at this thing playing out here. Just
Maybe we can give Ricky Bobby the inside bar on the inside bar. Double inside bar.
He could be the Ricky Bobby.
Yeah. So you got Tom Sabo with Ricky Bobby in the middle.
That could be. It could
Yeah.
work. It could work.
Change a few names around.
Friday, I will most likely Friday be over at Sabo's house. So we'll make sure he's okay with me calling it the Sabo box. I don't know. Maybe he's
Going
not.
to have to get Methodical a hard hat and a vest.
Listen, I got some work to do over there. We got to plunge one of the toilets. Word on the street is his girlfriend is the one that was the last one in there. At least that's what Tom says. I don't know whether that's true or not. But I got to plunge one of the toilets, and then he got a couple of light bulbs to change. Tom he can't get up on a ladder or a stool. He says he's too fragile. He could fall down. So I'm going to take care of those maintenance issues for him. And we'll see how it goes. But we'll see how it goes. We do have Rocket Scooter Matt coming up for lunch money with Matt here in less than a minute. So get your sunglasses ready. Get ready for the intro song to be playing. And we'll see how that goes. I'm sure Matt will bring some good quality information to you guys for the lunchtime segment. Yeah. It's always a good listen.
Knowledge.
We're always in the chat. You can trade the builder account on DX feed. Let's go. That's the reason why I don't have a builder account, because I always had to use it on Tradeovate, which I don't mind. I like Tradeovate, and I copy my accounts on Tradeovate, but I like trading the MyFunded accounts in front of you guys, and I like using Quantower. So let's go.
Yeah, my one trade today was on a funded account. The second one that I entered a while ago when I got those 10 points, that was on my funded. So
thank you, Izzy Lizzy. I appreciate that. We'll be as safe as we can be, right? That's all we can do.
And if you're new to traveling, Methodical found out that you have to have the international license to drive in another country.
Well, not to drive, to cross borders.
Oh,
Some
to cross borders.
Yeah, some require,
Okay.
country to country. Some require it, some don't.
Yeah.
So, well, we do got Matt coming up here. Let's see if he's ready. See if he's. I think he might be. We'll see here in a minute. I'm hungry, guys. I'm going to have to make my way to Chick-fil-A. It's going to be a Chick-fil-A lunch day. Husk is probably going to tropical smoothie.
Yeah, I do like tropical smoothie.
So,
even though they got the one bowl that I can't pronounce.
I have a hard time with it too.
Acai bowl, is that correct?
Acai bowl. Yeah,
acai bowl or
that's
something
pretty
like
close.
that.
That's
Yeah.
pretty close. Before you called it an acai bowl or something like
Yeah.
that. A K, I don't remember.
Yeah. So yeah, that's always pretty tough to pronounce for some reason. I call it my daughter. It's like, how do you pronounce that again? So like, this is why I like to look at Rico candles. You can kind of see how we're just chopping sideways on our Rico candles. So that's why I kind of like to use those Ricos as a range.
Still holding this idiot box. Let's see if we break out of it at some point. I'm sure we will. This tiny idiot box. ET1 Invest, I don't have anything to do with that. I mean, I get it. It would make, kind of makes sense to be able to trade it to the end of the day. So, but I don't have anything to do with that. I can mention it, if I'm asked, but yeah.
Oh, is that the cutoff time from?
Yeah, I think you can't trade after 410 or something like that.
Oh, okay.
MyFunded. So, all right, guys, Matt's ready. Hit that like button for us. Subscribe if you're not yet subscribed. We do appreciate you guys watching, and we'll see you next time.
Thank you, guys. Have a great evening.
Electric veins in the night. Feel the pulse, feel the bite. Welcome, rocket scooter. Burning trails where you're.
Hello, howdy, friends. Welcome to the show. Welcome to the show, friends. How's it going? Hold on, let me get this chat going on here. Hello. Good to see you guys all. Welcome to Lunch Money with Matt. I'm your host, Matt, here to have lunchtime hour with you guys, hanging out. I really do, after all these years, need to clean off the blue glasses because I can't see anything. Not only can I not see anything because they're not prescription, but I can't see anything because they're smudged. Like, I'll get out here. Let's clean this up. What's up, guys? Welcome to lunch. It's lunchtime. What are we eating for lunch today, guys? So have anything tasty? Somebody said it's Dave Matthews. Oh, well. You got your ball. You've got your chain. All right, hold on. Clean up these glasses. Oh, that's better. Anyways, guys, welcome. What's up? All right, great announcement. You guys don't remember that there's a couple tournaments going on the last couple of days, right? The old Grand Cup tournament. You guys know I got top 16 in that thing, right? Out of 60,000 people, I got top 16. And then the Arena Cup they just had. Little quickie brag. Quickie brag. Out of 30,000 people, 11 made it to the top 100 from our community. There was only one person on that leaderboard out of the 100 repping some other community. So from you guys, from our community, from here and there, 11 of us made it to the top 100. I got 71st place, which I did really bad. Not going to lie. But the trade I did, I'll tell you, I did the right thing. I just did the right thing at the wrong time. And but somebody from our team won the whole thing. One of my students I coached won the whole thing, won $100,000 prize for 2 days of paper trading. Can you believe that? What I did yesterday was actually really nice. I longed right out the door and I immediately flipped short, and that was the right trade. And I won, and I was in first place, and I knew I was doing well. And right at the catalyst line on S&P, I decided to flip long to get a long scalp to secure a lead and then short it again. I was like, we're probably crashing today. I longed and then shorted. Then I tried the long and tried short. I don't normally over trade like that, but I was in first place and I'm like, man, it's neck and neck. Let me secure a lead. Let me be the smart person to put a $3,000 or $4,000 lead
and then just secure the way down. And then, of course, I longed and then took 2 hits, and I was like, okay, I'm dead. The market fell, then I longed at the bottom and then made something back. So I ended up in the middle somewhere. But let me tell you which places my team got, which is you guys, right? You guys that I train and Roxy traders I train, you guys come to the boot camp. Let me tell you the final tally. We had somebody in first place, somebody in 5th place, somebody in 9th place, 18th, 26th, 32, 39, 65, 66, 67, and 71. And a guy named Brian B-Dog got first place out of all of it. So crazy. 3 people in the top 10. 3 people that I've worked with, that I've taught trading to, in the top 10. And the fact that they did much better than me is even great. It kind of shows you they're not even copying my trades. They did something completely different than I did and still won. I'm super excited and thrilled. So you guys pat yourself on the back if you guys are there at the tournament. I had the right idea. I just had the wrong entry. And of course, it just happens. But I tried to be smart in the middle of the day, which was the dumb thing in the middle of the day. Anyways, waking up today, I've been taking the market lightly. I've made 3 different trades and batches of 2 at a time. And I think I'm up, what is this? I don't know, 6, 9, 10, maybe 11,000 today. At the top, these are funded accounts. I have 5 fundeds and a bunch of past evals. The zeros are past evals just sitting there because you can only have 5 at once. So I can't trade those. But this is 4 of my 5 live accounts with another firm, which of the other firm of my live accounts, I do have 1 fallen soldier that didn't make it. I did lose one of my live accounts last week. So it didn't make it. So I'm being cautious with the other 4, but the other 4 are doing very well. The thing is that the live program, somebody said, damn, I need to go. This host is stinky. Hold on. Is that what you said? Hold on. Oh, ugh. Yeah, you're right, dude. I need a shower. What month is this? It's still May, right? It's not shower month until July. It's fine. So anyways, it'll be fine. Like, just come back in July. I'll shower sometime between now and then. So anyways, the last couple of days have been pretty crazy. So the last night, the trades I did make, I went to go see a play with iDoc. We went to go see Clue. If you guys watched Clue, the movie from the 80s, oh, it's hilarious. There's a play, which is like a stage version of the show. It was hilarious. We went to go see it. We went to go have Italian food. Then we went to the show. I bought at monthly hedge pressure on the dip, closed out, made like 100 points and closed out in 2 of the accounts, which are like 2 of these right here. And then I went on my day, did nothing. Woke up today, came to the day, fresh. We landed right here at Liquidity Pocket. I bought on NASDAQ and S&P, made a trade there. That's it. And then earlier today, I bought here on the big sell-off. I bought in the same. So basically I did 2 accounts, and then I did 2 accounts, and then I did one of the accounts again in another account. So when the market fell to right about there, I longed 1 S&P contract just to build into it in 1 account. We fell through, I longed 2 NASDAQ in another. And so right about the top is where I closed out of everything, and then I locked in another like $4,000. So the thing is that when I'm not confident, we know markets are selling off and been trying to sell off. I gave you that speech yesterday, right? What are my socials in my webpage? Here, I'll give it to you. Hold on. This is my Twitter. And this is this is where access to all of my like tools are. That's my website, where my platform is and everything. We love you, Matt. Well, thank you. I love you too. Do you even trade, bro? Adam, dude, somebody's gonna write a song tomorrow. It's like, do you even shower, bro? Sometimes. Anyways. Okay, sorry. Oh, Abhishek, I got in before you. My bad. I keep forgetting I have awesome mods here that can help you out with that. So anyways, so when we talked about, remember last couple of days, we mentioned that the market was in a weird spot, right? And then we were telling you guys, we load up our monthly maps tool. I've been giving you the speech for a couple of weeks that the market's now thrown into bear territory. And we want to check every single day, are we out of it or not, right? So that's the thing I want to give you guys every single day. Are we out of it or not? And let me tell you what today, The S&P still has the bottom of the bull zone sloping up. Like, let me clean up this so y'all can see a little bit better. Are we out of the danger zone or not? Okay, so the bull side of the market, which is this dark gray box, is right here, okay? We are clearly out of the bull zone, which is not good. And the bull zone bottom sloping up also indicates bullish liquidation. And the bear side sloping up means bear side getting stronger, and we're also in bear zone as early as tomorrow. The fact that we're still selling, today we found liquidity inside of this pocket. In between the two, it's still liquid enough not to crash. But if we close here today, we're still selling for the rest of the week, if not 2 weeks, if not 3 weeks, if we close below here. It gets pretty bad through July. So it depends on how the market closes today. If we close at least above this little area right here, which is about the 45 level, let me put my mouse here, 55. So if we close above 55, we might be solid for tomorrow. But if we close below 55, we're still bearish for tomorrow on the S&P. So we're like around the edge of it, right? So it's not that good. Even though the market's stable here, we might open and still be selling by tomorrow. And again, we had all this evidence. We told you guys last Thursday, I went through this whole speech with y'all about the warning signs of the sell-off market, and they're still here, right? We wake up today and the market's still there. NASDAQ is a little better. NASDAQ did clean itself up and pull itself out of bear territory this morning, but NASDAQ is not the stock market. NASDAQ just a smaller, like not fully developed index. It's just a couple of sectors in healthcare and telecom and tech. And NASDAQ did pull itself out of this bear zone for now and is liquid for tomorrow. But again, NASDAQ is still in the bear zone at 400 by Friday, by 13th. Or sorry, Monday. So this is Wednesday. Oh, sorry, by Friday. Sorry, Friday. So by Friday, we're back in the hot zone with NASDAQ. So maybe 1 day, maybe 2 days of chop, and then Friday we're back to selling. It's very much like that. I don't just bet in bear markets. So we've officially switched to a bear market, by the way. All of the greater market signals are bearish except for S&P, and it is on the edge. So greater market, right? We talk about DD ratio. It's less than half. Stocks are bearish. Monthly maps, it just showed you. We're in bear zone. 3-month outlook is bearish. S&P, monthly hedge pressure. Once we're below it, you're on bearish, negative gamma for the index itself. All three things are bearish. It's officially a bear market. Today's the first day we can officially say bear market. Once you get below, we call it a bear market when all three things are bearish. When 2 of the 3 things are bearish, it's selling in a bull market. So we're still selling in a bull market. I'm not trading for reversals to the upside. I'm still honoring the fact that the market's bad. And today with the ratio less than half, we knew when the market's going up, none of us are chasing along. A lot of my team were shorting. And I just sat out and just grabbed a dippy scalp right there. That's it. Pretty simple. 11G, not that hard decision making. Now, there's a catalyst active in NASDAQ, so we don't trade, and cats are active. And S&P has a catalyst active somewhere over here. We're on the edge of that. Liquidity pocket has worked a lot for like scalping, but other than that, 1, 2, 3, 4. 4 times today. I tell you, I built my whole career on this trade. I could have been scalping it all day now I think about it. But been pretty good. Pretty good. Oh my God, somebody came back and said, I got banned for nothing, unbanned my main account. It's so cringe. You said I stink. You pissed off the mods. Yeah, you can't, I mean, it doesn't bother me. I mean, my armpit's a little funky there, but you gotta be nice. You gotta be nice to people. They're gonna be mad at you. I don't care, but I'm tough as nails. You can't really shake me, I guess. Unless you were just being sarcastic. Anywho, our res indicator is less relevant when CAT is active, right? When a catalyst is active or the market's irrational, then we don't use any confluence indicators because we assume that the stocks and the futures are kind of like moving together. But if the market becomes irrational, they sort of like bounce all over the place very sporadically. So we try not to assign like structure-based analysis of the market when structure is broken, right? So that's the way that it works. So Koenig, it sounds like you just got a timeout. That means you get a pass, but you got to be good. You got to be good after that. You got to be nice, apparently. He did say he wanted to get out of here. Y'all are just helping him out. Oh, y'all are so funny. Anyways, yeah, so when markets are irrational, they don't follow irrational behavior. Irrational behavior is that the futures and stocks are moving with each other. Pretty nice. The stocks move down, the futures move down. But when irrational, when a catalyst is active, like now, the market can behave irrationally, like it's not trending, it's chopping all over the place. There's not a lot of rhyme or reason to kind of play with it, right? And you see even below this purple line, volume just spikes randomly all over the place. So we had some kind of like news that we're back to like threatening Iran again. I don't know, same old, same old. Trump needs to give us another dip to buy. Thank you for that. So they're going to fight with Iran for a couple months, and then we'll have another rally to make billions off of again. So we'll be fine. But in the meantime, when you're below the purple, I mean, just when you pass through the cat active line, volume goes through the roof. And this is from the news event, but be very careful. Do we all see like right here? Even on the other side of it, I mean, volume starts to pick up a whole lot. And now we're officially in a greater bear market with everything's being bearish. So I don't try to short still in a bear market. Like my bag is to sit out. S&P's 3-month support on the monthly maps is here. We need to hold this level for the S&P to stay liquid for tomorrow. No more 5 trillion market cap. I know, gee golly, right? Well, anyways, let me tell you something I did get wrong though. Remember yesterday I gave you guys a whole speech about GDP and CPI? I had a theory, because CPI came out today. I had a theory that because PPI was going up and core PPI was going up, maybe there's just a delay, but it's also means that the CPI is going to go up. It makes a lot of sense, and CPI did go up, but it meet expectations. The forecast was 4.2, and we landed at 4.2, which is pretty nice. But I thought that the core CPI would also go up. That's what I thought. And it did, but just a little bit. I was thinking today, I told you guys, I'm like, man, core is probably going to be like 3 to 3.5. It's going to miss 2.9. It's going to be in the low threes, I bet. Because if PPI is going up, the PMIs are going up, then at some point, CPIs will go up. And core removes food and energy, so we know it's just discretionary spending. So if core PPI goes up, then there's only a matter of time where core CPI goes up because the retailer is going to pick up that price. Maybe there's just a 3 to 6 month delay on that too. So maybe I'm just 3 to 6 months early on that, but the last April to May, core PPI went through the freaking roof. So maybe it's going to be next quarter or something that core CPI also goes up, and we're not there yet. I just was thinking, man, we're selling today. Maybe core CPI just like shit the bed or something. So looks like my browser's freezing here. There it is. And it just went up a tiny little bit. I was thinking it might go up, but there's always a delay between producer prices going up and then consumer prices going up. You have to clear out storehouses of inventory for those prices to bleed their way in to your spending. Anyways, everything came in on par. And my theory was pretty much like, why would we be selling? And the idea was saying that, well, we forecast that inflation is going to go higher and that CPI is probably a huge miss. And I bet you CPI numbers leaked and they were bad. And markets just selling ahead of all of that. Well, they were bad, but they weren't worse than expectation bad. They were on par with expectation bad. We expected a 4.2%, and there's 4.2%. Michigan number 1 year inflation expectation is looking at 5% plus for the 1 year, which basically means that the FOMC is not going to cut rates. As a matter of fact, they're going to raise rates. We look at this table every single time. CME Group has a site. You can do CME Fed Watch. Google this. I mean, keep your eyes glued on this. I have this open, and my tabs of all my news that I trade with, this little sheet right here, I keep the same things open. Financial Juice for my news, where Trump says we will be attacking Iran hard. Maybe they shot at our helicopter. They keep tapping us along, blah, blah, blah. We hit them hard yesterday. We'll hit them again today. So we got some more of that going on. But I leave Financial Juice open. I leave my economic calendar open. I've always used investing. Maybe there's better stuff, but I like it that it, has everything in one place. Then I always have, obviously prop score is always open. But then I always have community traders, which we talked about yesterday, and Fed Watch. I'm always watching what the Fed's doing. Fed Watch. watching the Fed. And I always want to see where interest rates are lining up. So right now, interest rates currently at the 3.5, 375, where we currently are, there is a 98% chance in the June 17th meeting, which is next Wednesday, that we get no change. Then the month after, no change, month after, no change. But around September, October, the probability shift really high that we're going to get a rate hike. So one rate hike by the end of the year is likely. When you see that the peak of this curve, like this is a bell curve from 0 to 100, where the mean actually is 25 basis points higher on the target rate. So 42.9%, there's a higher probability we have a rate hike than a rate cut, which means somewhere between now and December, we get one rate hike. And then as time goes by, there's about an equal chance that we get a second rate hike rather than just one. So between now and next year, we're probably raising rates maybe twice. If inflation keeps going up, definitely twice. If inflation goes up 6-7%, maybe 3 times. So they're going to be raising rates between now and next year. And well, the market's selling off. And there's a reason. That's typically what happens. Back in 2022, which is the last time the Fed was raising rates, the market started selling off. Also, the announcement of quantitative tightening caused, it's stimulated and spurred that little sell-off we had at the top of December 2021. Back here, if you guys weren't trading back then, the Fed started talking about quantitative tightening, which started here, and also raising rates. And both of those things caused the market to detour. QT, more than rate hikes, because the market has been bullish in the middle of rate hikes as well. There's a plenty of times when the market's been bullish during rate hikes. Like, I don't know how this goes further back than that, but in 1996 2000, we were cutting rates the first half of the Clintons' second term, and then we were raising rates the second half into the dot-com crash. And so for the last two, you can load up a chart if memory strikes me correctly. Back in 1996 to 2000 was a time period that we were cutting rates into Clinton's second term election. And then right about here, Greenspan started raising rates to slow things down or whatever. And then it was like back in here. So we still rallied for years, even when raising rates. It's all situational and based on inflation, right? So anyways, this could be the start of some, corrective market. Not really that crazy big, but the fact that all 3 greater market signals are fighting to be bearish, this market's trying to continue to sell off. We knew that it couldn't be bullish forever, but we had our evidence on this green candle right here that the top was in. So we told you guys about that. And then now we're just kind of bleeding off a little bit. How far? Well, if we keep closing in bear territory on monthly maps, every single day you're in bear territory, you tell yourself you're shorting highs. Every single day, DD ratio less than half, you're telling yourself you're shorting highs. You're not being a dummy and chasing lows to bet on a market crash. But every time the market pops, you're going to find a way to bring it back down. That's how bear markets work. You never short into red. You always trough greens. And that's it. Anyways, that's all I got for you guys today. My name is Matt. Got 37 minutes now to answer questions. Today's a short lesson. We will get a jumbo cut this year. You absolutely. I need to send you my address because I would love for you to send me some of those mushrooms you're eating. I've had a tough week because, that would be nice. I'd like to see what you're seeing. There's zero chance we get a rate cut. Zero. The Fed funds futures, nobody in Wall Street is pricing it. Here's the thing. CME Fed Watch is not the CME group just making up numbers. CME Fed Watch is aggregating all the data from CME Fed Fund Futures contracts, which are traders trading what the rate's going to be. Like Kalshi, they're betting on the rate, and that becomes what the rate is going to be, that futures contract. And so it prices in what traders believe the rate's going to be. And so if you believe there's a rate cut, I'm not saying you're wrong, but nobody else is betting on it but you. This is betting on all available information. 2.3% of traders or of people, 2.3% chance. Nobody's betting on it. And 0.1% for monster rate cut would be 2. That's almost nothing, right? So every quantitative firm and Wall Street trader and analyst out there that's betting on Fed funds and probabilities with all the different metrics they do, looking at inflation changes and GDP changes and all that, this is Wall Street's bet. And it's very rarely wrong. So just be careful believing that we're going to get a monster cut. The reason I say that is because cutting rates all, whether it's Trump doing his magic to lower the interest rate on our debt kind of thing, maybe. But a panic cut at the bottom, I was just making fun of you, Dave. I was really making fun of you. But a panic cut at the bottom doesn't necessarily, it's not out of the picture. But when markets are selling off really hard and inflation is high, they do not cut rates ever into that because of the fear of stagflation. Let me explain why that is. A lot of times traders, we get in the habit of thinking the Fed is trying to control the stock market. Now, at times they might be. The Fed will certainly buy stocks and add to their balance sheet to keep things from crashing and make things orderly. The Fed will print money, as we know that happens. And they'll set interest rates, that help us with our interest on our debt and stuff, right? But as a primary directive, the Fed does not try to control the stock market. They only will in an environment where they want to keep the stock market from crashing to prevent people from getting laid off, okay? So if the stock market's going too high and inflation is running rampant, they're going to raise rates to lower inflation, which by definition, the stock market will come down, but they're trying to control inflation. On the other side of the coin, like the last 2 or 3 years, with inflation already being high and the stock market falling, they may choose to save the labor market by tricking the stock market into being bullish to prevent a market crash. There being layoffs, but they will only intervene like that to prevent a market crash. Because when you have high inflation, if you can keep the stock market from crashing and keep Americans employed, then Americans will naturally bring the inflation rates down by continuing to work, right? As more people are working and there's more demand for products and things are going good, inflation tends to come down once companies can meet their margins, right? And make their overhead, and they don't need to raise prices as much, and competition bring prices down. So saving the stock market is a secondary protocol to saving the labor market. And so the question becomes, if there's a big, nasty flash crash and the plunge protection team is going to come in and save the market, I don't think it's going to happen. I don't think the market has the ability to crash. I think the market's so super duper hyper freaking bullish that the Fed's not going to step in and do anything unless the market's selling off for a year plus. That's why I say the mushrooms you're smoking this year, absolutely not. Absolutely not. If the market's doing this for a year or two with high inflation and threatening to crash, they'll come in by, year 2 or 3 and like they did last time and change their tone. Like here they're raising rates, and then they come in here to keep it from crashing. But it's not like a 1 month or 2 month sell-off is ever going to change every single of the Fed participants' mind into cutting rates with 5% inflation. It's never going to happen. So you might be right. You're just a couple years early, my brother. Trust me on that. I've been doing this a lot. You're very early. And if the Fed's going to rescue the stock market, it's going to be more along the lines of, if the market, pretend the market's going to crash, right? It doesn't just fall out of the sky. Markets top and they build up something. And if it is going to crash and sell off, it's going to work its way lower. And it'll take a year or two to start doing that. And then maybe down in here, the Fed might start cutting rates again. And I don't think that's going to happen. But I think people get used to seeing this and they think the market's going to do that. Like, it takes so long for a market to sell off and be bearish. Remember, we only had a massive drop from 25% or 20% drop because of the tariff situation caused a market crash. It moves too quick for the Fed to even take action. So even if the market were to crash, it's going to move too quick. The Fed's not going to jump in and say emergency rate cut to save the market from crashing. If the Iran war causes a collapse for a month or two, the Fed's not going to jump in and act because inflation is going to take years to change. It doesn't inflation just doesn't change overnight. And they're really trying to keep inflation down. So the other side of the coin is that there is an actual market correction or recession, which is going to take a year or two. This one took a year. So emergency rate cuts to save the labor market are probably be a year out, is my guess. They run too much of a risk cutting rates with the market number one at all-time highs. We're just off of the highs a tiny little bit, guys. Markets at all-time highs. GDP is growing. Inflation is through the roof. The economy is nobody's getting laid off. So the Fed has no reason to save the labor market right now. So that's why I say send me the mushrooms, because not yet. We're about a year ahead of Fed wanting to make emergency rate cuts to save things. I don't know. What do you guys think about that thesis? Good questions, though. You see a rate cut in Q4? They will cut after the war. I don't understand why you see a rate cut and what's the purpose. Think about what the reasoning is. First of all, traders don't see a rate cut. So if you guys see one, I'm curious fundamentally why and why you think so. I just want curious, like, what your motivation is. Like, we always teach you guys to think outside the box. Nobody knows the answer. We could all be wrong. But why do you think a rate cut is coming this year? Market at all-time highs. Labor market's great. GDP is growing. Inflation through the roof. All four of those things are anti-rate cut, by the way. What's the supporting factor of rate cut? Traders have been caught offside many times in history. Yeah, but like, if you're betting your money on something, right? What are you standing on that's firm? When you're making a guess at like a rate cut, right? You got to stand on something that's firm, right? Justify your investment, like with something strong, like something I can sink my teeth into and say, yeah, I want to bet on that too, right? Not just the traders are going to get caught offside. That's a loose interpretation. Like, give me something foundational that you want to think about on. This is just challenging the group, not just Con. I appreciate the conversation, Con. But like, why, right? Think why. Like, outside Trump pressure. Yeah, that's probably the only thing you can come. Trump's pressure. Yeah, the new guy getting pressured into it. Yeah. Yeah. The economy's a lot of trouble, as Dave said. Dave, I know you. Dave's been like the bear of the crew. I love Dave because Dave and I, when we agree very well. Dave is the kind of like the bearish mind since like last year, and he's been painting the picture of the bear side, which I agree with a lot of what you're saying, by the way. You think Warsh will try to do something to please Trump? Yeah. So there you go, right? I think that's the substantial thing, is that he might bend over to pressure from Trump. But here's the other question to that, right? Do you think he's going to get pressure from Trump if the stock market's at all-time highs? Trump put him there, but Trump also doesn't run his job, right? He's going to do what needs to be done. And also, the Fed participants themselves have their own voice. They vote on this stuff, right? The new guy is still only one vote on the committee, as somebody in chat has said. Yeah, like, he can pressure and lobby to the others to make their decision, but the others have been pretty firm along their stance the whole time. He just picks on Powell because Powell's the face, right? So the question becomes, he has influences, but the thing is that why would we need to please Trump? Let's take that stance. Let's have the debate on that. You guys are right. That is a course of action for rate cuts, pressure from Trump. But Trump only starts barking that order when the market's selling off because of something he's doing, and he wants rate cuts to sort of trick Wall Street into being bullish. Now, with market at all-time high, you think Trump's going to be pressuring anything? That's my question to you. Well, you think Trump's going to be like, cut the rates right now if the market's at all-time high? He already looks good. That's my question. You know what I'm saying? So if it's already at all-time high, Trump is not feeling the pressure himself to kind of like, we need the rate cuts or else sort of thing. The fact that we're already there, he might not pressure him, right? And that's why I'm saying it's a good thought. If he invokes some kind of policy, or he start bombing Iran or something, nuclear war breaks out and the market's crashing, he's going to be like, you need to do your job and cut rates, blah, blah, blah. Because Trump likes to use the rate cut as a handle to trick Wall Street to being bullish and lower our interest rates for us and stuff. Rate cuts stimulate the economy. Yes, they do. If the economy is doing well already, why would they increase them? Yeah, and so Prof. Jan has the correct answer as to why I don't think fundamentally rate cuts make any sense. Because what a rate cut does is, with the Fed funds rate, is like participant banks. So you got money, you can do one of two things. You can loan it to somebody and risk their default to get an interest rate, or you can plop it with the Fed and get an interest rate from them. And so as the interest rate goes up, you're like, let me just invest more money in the Fed because I'm going to get a guaranteed rate. They're not going to default. But if the interest rate is really low, you're like, I don't get return on that. I'd rather take risk in the open market. So it like vacuums where banks can lend to different places, right? And so if you lower the rate, banks are more likely to lend outward. And I don't know all the mechanics. I'm not a bank expert, but the way I see it is that banks are more able to lend outward rather than to the Fed. And therefore, it stimulates more loans, more things, and then there's more commerce and economy simulate a little bit that way. But yeah, so the only thing I think that would cause a rate cut would be pressure from Trump. There's nothing fundamentally that says rate cut needs to happen. Economy's good, at least good for now. GDP's growing, unemployment's down, stock market all-time high. Inflation's bad, but it's not crazy bad. It's 5%, which is not terrible. We've had worse. Our parents have had worse. Our grandparents have had way worse. And so we've survived worse. But I think Trump is the only thing that could cause a rate cut. Pressuring, and with the market at all-time high, does he really see the need to pressure? The advisors would say, you know, Trump, we're good. Popularity's through the roof. Nobody's getting laid off. They love you, man. They love you. Yeah, don't mess with the rates, because if you raise the rates, if you cut the rates too much, it'll cause hyperinflation, and the market could probably crash on that, and GDP can come to a grinding halt with hyperinflation, which can cause layoffs and cause stagflation, and you'll end your presidency with them blaming you for that. This time around, it's different. Early on, he was like, let me put pressure on China, let me put tariffs on the world, but let's let the Fed cover my tracks, right? Now, his advisors are probably going to say, they're going to blame you if the market crashes. Don't cause a market crash. Just advisors can't be absolutely stupid. But you guys are right. Like, that's a reason for that to happen. That is a reason. What's up? What's up, Jimbo? What's up, dude? The Matt Dog. What's up, man? What's up, my dogs? You guys watch Neon on my channel? I love his catchphrases. Are so funny. What's up, my dogs? You scoundrels. Anyways, let's see what we got. Yeah, you guys, great. I love this conversation. It's a great thought. It's not impossible to see a cut. Now, if the market crashes, I don't think the Fed's going to step in and, like, the market's crashing under selling pressure. Let me tell you what it's going to look like. Here's what I think we're going to get. I think it's that bad. I think we're down to here, but I don't think we, I think the minute we find peace in Iran, then it turns back around. I think that'll be we need some kind of trigger, right? Matt, Rocket Scooter have a fundamental things. Rocket Scooter only has indications. It doesn't do any fundamental analysis. It just has the indications from, like, liquidity maps and hedge pressures and other things, but no fundamentals in here. JP Morgan analyst today said Fed don't even control inflation. He was arguing against it. You can reply Bloomberg and watch what he said. I mean, look, the Fed tries to target controlling inflation. Some types of inflation fall beyond what the Fed can control. Some kind of inflation the Fed can help with. The Fed can slow down or speed up commerce, which can naturally drive competition to lower prices. Like, you can lower prices if competition is there. And if you have a lot of competitors in the same space, prices will come down. Your competitors are going bankrupt and you're alone and demand is going down, you might raise prices if you need to make your, profit. It all depends. Certain types of inflation can't be controlled by the Fed. If the JP Morgan analyst is probably arguing the portion of tariff-based inflation or cost-push inflation, which we had earlier during COVID, that the Fed can't control. So example is shortages, right? If you have a shortage of raw materials and therefore raw materials prices are going up, no matter what the interest rate is, that's set by the supply and demand of this raw material. So example, in COVID, when everybody was dying from the super duper death flu that nobody really died from, but they didn't work for a couple months, then you had 6-month delays on getting anything shipped over. Tried to build a house, you couldn't get your windows from China. You couldn't get, whatever to make a chip. You couldn't get whatever to make tires. You couldn't make anything. So with everything like shortage, inflation started from a type of inflation that's come from shortage on the front end of the production line. So prices are raised because the demand is high and the supply is low. And no matter what the interest rate is, you can't change that. So I don't know if his argument was talking about that type of inflation, but also tariff-based inflation also can't be controlled by the Fed. So the analyst might not be wrong on that note, if that's what he's saying. I didn't read it, but those kinds of inflation, you cannot control with interest rates because it's not based on overstimulation of the economy. An example is, here's an example. I have a hamburger shop, right? And I sell a hamburger for $6. And I've got a line out the door, lines out the door, wraps around the block, whatever. And then I decide after making all this money, plus enough maybe people wait in line, to open up another shop 5 miles away, 5 minutes away. And to expand, because I can afford it, I'm going to raise my prices to $7 at both places. Covers my cost of expansion. Also, I can afford to take a hit because I got a line out the door. Maybe I'll lose some customers that can't afford a $7 burger, but because I raise prices a little bit, I still can meet my my overhead and still have room to expand, and then some. So because business is doing well and I have no competition, I can raise my prices. And I can keep raising my price as long as I want until a competitor steps in and says, nope, burgers are $6 for here. Then my line goes over there, especially the people that I lost because I raised my prices. And now I see, there's prices, and now I got to lower my prices there. So naturally, business creates rise and fall of prices. As you expand freely with no competition, you will raise prices as long as the demand is there until you bump into a competitor. The competitor and you will now drive prices to an equilibrium where you both can expand, but one of you don't expand beyond the other, or else the other will steal the customers. And so when the Fed interest rate can speed up or slow up that process, because this competitor that needed to take out a loan to open up his business might not be able to get one if the banks are saying, no loans, because the Fed interest rate is too high. And so we're not giving out loans right now. And your risk of default is high, so no loans. So no competitor, then there's no prices coming down. So if the Fed lowers rates too much and loans go out, then this person can build a hamburger shop, and so can this one, and so can this one, and so can this one. Now you have all this commerce, and then that huge line out the door is split between 5 burger stores. Now 4 of them are at risk of default because none of them can really make, their profits that they need to stay open at the higher prices. So, they start defaulting and banks start defaulting, then they stop giving out loans and commerce slows down and GP comes down. And then all of a sudden you get that sort of cycling. When you make it easy for people to get loans and stuff, then people expand. And when people expand, prices raise until they all bump into competitors. And then it's harder to buy stuff and GDP can slow down. And then all of a sudden the lower rates can cause a slowdown. Super high inflation, prices go up, people can't afford it, they stop buying it. The other side of the coin is if you have too many competitors in a space, then some of them go bankrupt and then banks can stop lending. So it's like a boundary on both sides, right? So some of those types of inflation can be handled by the Fed, right? Like expansion of the economy is controlled by the Fed. The interest rate helps speed up and slow that down. If that makes sense. But cost of raw materials, you can't affect that at all. So they can control how many burger stores open up, kind of indirectly. You don't want the economy to expand too fast and run amok. Like if you have a burger store in California, a new one in Texas, and a new one in New York that aren't bumping into competitors nearby, and they're all expanding and burgers are 10 and 15 and 20 and $50. It's easy for them to keep popping up with no competitors. Then inflation will run amok and you risk the whole system collapsing, right? Anyways. This is the first time I've actually benefited from Matt besides this flexing. With this kind of flexing. Right here. This one right here. Right here. Wait, y'all can't see my bicep. There we go. Look at that. Oh, you mean profit flexing? You mean personal flexing? Okay. I hear the noise. It's time for a giveaway. Time for a giveaway. Time for the giveaway. Fill out the form. You got 2 payouts and was in evolving jail for a year and it sucked. Eval jail? Oh, eval jail. What are you talking about? Which firm? What are you talking about? I'm missing out on this combo here. Catalyst is active in S&P. Continuing to fall. The longer term bull support in S&P would be here. It doesn't mean I'm buying there. It means if we lose this, we're opening tonight and then the market's doomed. Everything now is bearish. All 3 greater market signals, guys. Bearish, bearish, bearish for the first time Bearish. Why is gold dumping on? That's a good question. I don't have a really good grasp on why gold moves. I'm not an expert in gold. Lately, gold has been trending at the same path and pace as the index. So the index has been going down, gold's been going down. Index has been going up, gold's been going up. But personally, I think gold right now is trading counter to oil as of like the short term. In the medium term, gold has sort of like, after that big frenzy we had, gold has been sort of like stalling out when the index started stalling out, despite what the overall movement has been in the short term. The minute the index started stalling out is when gold stalled out. I think gold, like chopping out, like slowed down the gains here because people are becoming insolvent because of the gold crash. Now, the last couple of days, because Iran stuff is starting to pick up, oil is trading up again and gold's probably trading down. Now, we've been seeing that gold has been opening below monthly hedge pressure as well. So gold structure is just bearish, like pretty much day after day. I haven't done it, the calculation every day, but you can see like this day we open below MHP. This day we open below MHP. And so gold itself has just been kind of structured bearish. So I don't really know. I don't know the mechanically what's causing gold to go up or down, because I'm not a gold expert. But fundamentally, not really sure what's going on. Discipline works. New listener, not being a troll. When did I go bullish? When did you go bullish from the downtrend channel in January, March? Genuinely curious. Thanks. When did I go bullish from the downtrend channel January to March? I was bullish the whole time. I don't think I ever went bearish. I don't ever remember there being a time in January to March when I was bearish. Hold on, let me look. Hold on. You're talking about like the choppy part, right? From here, I was mostly trading both sides. I did have a bearish stance that the market was coming down, but I never was like shorting all the time like it was super bearish. I think I was still buying more than half the time. This is during my million challenge. I remember during my million challenge, I was trading probably maybe 60% long and maybe 40% short. I don't think I remember back then I was telling you guys a big thesis. Yep, the market's going to be bearish until the Iran stuff is over. And the market is, oh yeah, that's right. I remember. We were talking about it, that the market was building slight bearishness because Iran was a big deal. Liquidity was drying up, that earnings are going to be bad, and that tariffs are passing through to customers, which we're now finally probably starting to see. And we had that bear thesis case. So the whole time it was down, I remember telling you guys, I believed that we were going to trade probably to the 6,000s, but I still didn't like come in and try to short every day. I still mostly scalped the market, mostly to the long side. And then when Trump did the whole Iran thing, you know, things are going better. I was basically just bullish from middle of April onward, or beginning of April. So like, I think here I tried shorting this week and got my ass kicked. I just jumped to the long side. So I think my stance was until Iran was over, we were gonna have downward pressure. And so I think in here you saw me short a lot. And then here I tried shorting a little bit, and then I just got my ass kicked, and I said, nope, we're back to being bullish. And then I stayed bullish, stayed the course. My personal long, like my personal accounts were mostly longing too. Normally when I'm trying to ward off like a really strong bear market, I'll be buying puts to kind of hedge, but this time I didn't, not here. But I think it was about, I know when I stopped my million challenge was on the 17th of April was the last day. That's the day I bought iDocker car. So that was like the last day. On Monday, I was like, I'm done with the challenge until Iran stuff is over, and market's still crazy with it. But this week, I remember shorting it a couple yellow lines, like 3 or 4 of those days, and it didn't work. I got handed that week pretty bad. Because on this day, I was up from, so I took out 800,000 from the account, 805,000, and I had 200,000 total left, and I traded the 200,000 up to 300,000 and 330, I think, and then I whittled it down back to sub 100. So I lost 200 and something thousand just that week alone. I was like, yeah, I ain't gonna fuck with this anymore. But it was really hard because this was news driven. So it was, I mean, like I was basically like, yeah, market's pretty bullish. It might correct a little bit. Then when Iran is over and earnings are over, then we're back to being bullish. And then it just ended much quicker than I thought. But I think that's the history, if I remember correctly. One simple question: fundamental, technical. Which one drives the market? Which one is more important? Positional data will show you what people's positions are. I would say, in general, on the short term, technicals drive the market more, but not really technicals either. Like, I don't believe technicals move the market. I'm a different kind of trader, though. Positional hedging drives the market more than technicals, like levels and stuff. But that's also not fundamentals. Fundamentals has a greater impact on the market, but fundamentals, like, the market tries to get ahead of fundamentals and guess what fundamentals will be. So by the time you learn about the fundamentals, the market's already priced it in. So fundamentals themselves don't actually drive the market, really. It's the anticipation of fundamentals that people try to price it in ahead of time. Like right now, we're selling off. You always tell yourself, what fundamentals are coming out later that warrant this? Inflation's going up. We got rate hikes coming. Okay. But the fundamentals are pricing in now. So one can argue that fundamentals drive the market or the technicals, because the fundamentals from the future, the fundamentals from a month out are being considered now. So while technicals are only analyzing the now right now, fundamentals, the anticipation of fundamentals are pricing in now from something that could happen in the future. So the argument, actually, if you want to be more clever, and nobody really says this, is that fundamentals actually behave much faster than technicals because you're pricing in future fundamentals now. You're pricing in negative fundamental, right? Does that make sense? But on a price action basis, on the shortest term and day trading, you're not going to say, well, gee golly, Fed cut rates today, let me long the market. You would say a month prior, Fed's probably going to cut rates in a month, let me long the market, right? So the reality of fundamentals are traders are pricing them in way ahead of time. So fundamentals are going to act before you even know what's going to happen. We're selling off back here. Why? Well, something in the future is going to look bad. Well, we started selling off a month ago, topping out and selling off. Okay, why? Well, it turns out that as a month has progressed, the likelihood of 2 rate hikes is now here, now evident. Inflation's now up from 3% to 5%. Well, people were selling off a month ago because they figured that out. So in reality, fundamentals actually drive the market technically more than technicals do. Does that make sense, everybody? You just can't easily see it unless you think of it like that. Every time, I tell you, every time market sells off or market bottoms off within a month or two, you can always look back and say, oh, that's why. I knew it. Because the market's always, it's always people trying to get information as quick as possible and getting in. Why are we selling right now? Because of some future fundamentals that we don't know about yet. And so technicals will act on a day trader. You're not going to basically trade on current fundamentals. So you're going to trade on future anticipation of fundamental changes, right? Current moment in time, you're trading on current technicals and future fundamentals as well. Yes, Paul, does that make, am I making sense? Right? Technically speaking, if you're trading with news that comes out now, like, oh, CPI was good, let me long the market. You're a month late to that trade. Does that make sense, traders? We got it? Are we all, y'all smell it? I'm stepping in. Does that make sense? I hate when traders say fundamentals don't move the market because that's very nonsensical. Fundamentals move the market more than you believe. You just can't see it until after the fact. You always look back and go, oh yeah, that's right. That's right. Yep. That in almost every case, right? Yeah. So that's it. When you're day trading, you're not going to use current fundamentals. If you have a way, and you can't really anticipate future ones unless you're really good at drawing a conclusion like I do, like I'm painting a case right now that, you know, maybe Trump can pressure them to cut rates, but it's more likely they're going to raise rates, blah, blah, blah. Now, the fact that I can see that, I can say, okay, market's rallying up. Now I see the potential 3 months from now. Maybe it could top out, right? But I look for the technical reason to say, aha, the top is here, right? I don't just say, well, market's going up and fundamentals could be bad. Let me start shorting now. I really wait for the market to take the technical turn, and then I know the future fundamentals and I can jump in on the case. So now the case is the market's bearish and we have a good justification for it, right? Technical reason right now, we've broken all these bull supports The fundamental reason is, well, inflation's going through the roof. Fed's going to raise rates, and Iran war is back on. So, you know, we've got that sort of stuff happening. But yeah. Anyways, congrats to all the winners earlier. You're having fun in that, the giveaway. Good deal, good deal. Guess what? Guess what, guys? They're remaking Legend of Zelda Ocarina of Time for the Switch 2. Oh my god! Oh my god, millennials! We're back! We're back! You're all gonna buy a Switch 2 now because Legend of Zelda Ocarina of Time is being remade on the Switch 2. Did y'all see the trailer? My childhood is back. Oh my god. So thrilled and pumped, bro. Oh my god. Dude, it's gonna be so good. Can't wait. I literally got a Nintendo 64 for that game when I was 16 years old. Arguably the best Zelda game. I would say I like Tears of the Kingdom better in later age, but Ocarina of Time was such a game-changing game. So crazy. But like kick ass, right? All you guys, y'all are all like Gen Zers. Y'all are like, what's this old man talking about? Listen, kids, listen up. When the Nintendo 64 came out, games went from like 2D, like bleep, 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 to like full combat 3D, everything that we enjoy today. And that was the first jump from 2D to 3D Zelda. And it was like all your favorite games that were like beep, boop, beep, boop, turned into like 3D. Mario went 3D, Zelda went 3D, Metroid went 3D, everything went 3D. And so it was the first Zelda game that felt like an open world that you could explore. It was crazy. It started the whole open world. It was like the first game that was an open world exploration game. It was like the first one. Anyways, crazy. I'm so thrilled. Did we see the new Final Fantasy VII trailer? No. Wait, for the third one? Part 3? I did not see that one. Oh, yeah, they left us with a cliffhanger at the end of part 2. The question is, at the end of part 2, this is like, I'm not going to spoil it for anybody. All right, I can't say anything. I want to spoil it. But this Final Fantasy VII, the remakes are different than the originals. And you know what I mean? Hint, hint, Eris. Okay, let me explain something. Like alternate timeline, whatever. I'm so excited how the story plays out. Actually pretty thrilled. It's different than the first game. I'm gonna spoil it for you guys. Y'all gotta play it yourself. The remake was goated. I loved it. Firefox is coming out. Bro. What are y'all talking about? Firefox? Oh, I thought you said Star Fox. Firefox. You know, like the browser? What are y'all talking about? I think Star Fox is coming out. I was like, oh, I could play a new Star Fox game. That'd be kind of cool. When Final Fantasy 69? Yeah, it's coming. It's coming one of these days. All right, guys. So I got to get out of here in like 2 minutes. Catalyst is active. S&P 7325. Below here, automatic sit out for me. I've got no more trades. Let's hope that this holds here. If you guys are bulls for the future, you want to hold 72.93. That is the key level. Futures to hold for bigger monthly support. We have nothing else supporting this but bigger liquidity for tomorrow. If we hit here and it falls through it, tomorrow is going to be another dump day. I'm fearful of that. We think we can push back high on NASDAQ, not with this news-driven war stuff with the catalyst active. I don't think we can. There is a long play off of MHP, but MHP resilience is negative and CAT is active. I wouldn't take anything other than a micro if I did. I wouldn't gamble on it. Personally, no. It looks really bad, and I think tomorrow is going to continue to sell. And I think it's selling harder than I expected it to. And this morning it was the same thing. We have the evidence markets selling, and this right here just looks really bad. It looks like the way it is right here. If we close here, the market opens and just sells. Tomorrow could be another free fall day without a V. So be very careful. it's building up. And you can see the evidence of that. VIX starting to tail higher. Before I go out of here, VIX is starting to pick up some steam, even though it's pulling back as it pops up. It's still building some steam, and VVIX is still above 100. So VVIX above 100 is always a warning sign. We're at 108. We're a new spark away from a complete market crash with these conditions. So more Iran bombing, more escalation in territory. It's just going to keep selling. I mean, there's nothing about it. I got to go, guys. I love you. I got to get out of here, though. Ash is here to hang out with y'all. Ash is awesome. And I hope you guys enjoy the rest of your day. I'm out of here. I'm officially done trading for today. 11,000 bucks. Pretty good. I'm excited. I didn't trade too much. Just little bits at a time. And I'm going to set up for the rest of the day. So I'll see you tomorrow. You have a good one.
Good afternoon, everyone. Welcome back to another PM session. How's everybody doing today? What's up, team? Very excited to get back on here with you all. Another day, another opportunity to gain more conviction in our business. What's up, squad? How's everybody doing today? Just going to take a moment to welcome everybody into my segment, and then we'll get into some of the information here. Love to see all the familiar faces already, so let's see who's here this afternoon. Good afternoon, Bear Trader. Abhishek, what's up? Augie Official, how are you doing today? Ann Ascent, good to see you again. NQ Futures Talk, what's up? Eric, good afternoon. G Peralta, good afternoon. Adity Gamer, I'm doing well. Thanks for asking. I appreciate the kind comments. My day's going very well. We had a W here this morning. We could take a look. We could do a trade review on that right after I say what's up to everybody. But having a great day. Thanks for asking. What about yourself? How's your day going, Adity Gamer? The Elevated Life, good afternoon. ES Futures, what's up? Bilo, how are you? Lucky Mon, good afternoon. NQ, ES, how are you? How's everybody doing this afternoon? TT Trading, good afternoon. Q Mendez, how are you? Ryom, good afternoon. P Long, what's up? Mathematica, good afternoon. Wyatt, good afternoon. Pipster, what's up? Frequency, what's up? How's everybody doing today? Very excited to get back on here with you all. See how everybody's doing today. Throw a 1 in chat if you're green on the day. Throw a 2 in chat if you're red on the day. And throw a 3 in chat if you've yet to trade today. How's everybody's trading session going so far? Reading numbers, good afternoon. El Burrito, good afternoon. Coop, what's up? How are you doing today? Lakith, good afternoon. W for Adity Gamer. Whoa, 2K. No way. No way. Bunch of ones to start. Love to see that. Wow. Okay. The squad is killing it today. Hey, good afternoon, Max. How's your day going? Okay, couple 2s in there as well. Well, listen, wherever you're at, right now is not the time to blow up. Doesn't matter if you're feeling greedy after a win and you want more, right? There's no reason to hand it back. Doesn't matter if you're fearful after a loss and you're too worried about executing again. No matter where you're at on the day, on the week, clear the slate. Clean slate moving forward. We always got to focus on right now. Don't worry about the past. Don't worry about the future. Let's focus up and let's make sure that we execute our game plan. All right. I'm doing very well. Thanks for asking, Miss K. How are you doing today? Thanks for asking, Lakith. Good afternoon. Hope your day is going well as well. Ash, when are we going to get the piano back? I haven't spoke to Burke in a while, so I don't think he's I don't think he'll be letting me back in anytime soon. So we'll have to find a new piano. All right, first things first, I want to get an update on the biases. That way we could get the information beforehand, during, and after. Let's make sure that we understand what we're looking at in terms of a game plan so that if anything comes across the desk that we're willing to risk on, that we understand what we're looking for and the game plan that we're looking to execute. So I want to finish on ES and NQ because if we were to find anything, I would rather be trading ES and NQ. I really don't look at oil, dollar, euro. I really only analyze those because the community asked me my opinions on it. So I am going to start on euro and dollar because I'd rather finish on NQ or ES. All right. So we had spoke about this bearish FEG here, and this is my entire bias right now. For euro, I'm looking for euro to make a move lower because we are getting rejected from a bearish FEG, specifically on the daily time frame. When I'm creating a bias, I'm looking at the daily chart because when I'm positioning on a lower time frame, I want to be aligned with the higher time frame. In my opinion, the higher time frame holds more influence than the lower time frame. All right, so looking for lower prices here on euro because it looks like we're getting rejected from a bearish FEG. Now, I heard some people comment on gold earlier during Matt's segment, so I'm just going to pull it up real quick because I do need to update our information here. We left off on gold specifically stating that when price reached this swing low, we would need to know if this bearish FEG is going to get confirmed, right? So we must have done the gold analysis here on Monday because the confirmation to a bearish FEG is the third candle of the setup. So once that bearish FEG got confirmed, this is now an area of resistance for continuation lower. And wow, honestly, somebody should probably go clip farm that. This had to have been from Monday's live stream, so go check my PM Monday live stream. Tell me if that's the same exact information that we just looked at here. Because what a rejection this was. What a rejection this was. Absolutely gorgeous information here. This is key. This is key in understanding when to look for continuation versus when to look for a reversal. Okay? When price gets to a swing low, and when we get to the swing low, if we create a bearish FEG here, then I want to look for continuation versus a reversal. So it's very simply put, if this FEG is created at this location, I want to look for continuation compared to reversal. So now take a look at this. Here is your clear and real-time difference. Notice what oil did at the swing low. Oil swept the swing low, closed nicely back into the range, leaving a bullish wick here, and there was no bearish FEG. Okay, so you probably need 2 screenshots of this real quick. For real. Okay? Because this is the time to look for a reversal. Right here. When price sweeps a swing low, gives you a nice bullish wick and no bearish FEG. Compare that to gold. Gold, we get to the swing low, and I would want to look for continuation here because of it. All right. So huge difference there. This looks like continuation. This looks like reversal. And what a beautiful move this was. Okay. We swept the low, and then we moved right back to previous day high, and we still have another swing high here to target. All right. So next, ES and NQ. So you can see here the position this morning was on ES. We could talk about that real quick. ES, I left off yesterday telling you all that this was my important level right here. The swing low on the daily time frame for both NQ and ES. And what I was specifically looking for was how yesterday's daily candle was going to close. Same exact conversation we had there on oil and gold. This time, NQ made a huge buyer's wick, right? We swept the low and closed back inside the range. Same thing here on ES. For this reason, I was bullish this morning, looking for some kind of pop higher because we did not displace below that swing low. We didn't create a bearish FEG there. We made a bullish wick, and it looked like we were getting supported. Therefore, during New York Open, this is what I was looking at. At New York Open, I was looking at a bullish bias. Therefore, when price taps into a 15-minute fair value gap, that's a key level for a bullish bias, and that's where I'm going to look for a long. So, hopping down here to the lower time frame, you can see, one, we have very clean equal highs. We've talked about equal highs or equal lows for many, many times. These are key levels. I use them as targets. So, after New York Open, right? So here's New York Open, right? Because time is our most important element. After New York Open, we had a bullish bias. Therefore, we looked at a bullish 15-minute fair value gap for our key level to then find our change in the state of delivery. And look at what happened here. So here's New York Open. We tap into the 15-minute fair value gap. After tapping into the 15-minute fair value gap, I set a buy stop order. I set a buy stop order at what would be the change in the state of delivery, right? That's why I got tagged into my long here at 9:36 a.m. Eastern Standard Time at 73.55, right? 73.55, right? So key level, bullish, change in the state of delivery. Got long during the buy stop. Stop at the low. TP at 73.75. So, astonishing morning. Beautiful win to start the day. Nearly $1,000 on the long. Just by using the same exact process day in and day out. So, if you have any questions about that, feel free to throw it in chat. I'll give a few moments to talk about this position. If you guys don't have any questions about this position, then we'll move forward to what's currently happening and how to deal with the current price action. But I just wanted to start the day with an update on all of our biases. I wanted to start the day on a review of this morning's New York AM long position, and then we can go into this PM session and what to look for. Hello, Ash. You said you don't trade on CPI days? Nope. So in the beginning of 2026, just go back to maybe the first, second, third live stream of 2026. I specifically did some goal setting this year to take more trades and add more tools to the tool belt. So it was a goal of mine to take more trades this year. It was a goal of mine to execute another model this year. So maybe we just missed that live stream, but yes, we are trying to take another step forward as a trader. SMT, Ash. So very good job, Rio. This is the mistake on this position. Okay? This is the only thing that was not checked off. And I did document that in my journal because that's a mistake. In my opinion, that's a mistake. The fact that there was not SMT, this was still executed. So just going to show, once again, that I'm human and I make mistakes too, just like everybody else here. Fortunately enough, right, we got a positive result, but that doesn't change the fact that this is a mistake, that there wasn't SMT. Very good job, Rio. There was not SMT. Very good job. Very good job pointing that out. Ash, do you think I can do the same process, but instead of SMT, I use CVD divs? I don't know what CVD divs are, so I'm sorry, I'm not able to comment on that one. Anytime I don't have the information, I'm going to have to defer to somebody else. I don't know what CVD divs are. Maybe it's just a difference in terminology or something, but you'll have to explain that to me because I don't know what that is. If it's some form of divergence, then we're essentially just saying the same thing. Cumulative volume delta divergences. Okay, thank you very much, chat. I appreciate that. A divergence is a divergence, in my opinion. If you want to use that as your divergence, that is the same thing as me using this as my divergence. The only thing that really matters is that we're executing at the opening times, aligned with the higher time frame order flow. We are using a key level that has a divergence. Then we go down for an entry function. I missed, unfortunate. No worries, Taha Trades. Don't worry about it. There will always be another opportunity. So for whatever reason that you missed it, don't hold on to it. Okay, don't let that deter your next execution. It's just another learning experience. Clean slate for next opportunity. So if there isn't any more questions, we can move forward to what is currently happening in the market. Change the mindset from an update on the bias and a review of this morning's trade to current live price and what to expect right now. Okay? All right, well, I would have maybe considered this, but this one doesn't have the SMT that I'm looking for. It does look like we're getting a change in the state of delivery here. Give me a second. Yeah, so I just wish that... Oh, there is SMT here. Okay. So this looks good right here. Right? This low was taken out. This low was not taken out. Right? So it does look like there's bullish SMT. It does look like we just got a bullish change in the state of delivery. Right, so looking at this right here, good pump too. We might have missed that already, so let's see. 71 point stop, and nearly already went 1.4. So that is unfortunate that we already missed that. We can see if it's going to go to R. Man, unfortunate. Unfortunate. Chat, we might have just been 5 minutes too late to this. Unfortunate. Because we were doing our review of the market. Unfortunate. So I'm not willing to enter on a retest. You can see here that I'm in my account. You can see that I don't have any orders pending. Very simply put, we just swept a high here, right? I would have wanted to get in during the change in the state of delivery. This is where I would have wanted to enter, right? So I'm not pressing market long now, right? The entry is here at the change in the state of delivery. It already ran through that. On top of already running through that, right? Here's the same high. Let's take a look. 1300. Yeah, so no thank you. I will not be executing this for this exact reason. This right here. Bearish SMT at the highs. Notice how NQ took out the high, ES did not. So I will not be executing this. We can sit here and watch, but I don't like the bearish SMT. I'm not going to go against that. Yes, we did get a 5-minute change in the state of delivery. Yes, we do have bullish SMT, right? But what I'm trying to say is I would have wanted to get long as we went through the change of the state of delivery. This is where I would have wanted to get long. So no thank you. Let's see what happens here, but that's my decision and I'm sticking to it. So let's see what happens here. Why don't you enter on the retest? I feel like I just explained that. This is giving me an issue right here. Bearish SMT at the highs against ES, right? ES did not run above this high, whereas NQ did. That is the reason why I am not entering right now. You can see I'm in my account. There are no orders placed. I don't have any interest in taking this long because of it. So no thank you. Let's see if any of that decision making holds any value. Let's see what happens here because we just got the retest. So let's see. Ash, how to enter on the change in the state of delivery. So we'll come back to this in a minute. I'm going to show you the actual execution from this morning. We'll come back to this. Leave this here. My decision doesn't change, but leave this here. We'll come back to it in a minute. And let's take a look at this morning's trade so that I could show you the execution. Ready? This is replay mode. This is what happened during New York Open. At New York Open, I was looking for higher prices because of the daily chart. At New York Open, I was looking at this bullish FEG as my higher time frame key level to execute a bullish position. At New York Open, we do a good job by running lower into that 15-minute fair value gap. So now we have a key level to work with. So now that we have a key level to work with, the candles that took out liquidity, right? Here are the down close candles that ran below a swing low. This is what your bullish change in the state of delivery would be. Therefore, I placed a buy stop order at what would be the change in the state of delivery. Right? So notice this order right here. Buy stop. That specifically means that you're only going to get tagged into the long if price goes up through your order. Okay, so let's watch it. I got tagged into my long right here. Okay, at 936. So you have two options. Excuse me, you have three options. This is a front run of the bullish change in the state of delivery because now we've gotten the candle closure above the bullish change in the state of delivery. This is what a confirmed bullish change in the state of delivery was. So since I placed the buy stop here, I'm front running the bullish change in the state of delivery. Now your next option after placing a buy stop would be a limit order, right? So you've gotten all of your confirmations, right? Because the candle closed above here. Additionally, it looks 10 times better when we now also have a bullish FEG aligned with it. So now it looks amazing. On top of the fact that we have equal highs to aim at. Now, in my opinion, entries here are completely fine until the target is completed. If the target gets completed before you get an entry, then I would no longer want to take the position. So, yes, the target does get completed. So, in my opinion, truthfully, I wouldn't even want to take the limit order. The second option is taking a limit order for a retest at the change in the state of delivery. Right? So then we do get the retest here. I did not take this position. I was just referring to the limit order. Okay? I was just trying to show you the different order types. The position I took was the buy stop. Okay? So please know the difference. But this is your second type of order, which is a limit order, and you're hoping for a retracement back to the location that we enter. That would be your second type of order. And then your last order is just simply market ordering anytime price is at the entry location as well. So you have three different types. Buy stop is for front running. Limit order is to catch the retracement back to the entry. And a market order is a get me in now. Get me in right now wherever price is. Those are your three options. So now go back to your data and tell me which one you work best with. Because that's what truly matters. Right? It doesn't... Oh, wow. Nice move. So we did get a move higher. All right. I was wrong. So be it. Nice. Okay. Well, even if I miss, I don't care. I've still made a decision and I'm living with it. Okay? So those are your three order types. This morning when I took my trade was a buy stop. Ash, but if you had entered on a change in the state of delivery, CSD, would you have exited the trade when you saw the SMT? There is no coulda, woulda, shoulda. Here are my actual executions right here. So if you just want to study this, there is no hypothetical here. This is what actually happened right here. There's no reason to even do hypotheticals. This is the actual execution from this morning. Right here. Right? Entry 9:36 a.m. Exit 9:43 a.m. Right? So, would you have exited the trade when you saw the SMT? There is no coulda, woulda, shoulda, right? I exited the trade at 9:43. That is when I actually exited. Not in this? In what then? Maybe I'm not understanding now. What trade are you referring to then? The current live price action this year? He's talking about the last trade. The last trade, right? This bearish SMT, if this is what you're referring to right here, right? That was the reason why I did not enter here. I did not take this retest, right? I'm currently in the account right now, and you saw that I did not take this trade, right? So, again, there is no coulda, woulda, shoulda. I missed on the initial buy stop. Since I missed on the initial buy stop, then seeing the bearish SMT made me say, I'm not going to take the retest. So if you got in at the buy stop right here, this is a profit taking level, right? If we're in longs, we're looking to aim at the highs, right? So that was another reason why I said I'm not willing to take the retest, because it looks like it instantly completed an objective. Ash, bro, what daily habits helped you survive the hardest period of your trading career? Having limits and adhering to them. Strict risk management, right? Putting a certain amount of trades per week, putting a certain amount of trades per day, putting a certain amount of money used per day or per week or per month, having those limitations and adhering to it. What kind of mental pressure do successful traders face that most people never? I think there is no difference between, the struggles that you face as a successful trader to the struggles that you face as a beginner trader. I still deal with the same issues 10 years in than I dealt with in the first year. Needing to control your mind and your emotions, needing to be patient, needing to follow your rules. Those things happen during day 1 and day 9 million. So I think it's the same issues that we all face. What's the proper SMT to look for? So when I'm bullish, I'm analyzing the lows. Okay. So when I'm bullish, this is the SMT that I analyze for, right? Let's imagine this one is NQ. Let's imagine this one is ES. Notice how NQ swept the low while ES did not sweep the low. So when I'm bullish, this is the type of SMT that I look for. And then obviously vice versa for being bearish. When I'm bearish, I'm analyzing the highs. One swept the high, the other one did not sweep the high. So that's the SMT I look for when I'm bearish, right? So here's an example here. Bullish SMT at the lows. NQ did not sweep the 7:40 a.m. low. ES did sweep that same low. Bullish SMT. Therefore, we went over to NQ, and very good job by the community. Somebody in the community pointed out the bullish SMT and the bullish change in the state of delivery. Now, I missed this, but this was a beautiful position. Look at what we got here. We're now reaching towards 2R. That is 2R. Wow. Who called that out? Who was that? Let me know who that was. We need to give you a bunch of W's in chat right now. Who was this? Who pointed this out? Because look how clean that is. Very good job to... I'm trying to figure out who pointed this out, but amazing. Amazing. I can't remember who did, but amazing. Key level, SMT, change in the state of delivery. During New York. Same thing. Day in, day out. Same thing. Q Mendez, W Q Mendez. Chat, do me a favor, throw a bunch of W's in chat for Q Mendez. Very good job. Very good job understanding the information and objectively analyzing it. Because if you did catch that W, you're looking at 130 points. 120 points. I mean, you can make an absolute living off of 120 points on, you know, even one contract of NQ. Absolutely great job. Very good job, Q Mendez. W. W Mendez. Yeah, that's right, Trevor. Not Q Mendez, it's W Mendez. W Mendez. Let's go. And then you look to take the trade on the stronger asset, which would be the one for the higher low. That is correct. So very good job. Very good job. Whoever just asked that. So when I'm bullish, I'm analyzing the lows. When I'm bullish, I want to long the stronger pair. The stronger pair is this one right here. The one that makes the higher low. Right? So once again, here's the higher low. NQ did not sweep this low. Right here. It made a higher low. Ready? ES did sweep this low. This made a lower low. That is why we're over here looking at the change in the state of delivery on NQ and not ES. Because when you're bullish, you want to long the stronger pair. The stronger pair is the one that made the higher low. Very good job. And then obviously vice versa for bears. Right? When you're bearish, you want to short the weaker pair, and the pair that is weaker is the one that makes the lower high. I think the best way to deal with psychological issues in trading is to record yourself while you're trading. Would you look at that, Rio? You just explained exactly why I'm here. I want to know what I'm thinking, what I'm seeing, and I can hear that and see that because I get to watch myself during my recordings. Your journal is going to be your best learning opportunity. So no matter how you want to do it, whether you want to record yourself, right, that's fine. Great, do that. Or if you just want to do screenshots and text messages, any of it works. But your journal is going to be your best learning opportunity. Okay? I specifically get on these live streams because now I can see if I'm irritated. I could see if I'm being impulsive. I can see if I'm being impatient because I could literally see myself on the screen, right? Like if I could see in my reactions that I'm skipping over the process, that I'm not focused on my risk, or that I'm just being too impulsive, I could literally see it and hear it because I'm doing these live streams. There's no better way to learn. There is no better way to learn than to do the thing that you actually have to do 1,000,000 times over and have a journal that reflects that in real time. Because the fact of the matter is it doesn't matter what model you use. What does matter is your ability to manage your risk, your ability to control your emotions, your ability to execute your game plan without being deterred by those things. Nobody is going to click the buttons for you. You are going to be the only person that clicks the buttons for you. That's why you have to take full and complete ownership of all of your decision making, all of your actions, all of your reactions and your emotions, because there's literally never going to be anybody else that presses the button for you. So you have to build the muscle memory on your own. And you do that by this right here, recording your trades, whether that's on a live stream, whether that's on a recording, whether that's screenshots and text, anything, right? This dude, Steph Curry, goes to the gym and shoots 3-point shots thousands of times every single day. What makes us any different? What makes us any different? If you truly want to get good at something, if you want to develop a skill, you're going to have to do it a million times in a row. So, make sure you get a journal. Very good job, Rio, for bringing that up. Your journal is going to be your best friend, your best learning opportunity. I really hope everybody is doing it. What are you feeling now, Ash, now that you missed the trade? Truthfully, I couldn't care less. I'm a full owner of my decision. Like, when I make a decision, I stand on it, right? I told you why I didn't want to enter the trade. So the result of that is just a byproduct, right? I'm not going to sit here and be like, oh, coulda, woulda, shoulda. No, the decision was, this is why, and this is the results from it. Plain and simple. One thing I learned from Ash is patience and trusting your own model, not relying on others. Truthfully, if you wanted to rely on anybody else, you should just go get a 9-to-5 job. Like, I'm being 100% serious here. If you just wanted a boss, if you wanted somebody to tell you what to do to get an income, right? If you need somebody to tell you what to do to get an income, it's much more stable to just go get a 9-to-5 job. Right? Like we come here to learn a skill that could provide an income in which that skill you have all on your own. You don't have to listen to anybody to do that. You could be anywhere at any time. As long as you have internet, right? And a device, you're going to need to trade on something. But that's all we really need is a device and internet and maybe some electric. Other than that, like, if you want a boss, just go get a 9-to-5 job. Could bees, should bees, and would bees are nice, but only honey bees make honey. What, I mean, is that, where did that saying come from? That's the first time I heard that one. I've never heard that one. I do sure like my honey, though. So for any of the OGs in chat, they know exactly like how we like our coffee. What do we reflect on after we keep missing trades? This right here. Did you complete your process? Yes or no? A winning trade is when you complete your process to the best of your abilities. A losing trade is when you make mistakes and you break your rules. The outcome of a trade is just a byproduct. You understand what I'm saying? If you made money or lost money, that does not determine whether you did something correct or not. What determines whether you did something correct or not is right here. The rules in which you set for yourself before that trade happened, right? You had correct actions if you followed your rules and adhered to your risk management. You had incorrect actions if you broke rules and did not listen to your risk management. The result to a position does not determine that. I don't document my trades. It makes me feel like I'm in school again. Fair. Completely fair. I don't wish to go back to school at all. I don't know why school didn't teach me this, but there was no trading class in high school or in college. Not sure why. Maybe they should put that into the curriculum, just like they should maybe put in, you know, filing taxes and submitting applications. I don't know why that wasn't in high school either, but here we are. Maybe they need to put some more real world, you know, situations into school compared to, you know, learning about history. I'm not going to open up that can of worms. I'm not going to go down that rabbit hole. We'll leave that for another time. Give me them real life skills, though. That's what I want. My friend's dad always says it. Well, tell friend's dad that he has a W saying. The could be's and the should be's. Listen, also, going back to the missing trades comment, okay? Also take every single experience as a learning opportunity. Don't let that pressure of missing trades become some kind of weight that you carry around, right? Because then you're going to be more worried about getting into a trade than you are worried following your process. This is really where the mindset should be every single day. Fall in love with the process, allow the results to be a byproduct of that, right? And when you stop caring about your results, then you'll get more executions in, and that's when you're going to build conviction, right? Like, put it this way. If you can't risk right now for whatever reason, you're just not in the right financial standing to be, you know, putting money in a cash account, grabbing 5 MyFundedFutures accounts, whatever the case is, just execute your process in a paper trading account. Execute your process in a back test. Just get more executions, because executing is what builds the conviction. Right? So instead of missing trades, just execute more without risk until you can build that conviction to actually take real risk. Because there really should not be a fear of missing trades. Little form drop in chat. Love to see that. Another day, another giveaway. Take a look at the form chat. Let's see who's going to get it today. Take a look at that form. Ash, do you think trading is a real life skill? Trading has really affected my real life. So I'm first-handedly, you know, saying that that is a real life skill. It has quite literally paid bills for me. It has supported me and my wife. It's paid for our wedding. It's paid for our cars. It pays for the house that we live in. Yes, it is very real. It is a real life skill. 110%. Yeah, always feel free to ask any questions. I'm down to get into any kind of topics. It truthfully does not matter where this conversation goes, because we need to work on all aspects of this business. This business is not just right here on the chart. I'm a firm believer that 80% of this business is in your mind. Okay, you got to have the mental right. If you don't have mental and emotional control, it's going to be really hard to even execute your game plan. So we need to have those conversations just as much as we need to have this conversation right here about key levels with SMT and a bullish change in the state of delivery. We need to go over all the information. Amazing conversation, by the way. So I'll double down on that statement and say thank you. Thank you for showing up. Thank you for sharing information. Thank you for asking questions, because the repetition is what builds the conviction. We keep going over this information, and we're going to get 1% better every single day. Ash, please, if after having an SMT and a change in the state of delivery on both the 5-minute or the 1-minute, which one are you choosing for entry and why? I'm not debating between time frames. I'm not debating between time frames. I don't do that. I don't do that. I don't go, am I going to use the 1 minute today or am I going to use the 5 minute today? That's not something that I do. I don't say the 1 minute is better than the 5 minute, so I should choose the 1 minute. The 5 minute is better than the 1 minute, so I should choose the 5 minute. That's not what happens. Right? So use today as an example, right? Today, you pointed to a 5 minute change in the state of delivery, so we watched it. There was no debate at all when we pointed to this position about whether this 5 minute is better than the 1 minute or not. In my opinion, that's just information overload. If you're stuck trying to consider which time frame to use, then you're already away from managing your risk and completing the process. Okay, so that's just not something that I do. Any location in this business that you can trim some fat, right? Anything that causes information overload, anything that causes confusion, anything that you don't understand, any extra expenses, right? Any extra models, extra noise, anything extra, trim it off and get rid of the fat. It needs to be so simple that you just go 1, 2, 3, 4. Okay, they're completed. Take the trade. That's it. It really needs to be that simple because this business is already hard enough. This business is already hard enough controlling our emotions, controlling our thoughts while executing, that we can't let that outside stuff affect us. All right. Less is more. Quality over quantity. If there's anybody that's just now entering the live stream, please understand that this is not an entry. I am not taking this long. Okay. Earlier, W. Mendez pointed out a bullish SMT and a bullish change in the state of delivery. In my opinion, the long opportunity was when we initially went through the bullish change in the state of delivery. So a buy stop order right here as we push through it, that's the entry. Okay? Luckily enough, it got a retest, so you could have got the retest as well. But after that, multiple targets were hit. Okay? We look to take profit above swing highs. All right? Along with 1 to 2 risk to reward. So take a look at 1 to 2, which is also right here. So 2 different targets, a swing high and a risk to reward. So that is why this is no longer a long position. This retest here, I'm not taking it. Okay, just so if there's anybody new here in chat that just walked in the door, this was a position from earlier that W. Mendez pointed out. This is no longer a position. Let's just do everybody a favor. Let's just get it off, right? Let's make sure that there's no confusion. All right. So, got about 5 more minutes here on the segment. Amazing session. Amazing session. Great conversation. I just want to say one more time, thank you to all the individuals that are participating. This is the type of repetition that's going to get us to our goals. Keep showing up, keep asking these questions, keep going over this information. This is what's going to get us 1% better every single day. So thank you for your time today. We do have about another 5 minutes, so if you have any last questions or comments, feel free to throw it in chat. Do me a favor. If you're finding any value in the giveaways that we do here, if you're finding any value in any of the hosts that provide a lot of information on a day-to-day basis, if you're finding any value in any of the special guests that we have come on here, smash the like button, smash the sub button, turn the notifications on. We're going to keep going live, okay? We're going to keep going live. Let's keep showing up. Let's keep working every single week. All right. So last 5 minutes, throw any questions or information in the chat. While you do that, just going to give my last 2 cents on the day. And it is here, right here. So we lost that area of support. The area of support that I pointed to yesterday was right here. This is a major swing low on the daily chart. If we lose this level, watch out. Watch out. Okay? It's just a very simple framework here. Just a support and resistance type of mindset, right? If we are bullish, they should have held this level, right? Look at this bullish wick. They had a chance at holding this level when we had this reaction. And now they are beginning to give it up. Why isn't there a huge buyer's wick like this candle today? That's because the bulls did not show up. And now it looks like the bulls are no longer defending this level. Okay, so that's what I'm leaving you all off with here, chat. The moment that we lose this level, watch out down below. Okay? If we open up Globex below this level, watch out. Because then, look at this, right? This is also our bearish change in the state of delivery. Swing high, swing low, new high, new low. We're getting a bearish change in the state of delivery on the daily time frame. That's important information. I'm glad that we waved the white flag here on Friday because I was the one screaming trend is your friend until the end of the trend. And now I'm very happy that we were able to point out the end of the trend. Now that we did that, we're now using this as our level, right? If this was, in fact, a bearish change in the state of delivery on the daily time frame, then if we lose this level, right? If we lose this level, watch out down below. Look at all these inefficiencies that have not been filled. I would then target all of this right here. Okay? I hate to say it. Yes, I have become bearish. We had a good run for the bulls. So, we had a good run, bulls, but it looks like it's so over. It looks like it's so over for the bulls. And we'll be back, right? We'll get the bulls back in here at a later point in time. But as of right now, objectively analyzing the chart, right? You know that I look for a change in the state of delivery, and we just got one on the daily time frame. So watch out. Watch out. All right, so last thing to understand is the targets then, right? So first target, previous day low. Next target would be the next swing low, right? There's multiple targets below here. All these swing lows in here, right? So these are going to be my targets moving forward, right here. Yes, that means I'm bearish. Same thing here on NQ. Previous day low first. Fill the gap after that. Fill this gap after that. So where are the bears at? About time to get the bears an opportunity. Where are all the bears at? You guys had to go into hibernation for what, months? This is your time. This is your time to shine. Where are the bears at? You guys had hibernation for months. You got enough rest, all in here. It's your time to shine, bears. Where are you at? Where are the bears at? The bears need this level to wash away. If this level washes away, we start to target all of this in here. All right? So, that's my 2 cents. That is what I'm going to leave you all off with here. One last time, I just want to take a moment to say thank you. Phenomenal session today because of all of you. So, thank you, chat. I really appreciate all of the questions, all of the information. That's the type of repetition that's going to get us to our goals. So, thank you, thank you, thank you. All right? We're going to go ahead and close up the live stream. that is it for today. Remember to show up to the Asia segment. We got SK coming up later tonight, and then right back here tomorrow morning for New York Open. Thank you all for your time. I hope you all have a great day. We will see you on the next live stream.